Yeah, Nadia, I don't know what the fuck is up with the Hangouts. Like, there are a lot of issues. Like, I've tried to kick Brother for a couple of times, and like it hasn't worked. I've tried to hide Sean, just to show him like how it feels when people aren't tolerant of his fucking views, and it's like none of my freaking mod powers work.
You try to abuse mod powers?
No, I tried to put some order into this fucking Hangout because we've got a bunch of rabid dogs just dominating discussion.
Rabbit, what the fuck are you talking about?
Just behave, brother.
Your
Just
mama.
behave.
Bullshit. You have no clue what the fuck you're talking about.
I mean, me and you probably agree on a lot of things, but just try to fucking behave and let others talk and don't talk over them.
I want to
We'll
ask
always
that.
do that.
I want to ask that Sean dude if he's actually racist, because he said some comments that
Yeah.
sort of leads a lot of people to believe
See,
that.
what bothers me though, Art, is like if like after that he went and hid behind saying, well, actually I don't believe that, but after questioning him for a while further, you actually do see that he does believe it. Like he's behaving inconsistently. Like at this point, I don't believe he's trolling.
No,
Not
yeah,
racist?
he is trolling. He is trolling. Trust me, he is.
But not racism, xenophobia for Muslims.
Oh.
Like he is definitely scared of the
I
Muslim
don't think
invasion.
xenophobia is the right word. Xenophobia, Islamophobia, these words imply that it's an irrational fear, which isn't the case for a lot of people.
Yes, it is. It is an
It's not a
irrational fear.
fear. They're not
It
afraid.
is.
No, they're not afraid.
There are traits that would look like they're afraid, though. That would sound
No.
defensive, overly defensive.
Arachnophobia is a irrational fear of spiders, right? Irrational fear, right? But these people do not feel fear, right? They're just really wrong about what they
No.
think is the case.
But they can't, though. They can't because they
And they're
act
being-
overly defensible, irrationally, for no fucking reason.
No, but
That's
okay,
what- no,
here's the
that
problem.
is
If
something
you see
that
a
That's
happens
poisonous
when you
spider,
hear something.
if you see
That's
a
what the-
poisonous spider and you're scared of that spider, that's not arachnophobia. So
Aaron.
what you're doing is you're mislabeling the
Aaron.
phenomenon.
No. The arachnophobia is being afraid of irrational fear of spiders, like any
No.
spiders.
I have
Right,
I have,
that's
I
what
have
I'm
a
saying.
good example. I have a very good example. Aaron, would you say that someone who buys a house, buys a Porsche, gets a freaking trophy wife, all on the buys all of it, all on the hopes, on a loan, all on the hopes on winning the lottery? Would you say that person is irrational?
Yes.
Right, and so that's what Sean is. He's afraid of the tiny minority, the tiny chance that something might go wrong. That's sort of how I equate it.
Well, see,
I don't think that's necessarily the case, though.
A billion fucking Muslims. It's like a
Trust
drop
me.
in a bucket. It's like winning the lottery,
Yes.
Aaron.
Yeah, but that's for an individual terrorist attack. We're talking about more broad Islamic movements or population growth and such.
Listen, I
Funny
agree.
story.
I agree.
Okay.
We should soak our bullets in pig's blood. We should make an example out of these terrorists. If they come here, we should put them in our squares, like with their heads on a fucking
is
stake.
an Islamophobe.
I fucking yeah. I mean, we should make an example out of these extremists. As if they're exposed, they're gonna have hell to pay. So I mean, I agree as far as that, but it's just there's this irrational fear that it's like you're more likely to die in a fucking car accident than you to die by a terrorist. Like you're afraid to win the lottery. That's sort of what
Yeah, but
I'm
it's
saying.
current state of affairs. Like, I think there's a smidgen of truth in what he's talking about, which is that Muslims are potentially one of the most dangerous group. Potentially, like, it's very easy to arrive at terrorist-like views from the theology of Islam, right? Or some theology of Islam. In fact, vast majority. There's only a few who are sort of more or less sort of non-violent. And the sort of lovey-dovey type of Muslims that most people point to, their theology is in conflict. And what it takes is anybody who's familiar with the theology, like an imam or a Muslim, to point it out and radicalize them. Right? So what we ought to be doing, I think, is to be welcoming to these people, and to watch out for radicalization. allow any religion they want, except the teachings that would be considered hate speech, promoting violence, so on and so forth. There's no need
I
to
disagree. I think we should freeze immigration and then pursue dissolving the religious aspect of these people that we already have here.
All right.
Well, yeah, go.
I
Yeah,
no,
funny
like what I'm.
story. Oh, okay.
No, go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother. You've not been talking. Go ahead.
A funny story. 1 year ago or 2 years ago, here in Nova Scotia, where I live, there was a terrorist attack on Valentine's Day in the mall here, local mall here, by people like-minded on the stance of Iron and on the stance of Andres Breivik. But they were white, so it's not like white people are kind of neo-Nazis or
Well, if they're white, it's not terrorism.
Yeah, exactly. If they're white, of course, yeah. If they're white, and it's not terrorist.
If you're worried about Andres Breivik, then you should pursue means that are going to solve this Muslim problem sooner rather than later. Because the longer you suppress people, the worse the end result is going to be.
Iron brings up a very good point. Like my fear, for example, is not the Muslims. My fear is not the Muslims coming here and bombing. Like those people are insignificant to me. Those people, they don't even pose a threat to me. Like not at all. What they do pose a threat is an indirect threat. And what Iron brings up is directly. If you see the type of movements like in fascist Europe, I mean, if you see that coming back up, I mean, that's what you should be afraid of. That's, I mean, at least me as a fucking sad nigger, and I'm fucking afraid of that. Because if these Muslims push the local population too far, you're not going to see a lovey-dovey, happy, accepting Europe. You're going to see the claws coming out, and you're going to see fucking Nazi-like movements creeping up more and more. We're not that weak. I mean, like, in my opinion, Aaron thinks that we are that weak and we can be pushed over that easily. He doesn't realize that.
Well, it's laughable.
He doesn't realize
laughable.
that if you push the people too far, they're gonna fucking react, and you're gonna get an answer you're not gonna like.
Plus,
Well,
I love how
that's
Sean.
the case.
I love how Sean fucking pretends that Putin has any power. He can't even fucking take over Ukraine.
I'm
Like
not
a
afraid
fucking
of a
little
bunch of-
fucking
I'm not a-
country.
I'm not afraid of a
How
bunch of
fucking powerful he
terrorists.
is.
I'm not afraid of a bunch of fucking terrorists coming here thinking they can do anything. They can achieve anything. I'm afraid of the fucking population becoming radicalized, and that is gonna happen. Trust me on that, because the attacks are gonna increase by these fucking assholes. You know, and I'm gonna be the fucking target. You know, I'm like my people, the Kurds. We are fighting these fucking terrorists. We are fighting these ISIS people.
Well, you're getting it from both ends. Kurds are.
Right, but the thing is, because I look like a fucking sad nigger, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna be lumped in with these people, and I'm gonna get it full force. And I'll understand their grievances. I'll understand where they're coming from. Of course,
I'll send you a bucket of what they paint on.
they're angry. I understand where they're coming from. I would be angry too if my population was under attack. And I don't know. All of this is fucked. All of this.
That's not over Belgium, but.
Well, there's a couple really close to where I live that wanted to blow up the parliament with pressure cooker bombs and kill a bunch of innocent people out of
and they were white, weren't they?
Yeah, but they were also Islamic converts, extremists.
Wow.
So for me, it's not a racial thing, right? So like when I say that I'm against Muslims, I'm saying deport all Muslims. I don't care what color they are.
Why isn't
freeze immigration in general from Muslim
Aren't you a
countries.
fascist though? Like fascism loves to racialize all issues.
No,
Why
I
isn't this a racial issue?
Like I actually do believe, Aaron, but I don't think consciously you can separate a fucking a brown guy with Muslims. Like you can in your mind. They're the same thing. Like just
That's
me
not the case.
knowing. Like
It
I've
is.
been exposed to Europeans all my life. I know how they fucking think. I have been like, I'm soaked in this stuff. Like I am a Belgian myself. Ik ben zelf een Belg. And it is, and it's like I know how they think. So even if they may say, it's not a race issue. It actually is a race issue. They can't separate
cultural
race
from the religion.
Arab
Concede that when I think of a Muslim, I immediately think of a brown person.
Right.
But what
And
I'm
that's why
saying
I'm
is
gonna-
that there are white Muslims, and I don't treat them differently.
Aaron,
They're just as bad as the rest.
Aaron, that's why I'm gonna get beat the fuck up on the streets, probably half to death, if not to death, and then strung up on a tree. That's why I'm gonna get it, even though my people are fighting these assholes. They're giving their lives to kill these ISIS assholes.
Yeah, look, and you see, and we, the quote-unquote regressive leftists, have a solution, is to fight over generalizing and over fucking, overreaching stereotypes of a race. That's what we do. That's the best way to fight it, actually. Also spreading propaganda against it.
Use the word culture.
It is iron. It is.
Use the word cultural or cultural trait or something to that effect versus race, because
well, culture.
it's like global warming. You don't say
They
global
mix that
warming
shit
anymore. You
together
say
with
climate change, right?
It is race. In my experience, it is race. It is a race issue. Actually, they can't be separated in my mind. And I don't blame Iron, for example, for thinking that, because that's, for example, that what he's been exposed to by the media. That's what he's exposed to by the culture, because the vast majority of Muslims are brown. Of course, you can't really separate them.
Because cultural stuff follows racial lines.
Yes.
Right. I don't blame Iron. I don't even begrudge him for thinking that.
But I think his issue isn't a race-based issue. It's more to do with the culture or a religion that exists within it.
I don't think you can separate them.
It's both. It's both, Ludic. I would say it's both.
Yeah, you can't separate them. And I understand that if Iron wants to string me up on the street, even though he's an asshole and an idiot for doing it, because I'm not I'm not one of those extremist guys, but I would understand if he did it.
Well, my greater point isn't that should happen to you. It's that when that does happen to you, it's going to be because the left sold out Brussels and the right took advantage of the opportunity and made it.
Left didn't sold out jack shit. You're lying.
I'm not lying.
That's a blatant lie.
You can point to the various places where people left-leaning on the political spectrum, they fail on national security issues or security issues in general. They just aren't very strong on that topic. It's a weak point for their ideology.
That's false. That's demonstrably false and historically false. Mao's China was not fucking nationalistic.
Would do the left, by the way, would do the left have to do with government three-letter agencies? I mean.
Well, that's true as well. That's true as well.
Yeah. No. By the way, even though if Iron is saying is true, I don't think that's gonna be the reason why the more, I guess, nationalistic types are gonna rise up. I think the reason why they're gonna rise up is because the attacks are gonna intensify and increase. Because now what they've done in Brussels, what they've done in Paris is set a precedent, and now other cool kids are gonna want to copy that. They want to get their own hashtag trending, hashtag Muhammad, hashtag Brussels. That's what we're dealing with. The human psychology, it's like this. You wouldn't have a clothing brand becoming, insanely popular if some popular guy didn't make it like famous and made it like a trend. It's just this extends from clothing, to food, all the way to fucking terrorism. People don't think that differently, regardless of what I'm saying is they don't think differently in the way they think, regardless of the subject. That's sort of what I'm saying. And we're gonna see terrorist attacks in Canada, Aaron, where you live. We're gonna see more terrorist attacks in America. We're gonna see it in fucking the Czech Republic. Gonna see it more in Russia. These are gonna all intensify, and this is gonna fucking put Europe and all these other countries is gonna put it on a boiling point, and we're gonna see, then you're gonna see the claws come out, and then you're gonna see what you really have to be afraid of. And it was never the Muslims. They were just a fucking, they were just a gnat on your ass.
Yeah.
You're gonna be afraid of the ass that's gonna come down on you to crush you. That's what you're gonna be afraid of, not the fucking gnat.
Well, I'm not gonna have a problem with that. I'm a white male. I'll be fine. Right. But it's the rest of you guys that are gonna have to deal with that problem.
I'm gonna probably have to move.
That's just such a deranged kind of way of thinking, Iron Man. You're not a fucking vacuous from a fucking society, Iron. You're not a fucking special snowflake.
No, I'm telling you, there are alternative solutions, but the way that you or people like you, brother, are pursuing the situation is going to lay the groundwork for the kinds of extremism that you're worried about. I don't see how you don't see it.
Aaron, I think there could be truth to what you're saying, but I think your view of exclusion is I think probably equally damaging, if not more. I think yours is way more harmful than trying to reconciliate and trying to get people together to talk in a room.
In most ways, it is. In certain ways, mine is harmful, but I think in more ways, your view is harmful. Also, you think there is no such thing as nationalistic fucking communism? Like, look at fucking the Albanian communism. Look at their leader was one of the most nationalistic fucking bigoted motherfucking parties in the whole fucking Soviet Union.
Say fucking more.
Well, why don't we address the complaints that Islam has in the Middle East and what's been going on there the past 10 or 15 years, and then realize that most of that foreign policy has been policy of the right, preemptive. The idea, the Bush doctrine, this notion that you can preemptively attack these guys with drones and shit. It seems to me that all the action that's led to quote-unquote blowback, i.e. terrorist attacks in the West, has been the result of policies that for the most part reflect your doctrine, Iron. I don't see them attacking us under the pretense of hippies handing out flowers and leftists trying to say, oh, you can do what you please and welcome and stuff. Is that what the Muslims are saying, why they're attacking us?
With all due respect, Ludic, that's a stereotype of leftism, though. That's a very fucking narrow way to view what leftism is, or what it historically.
Let me put it this way: are they attacking us for our prime minister to be sitting in a makeshift little store with free goods that we hand out to people from Syria as they arrive at the airport? Is that winning hearts and minds, or do you think that's provoking the Islam to want to attack us?
Well, it depends on who you are talking about specifically, right? Because this is, in the broader context, this is a culture war. So, I mean, if people draw pictures of Muhammad, is that killing people with drone strikes? Is that causing them mortal harm and danger? No, obviously. But people still will do violence over you drawing Muhammad, or they'll become extremely mad or physically assault you or whatever. So I think in the broader culture war, there are going to be people who justify their reactions based off those attacks, but that's not going to constitute all the attacks or counterattacks that come towards us.
Or did I suggest such?
No, but I think it's
okay.
Popular.
Now, if we were going to look at any of these actions and break them down into perhaps 2 or 3 categories as to why they carried out, or why the terrorists say they carried out, in most instances, is not the bulk of their complaints with regard to the West's action foreign policy in the Middle East post 9/11?
You're asking for 2 or 3? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. At least something.
Yeah, I would say probably foreign policy, religion, and racism or something to that effect.
Okay. Basically, what I'm trying to suggest is the policies that we've been using since 9/11, at least under the Bush and Obama for the most part too, has been ones that reflect the politic and what you're suggesting. That we go in there and use force, that we go in there and do things of that nature. And look at what it's netted us.
Ludic,
an increase in terrorist attacks.
Well, we could own Iraq right now if we wanted to. If we put our minds to it. So I don't think that indicates a failure of my political view or doctrine.
Good luck with that.
With all due respect, all this supposed terrorism and perceived terrorism, I think it's just it's a rather weak side effect of our policy. Our policy today has resulted actually in a century with, like, I guess the least deathly century and with least war damage at all. Like, we are actually living in one of the most peaceful times right now.
Aaron, do you know what that means to owning Iraq? It's like you're saying we can stitch a cancerous leg to our amputated leg. Like, that's what you're essentially saying. Like, why the fuck would you want Iraq? It's a fucking shithole.
It could be. I think, though, that if you put your mind to it, I think you could you probably turn it into something useful.
I doubt it. I doubt it.
But again, this stems from the fact that deep down inside, I'm not a racist, right? So I don't think there's anything particular about the Iraqi people that precludes them from enlightenment and capitalism and all this stuff.
It's the culture. It's the culture of violence and the fucking 50 years of, even the 50 years of the suppression of freedom by Saddam. You know, Saddam was like condensing all the fucking grievances and rage into a little tiny tin can, and then when America came in with a can opener, they opened it. You know, all the shit fucking burst out, and now you can't put it back in the box. You know? Now you can't get it back in there.
We have a whole generation of young people who grew up in much the same way you did, Palm, and now they're fucking angry.
Yeah, God help the world.
And that combined with the internet and stuff, it's like I hate to connect it to conspiracy or truthers or something, but it's like that. They're angry. They want to rage against the machine. And they can identify, because of their life experience, Islam, and they feel that our foreign policy in the West is not just disenfranchise them via foreign policy and whatnot, but this is a fundamental spiritual thing or ethics or moral thing, and that it literally is a failing of our society, is what they're suggesting.
Ludwig, you were asking a while ago.
Our religion, our culture.
Ludwig, you were asking a while ago, why do these terrorists do these attacks? Right, that was what you were asking. Is that maybe to clarify?
Also,
I don't remember asking that, but I wouldn't mind hearing your perspective on it.
Well, my sort of condensed version of it is like, it's multiple things. One is exactly our meddling in the Middle East, our meddling in their business has drawn their attention. Second thing is our values clash with them, and so they detest us because of our values. They view us as immoral monsters, you know. Because you know, we are much more liberal than them, I guess I would say. You know, we let our women have freedom. You know, I guess freedom as in the sense of what it means in the West to be free. Whatever, you know, that's just one thing. You know, we allow pornography, we allow alcohol, we allow eating pigs, and like all these things, they don't help.
And the basis for that is Islam and the Muslim faith.
You know, no, I'm talking about the extremists specifically who attack us. It doesn't help them to look more kindly upon us. So they already have.
So it's their interpretation of the religious. They have a religious basis of it.
So no, I'm telling you all the reasons they're attacking us. Another reason for them to attack us is to manipulate us into attacking the Middle East and destabilizing it even further. That's another reason why they're doing it, because the terrorists, they flourish when a society collapses. They flourish when you bomb. You know, when a family is eating dinner around the table and a fucking bomb comes through their roof. Everyone is killed except the son or whatever, or the daughter or whoever, and they survive with all the fucking hate of the world, you know, and they've got to now live with that, you know. That's how these people are made. That's how these people are born. These extremist types.
Yeah. Also, I would wonder though. Yeah. I would wonder though, if the Soviet Union was still around, the time when Saddam Hussein was brought down, how would the Soviet Union would actually deal with Saddam Hussein? That would be an interesting thing though, if it was still there.
Crates and crates of vodka.
And dropping it on him, literally dropping it on him.
No, not for him, for us.
Yeah.
Just drink ourselves silly until we didn't care. Pretty sure Gorbachev would do that.
Whilst massacring people?
No. I mean, like Gorbachev. He would just drink.
I've always wondered what if the fucking Nazis won the war? Like then the Kurds wouldn't have to deal.
Well,
then the Kurds wouldn't have to deal with a Saddam that was armed by the Americans.
Dude,
then we wouldn't have to deal with them.
If the Nazis won the war, we would not have the third fucking Ghostbusters be all female cast. That's what.
See,
one person's they would not be Ghostbusters. They would be Jew Busters as well.
It's fucking.
Call what Jews in the neighborhood.
Hitler wasn't opposed to dealing with the Muslims. He wasn't opposed to dealing with the Muslim leaders. No, more specifically Muslim leaders. He was actually petitioning them.
What's that song? Who do you call when the Jews are in the neighborhood?
What?
No, the song for Ghostbusters. Who do you call when the
ghosts are in the neighborhood? Ghostbusters. Is that on?
Yeah. In Nazi America, they're gonna change it. Who are they gonna call if Jews in the neighborhood? Jew Busters.
Don't worry.
It will be all in German as well.
You can hide in my attic, Jack. Don't worry about it. I've got.
Whose attic is brother gonna hide in?
Since my diet, I have so much food. Jack could live for the next 200 years off that stuff. So I got you covered, man.
But he's gonna be living from the blood of the Muslim kids, right?
I was wondering though, like, did you guys talk the Justin debacle? Like, did anything happen when I went away? I was in the morning about that's when I went away. Like, but now I came back. Did Justin on or what? What happened?
I don't know if Justin was back after the.
And Nadia's hangout, for example, because you were here, I think.
Oh, that's true. I wasn't here, I think.
You were in the hangout with Gus and everyone, like.
Oh, you mean in Mark's hangout?
No, in this in the what is it?
Oh, afterwards. Oh, right. Oh, yeah, we talked the same thing, that we think it's just not. It's sort of against our values, and people who hold to morality say that it's outrageous, right? And that we just don't want to have this.
Art, I want to ask you why, like I think I've asked this, but it was in a more competitive environment. But like, why do you think it's wrong to show someone their daughter's porn? Like, why is that wrong? Can you give me what, maybe an argument or whatever, or just your explanation? Like, why is that wrong? I don't understand why it's wrong.
So it's not just that, although it depends, right? So. But I think the main sort of line that is crossed there is getting his family involved into this, right? When it's not needed, right? This is just another sort of low blow, right?
But his family is already involved, isn't it? No. His daughter is already like a public figure. There was already like a whole debacle on that. Like she's a public figure. He's a public figure.
She's irrelevant to the
argument. No, everything that was used was in the public eye. Like, this is not like something private that was brought up.
Right, so if I as a capitalist say that, look, capitalism can bring up children really well, and I don't know, Jack finds the footage of my daughter doing porn, I don't know, some scat porn, is it fine for Jack to bring this up with a picture of, with a footage of that, and put it next to me in a hangout? Or show the video and scream it, put it on loudspeakers in the middle of a square.
Justin Bieber actually brought it up. It was actually it was actually a topic that he brought up, and they were talking about that topic. It was a relevant topic to the discussion, so it wasn't something irrelevant.
There's ways to do that, right? The way he did it was obviously try to hurt Matt, to make fun of him, to ridicule him, whilst using his daughter to do so, right? So did his daughter first of all consent?
It doesn't matter. It's all public. Everything on this was like a public domain.
Well, no, I think it does violate some sort of sexual assault laws to expose people to pornographic material without their consent.
Actually, she's not a porn actress. She's a cam girl.
Yeah,
the only rights that there are to the website of the cam, right?
Yeah,
those videos that you found. Yeah, those videos that you guys found and I've seen are actually on a website that is sort of pirating this essentially.
Oh, it's not from Pornhub?
No, it's not Pornhub. That's the thing. That's another issue with that.
Yeah, it's a copyrighted material, basically, I guess. Then you
There's that as
violate
well.
that. Yeah.
Not to mention that showing porn in a Hangout is a violation of terms of service, and it will get the owner of the Hangout banned from using Hangouts for at least half a year, I think. So that's also a attempt of censorship, essentially, right? So there's so many issues that are fucked up.
I'm trying to figure out why everyone is morally outraged. I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Don't say morally, because not everybody's using sort of morals, right? There's only Christians who would call it a moral issue because they believe in some kind of real morals. Usually atheists here who talked about it are basically essentially saying that, look, this is against my values, right? And these values, so our values conflict, right? So thus we cannot hang out with Justin, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna,
No, I'm just, but if one person's if it's all like it's this is your values and this is my values and let's agree to disagree. I mean, if it's just that, then like I don't think it can be morally outraged.
Conflict. It's a conflict.
I don't know. I just think you can't really be morally outraged if it's all just relative.
I'm not morally outraged. That's the thing.
That was my experience, I guess. Maybe I misinterpreted, but that was my experience from everyone.
When I say it's wrong, it's fucked up, it's disgusting, I'm saying, look, it conflicts with my values.
Right, maybe not you.
But it just so happens, for some reason, that actually most of the people in our community, even though they're atheists, agree with these values, right? And we've identified that they're in conflict with some other person, meaning that we cannot coexist with each other in the same venue, so we have to take means to not allow him to be here. I
wouldn't personally porn bomb Matt Slick. Like exactly. Like I don't think that's I think that's a distasteful thing to do. But that's just because that's my personal preference, I guess. But my way to deal with him would be to introduce him to my brick. Just fucking bash him over the head with it. Like that would be my way. But then it conflicts again. See, this is even a more extreme way of dealing with him. But like, what is it? Like, can we not hang out anymore? Like, what? I don't understand. Like,
well, actually, no. Attacking the person himself.
Yeah, you'd go to jail, so people wouldn't be able to hang out with you anymore.
I wish to voice my opinion as to why I take issue with the block function, at least how it functions on Google Hangouts. If one person joins the Hangout who has a block on this person they take issue with, then the whole room is disenfranchised in the sense that they can't have the company of that person because of the will of one person. Now, if it worked in some kind of consensus manner, then it might be a little bit different. But for the most part, all it takes is one person to block a person, and even though the rest of the room, the other 9 members, might want to enjoy that person's views, they can't.
Well, it kind of doesn't. It doesn't work like that, but it's a...
That's exactly how it works.
I just use a stock account.
It depends on where. But that's a different really topic because I want to get on this Justin thing because so there's also this violation of this unspoken sort of peace treaty, you could say, between theists and atheists, and generally any two parties that disagree in the Western world, right? Like the liberals and the Democrats. I'm sorry, liberals and the Republicans, or Democrats, Republicans, whatever. Which is that even though we disagree with each other, even though we think the other side's ideology will lead to a lot of, negation of human well-being, suffering that is, we will not resort to violent measures, right? Because we understand there's a subjective aspect to this, because we both could be wrong, right? And if this is a justification for us to attack each other, right? If the justification for attacking the opposition is that you think they're wrong, or you think that their ideology leads to bad outcome, then pretty much everybody is justified to violently attacking each other. And what this will lead to is just violence everywhere, and nobody would be even everybody would be afraid to speak out, right? Or some other party, or ultimately it's going to be about might makes right. Who has the more power and who is able to silence the opposition. Us being atheist, the minority here, right? We should be really mindful of that because the Christians can stump us. We're smart.
Isn't that already the case? Like, isn't that like how are you going to tell this to Nadia?
Go on.
How are you going to tell to Nadia that that all this is not forced on her?
Wait, no. Wait, what is forced on her?
Like she is forced to live a certain way because of the Christian culture, not specifically Christians, I guess, but just the Christian culture in general. They are Nadia's her whole life, she has been forced to live how they want her to live.
Okay, so she's been marginalized, but how does that warrant? She's been marginalized by a large group of society, and how that then turns into justifying whatever course of action, and however you perceive it on
I'm just saying there's another way of forcing. This is just another way of forcing your values on others, other than violence. I mean, we are doing.
We all have these values, really, by the extension, by the mere fact that we do not bash each other because we think that somebody else is wrong, right? There's this. Am I the only one who sees this sort of unspoken agreement, right? You see this sort of everywhere, right?
I see it. I know what you mean, but I'm just
violated,
saying,
right? And that is dangerous.
I'm just saying we are constantly forcing our each other's, like the majority is constantly forcing their opinions.
There is no code.
I think it'd be kind of interesting to look at it from the sense that why people feel so, abhorrent. Towards nudity.
No, it's not about her being nude. I don't have an issue with that. I don't have an issue with her being porn. No, she's the right to do anything she wants with her body. It's that this has been shoved in her father's face, right? Which I think it's against my values.
Well, the specifics of it being nudity stuff plays a part in this. If he had pointed to her article on Pathos or whatever that. How she deconverted and brought that up on screen, then you'd be talking something different, wouldn't you?
That is still kind of like, why bring his family into this? You're talking about.
There is always confliction, and we can always lower it.
Could be. I can think of a contextual basis within discourse to which a person might cite his daughter being deconverted and discourse with him about his theology.
The daughter was relevant to the topic. Like outside of the video,
he didn't make any claims that would necessitate this response. I didn't hear him make those claims.
Like outside of the porn bombing, Matt's daughter was very relevant to the discussion because Justin was poking and prodding as to the way he was treating his daughter.
So how is this relevant? How is treats his daughter?
Well, I think we all know that it was the wrong thing to do, and I think Justin knows it was wrong, and that's why he used a fake account and lied about it, right? Like, if he thought he was doing the right thing and that it wasn't really a moral issue, there'd be no reason to hide his identity.
Aaron, as a fascist, you should understand, it's like you know that hiding the Jews is wrong, but you still don't say you have Jews because you know you're gonna get punished.
That's a good point, Paul.
Yeah,
what about hiding the Jews? I don't understand.
You know that if you live in Nazi Germany, hiding the Jews is wrong by that society, right?
Yes, correct.
But okay, not you maybe, but you'd still hide them, and you'd still not say that you have.
Well,
Jews.
I wouldn't hide the Jews, obviously.
But you're not, of course. But I'm just giving you an example. So Justin may even believe that it is the right thing to do, but he's like, it's like hiding the Jews, he's still obeying by his own morals, but he knows he's going to get punished because by society standard he's not behaving in the right way.
Right. See? But could we get back to
it's really a practical?
I'd like to get back to how you fabricated this, and you've been talking for 3 days straight about this code that I've been a dues-paying member here now for 6-7 months. And this is the first utterance of any such code.
It's unspoken.
Unspoken codes. So there's all of a sudden things that I might speak too loud, and somebody will silence me or marginalize me, or I might.
Oh no, you
I don't. This is one of the things why I don't go to Pal Chat. Pal Talk.
So this is
this style.
Are you? Is anyone actually aware of the title of this thing?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Did anyone bother? Actually, Googling what the title of the hangout meant.
Jawohl, Herr Commandant. We shall come to the topic.
Well, I actually speak German. If you are trying to use a fascist title, I suppose you might have to like a Obersturmführer or General Feldmarschall. Anyway, I was in the meantime going about actually saying that well, what is the dramaturgical perspective within sociology? Okay. It sets it up as a. I'm sorry.
We're trying to shit on Justin now. You're ruining it.
Well, yes, I am, and I'm going to.
Not defense program.
It harder. So, as I was very explicitly attempting to convey, the dramaturgical perspective of sociology frames things as, say, actors in a play, and likewise, this metaphor that extends to affairs like, well, people's sideband or the actors' sideband communications within the context of the, acting out the play, and in that you see what is it? Communication out of character, right? You're going out of character, not actually doing what you do within the play, and then, worse yet, there are realigning actions that go about would be the case of what you're doing with I guess it's just whoever, which is going on about how bad somebody is or whatever it is, and I think the other kind is treatment of the absent, which is of course going on about those who are absent, and I guess how they're either disparaged or praised or similar. Now, that kind of affair is not actually part of the proper performance, and that's a difficulty with the execution of the play. I would say, in terms of things like the Great Debate, where there are real issues to be addressed and ones of actual serious consequence, we should, or I would rather, those within the Hangouts I run, strive to address those. You know, like the, well, anti-religion affairs, right? Or otherwise ideological, validity, invalidity, or the ethical quality of, the ideologies or religious stances and so on and so forth, as opposed to the characters of particular persons, right? Going on about how bad, say, Brian Fisher is, just to keep it, somebody who's not a direct participant in these discussions at all, it wouldn't actually be the way to go either. It's content free, in fact. You say, oh, Brian Fisher is such a bad guy.
Oh, yeah.
What actually does matter is, okay, you just prove his religion, knock out the basis for his affair, and if not an undercutting defeater, then go for an outright defeater, just that goes beyond, say, the premises and even his, change of inference and so on, being altogether false. That kind of affair is the real serious thing to do here, and not this, was somebody being naughty or nice inside the Hangout?
Thank you, Nadia.
Okay?
Thank you. I've heard you.
Naughty? Oh, wow.
Naughty or nice.
A bit of a misunderstanding. Can I please say this? One of the things a lot of people from other countries, even Canada, do not understand is how liberal our freedom of speech is here and how protected it is. And these type of news journalistic hit jobs are fairly common. They're not taken altogether seriously, but I wonder if there's some speech issues and stuff like that. But I'm going to stop the whole complete concept of the whole conversation because fuck it.
Yeah, I'm gonna find some footage of OG's daughter fucking and just, put it in a hangout.
I think the more important kind of thing to address would be, for instance, the demonstration that philosophical bases of the reactionary tendencies like fascism or clerical fascism or theocratic affairs are false and possibly even immoral, or that say affairs like demonstrating the fact that there are no such things as gods for the zillionth time. And if you guys are kind of get your act together on that, there actually are pretty good arguments, and people should pick them up. What else?
Yeah.
I think likewise. The sex gender system and all that arising whether by natural forces or some kind of attribution to agency, are things worthy of being counteracted. If they are natural forces, as the radical position actually contends, guess what? One carries out an effort to counteract them, much as you go out efforts to counteract smallpox, right? This is in the manner in which that could be carried out is also something to discuss. So, I'm not happy with somebody that goes in or out of our things is being some kind of good guy or bad guy. I really would rather people stuck to the issues instead of freaking drama. A dramaturgical. Did you notice the word?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, I also said no dramaturgical. Right. No drama. Right. Yeah. Please.
That's a please. Okay. I'm gonna stay out of it.
No, don't stay out of it. Stay in it and do something that's actually relevant to sort of like subject and purpose and theme of all this affairs. Go ahead.
Basically, avoid talking about drama. But just for now, I will say something really quickly. Davis Sorini released the Anita Sarkeesian effect, his version of the movie.
You're not supposed to talk about her in here.
Did you not?
Hilarious.
The link. I can usually laugh.
It is fucking hilarious, though. It's fucking.
Well,
just
irrespective of.
Now it's the art and
the same kind of manner of addressing, I guess, the individual figures who are, I guess, being, however inappropriately held up as, these standard bearers or whatever it is you're saying they are of feminism, is actually called ad hominem argumentation. You understand? That how good or bad the person who presents the position is not actually a real argument. It's the content. You can actually examine what the arguments are and make counter arguments against them, or if someone's already made one, make a counter argument against that counter argument. If you don't think the media analysis was solid, you demonstrate how that media analysis was deficient, and someone else who actually cares about media analysis might
just look at some of the streaming. There's somebody streaming video. There's somebody streaming some sounds.
Maybe something turned on. Hang on.
What is it? I couldn't hear. Okay,
somebody was streaming a video or something. Sounds into the Hangout. I heard it in the background.
I can't tell who it is, and I don't know what you're on about. Okay, so you understand the point I was making, and I'd also like to welcome the Fox in the Know.
Yeah.
Thanks,
okay, good to see you on Fox in the Know.
Hi, Nadia.
There are just way too many criticisms you can make against the movie that Davis Arani and Jordan Owen shot. There's just a whole fucking list of criticisms.
Can you post a link to it?
Oh yeah, I will do it now.
What are you even talking about with this movie?
It's a wannabe It's a wannabe investigation piece on Anita Sarkeesian and why she is a horrible individual, basically.
Well, not just individual, but the arguments.
Okay. That's all the trouble is, of course, is that you could dismiss the entire thing as ad hominem if all it does is show what a terrible individual she is. So.
No, it would be only ad hominem if you said that because she's
actually, no, you can. I mean, if all it is saying how bad a person she is, doesn't matter. That's ad hominem. That's what's called ad hominem.
No, ad hominem is saying that you're wrong because you're a shitface.
That's well, exactly, right?
Yeah, but you're saying that you're a
shitface. It doesn't matter. Well, hang on. Okay, so if that is taken as a basis of deeming her, I guess, things that she's presented as incorrect, that would be ad hominem. That's what they're saying. Okay. Yes. So at that point, because it no longer has to do with any of the actual conceptual contentions that she's advancing, it becomes irrelevant, right?
No.
It's irrelevant on the pay. It's irrelevant on the pain of committing ad hominem.
No, it could be relevant in a discussion about her character.
Well, the discussion isn't about anyone's character because I said no drama, right?
Does her argument revolve around her own personal character?
I don't know.
I think not. So then it's ad hom.
No. If I say that, I don't know, brother here is a moron, right? I'm not making an ad hominem. I'm making an insult. If I say brother is wrong about what he says because he's a moron, that's an ad hominem.
Well, where is that nuance? Nadia was just supposing that if the majority of the content of said video that or whatever the hell that idiot's name is material attacking her on a personal level, then it can be summarily dismissed in the way in which Nadia just did.
If it's attacking her personally, then inferring that she's wrong because of that, then sure, nothing wrong with having a document assessing somebody's spirit.
I'll lay it out again. All right, for starters, no drama. So, if it's just about a character, then it's out of bounds for the whole thing anyway. Number two, if this thing that is technically about her character that is somehow taken to imply some kind of argument against her arguments, at that point it becomes ad hominem and can also be dismissed. So at that point, anything that's dedicated to her character is pretty much just get it out of here. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would love to address that. Throwing insults around, say, nilly-willy, also begs the question, why would you do it in the first place if it doesn't advance any argumentation, or also, I guess, mischaracter. What backs the mischaracterization that is an insult? Because that's basically all an insult is just mischaracterizing the other individual.
I don't really care about this, honestly.
Yeah, so, again, we're supposed to actually have, these kinds of arguments that go on regarding, the real issue. Not this talking meta banter or whatever. So, I mean, in the interest of getting on to that, well, I would say, fascism is not even a coherent ideology. Not a great deal more than just, I guess, a kind of bizarre racism exclusionary kind of affair. And the proposals of a nation state and such that are
Nadia.
What you want to call it? What's that?
Nadia, my more general observation was actually not even addressing a person. It was just an issue. If morality, if it's just a matter of your preference versus my preference of what we consider moral or not, like my question is, why the moral outrage? And Art already said he wasn't morally outraged, and yeah, I probably saw what I wanted to see in him, but I definitely saw other people acting in a way like you would see Christians behave, like, how dare you, whatever. It's like, what basis do they have to justify their outrage? Like, I don't understand the moral outrage, I guess.
I don't know that moral realism would serve as a justification for outrage anyway, but still, go ahead.
I don't think it's got really anything to do with morals. I think it's not a moral issue. I think it's more of a manners and civility issue and values and the kind of person that I guess certain actions indicate an individual to be. I don't think people are couching it necessarily in moral terms. Some people maybe. I don't know. Maybe people are making hay out of it if they don't like the individual involved. That's what I see. Which is going to happen. I mean, if you make enemies, you piss people off. The moment you fuck up, then people are going to take advantage of it, and that's not necessarily wrong to do because they may be justified, but they may just milk it for all it's worth. So you kind of only get yourself to blame in those situations, and that's what I see going on.
It's a good point. Yeah, and I think they're saying that this is moral outrage. Maybe it builds to hysteria. That's what it seems like to me, I guess. It's like a mob of angry Christians. Like that's what it seems to me, and they're atheists.
Yeah, but I mean, like I said, atheists have values and manners and ways of interacting with people, and the community has a code. Even if you strip out moral language, that's still important to people, right? That's just a general way of it's a taboo thing to do. What Justin is alleged to have, what Justin did do.
Just my point is I don't like it. That's all. That's
yeah. I can kind of see why people. I think a lot of it depends on. A lot of it does depend in which way you go, is of how much you like the person. I mean, let's be honest. If people liked Justin beforehand, then they're likely to defend him. If people really, really didn't like the guy, then they're likely to take the baton and run with it.
Well put, Fox.
And
I
just think, I mean, I don't really know Justin that well. I've had a few interactions with him. And
I love Justin personally. I go to all his concerts,
Well, he is a wonderful artist.
Yeah.
But
voice.
But actually, he's got those songs on the radio that get in your head, and you want to smash the radio, but they're actually getting your head in the. But I just think that it will sort of die down. But people are entitled to think what happened was too far, and I think the movement there isn't really a movement to do something like en masse. There's not even got a Twitter hashtag really, apart from those ones there.
My thing is I just want to shoot myself in the head, but not because I don't like his songs. It's just because I know the song is in my head. I want to get closer to it. I guess that's why I want to be able to touch the song.
You want to be able to touch the song. Well, it's a lovely song to touch.
That's why I want to blow my brains out when Justin comes on the radio. That's
yeah. I hear you.
You made a lot of good points, Fox. Way better points than any atheists I've heard at least.
Well, I don't know. I can't, like, I try to understand it from both sides. I can see why people get pissed off about it.
Sure.
I can also see, because I mean, when I watched the Hangout of where he lied about it as well, I thought, come on, it's just like that I find is an insult to people's intelligence.
Let's not make it personal. Let's not talk about the people. Nadia is.
No, I'm not talking about anyone's name in particular, but I just think there's a difference. I think there's a difference between. I mean, it's easy to not help yourself, isn't it? I think that's the thing, and I think I'm the kind of person who tries to give people the benefit of the doubt. But yeah, you've got to if in a hole, stop digging, really.
So you don't think he did 9/11?
I don't know. He might have done.
I think so. Yeah.
I think Pearl Harbor as well. Well, maybe Pearl Harbor.
Yeah, I've just got Black Lives Matter after that because I don't want to be considered a racist for not considering the black struggle.
Justin's Lives Matters.
No, Black Lives Matter. Do you realize the Black Lives Matter movement? Do you know what they did after the Brussels attack?
Oh, I know. Yeah, they made a hashtag called "Fuck Paris."
No, fuck Brussels.
Oh, fuck Brussels. Oh, you said Brussels.
Yeah. Right, like a few fucking hours after the attack, fuck Brussels. It's like now, like I include the hashtag Black Lives Matter in everything. Like every time something happens. Just so they know, hey, I'm looking out for you guys.
Fuck Black Lives. Hashtag fuck Black Lives. Yeah. We have a new terrorist attack, and need to get attention to that, so we're gonna, make a hashtag fuck Black Lives.
Hashtag Brussels. Hashtag fuck Black Lives, and then hashtag Black Lives Matter right after that.
BLM is garbage. They're setting the entire civil rights movement or new civil rights movement back a long way. I feel bad for the genuinely interested black people that have to put up with their bullshit.
You forgot to put a hashtag Black Lives Matter. You're a racist.
Seriously, like when BLM, when they just go and they obstruct highways and stuff, they make black people look like rabid animals. And it reinforces the racist stereotypes that blacks are stupid and you can't actually negotiate with them because all they do is rampage.
Yeah, I don't know if that's my view. I see their issues, actually. I do recognize their frustration. I don't see them as rabid animals.
Yeah, they do have a right to voice their opinions and point out issues, but making hashtag fuck Paris after terrorist attack, fuck you. Fuck you sideways with a rake.
Yeah, I don't think that's. I think you may be the only one having that here, probably.
Yeah, we can hear
agrees. Like I don't see them as fucking animals. They are I think that is a rational action to take. Blocking whatever. If you feel genuinely not heard and genuinely undermined, I think that's a rational position to take because you're frustrated. Nobody's taking you seriously.
No, I'm saying it reinforces the idea that they're animals.
But I don't think they're animals.
Yeah, only if you're already a racist.
I would love to hear the mechanisms of that reinforcement. How does it? What reinforces? How is? Yeah.
Because it's overall it's a negative movement at this point. So there's not really people aren't associating positive things with BLM as much as they're associating negative things and all these various riots and scandals and such with BLM.
So do you think that Trump supporters do you think they bring negative stereotypes of white people? White Americans.
Yeah,
I think it's an
no, I think that's different.
Yeah.
If you already have
you see, that's the double standard right here. He loves shitting on our black race until it comes onto the white race.
BLM wants to have rallies, that's fine. And if they want to obstruct traffic, I think that's wrong. And I think if Trump supporters were doing it, I would say that they're wrong as well.
That white people are wrong though? Are white people animals now? Because okay.
Well, there are popular stereotypes about white people that are sometimes reinforced to the detriment of white people.
Yeah. Really, Aaron?
Yes.
I just think if you already have an opinion that black people are animals, then you, especially the association of that as if it's somehow separate. You know, it's not taken as just saying, "Oh, that guy's an animal." When you say, "Well, black people in particular are animals," it's sort of the connotation there is already racist. So you're not likely to be someone who's particularly open to positive views of what black people do anyway.
No, but I think if you're just a regular guy, you're driving home and you've heard before, like, oh, you can't reason with black people, they're always rioting, they're always poor, blah, blah, blah. And then all of a sudden you can't get home from work or you can't get to work because there's all these black people and their supporters rampaging in the highway in front of your car. I think that could push you in the direction of being like, oh, maybe these guys were right, like maybe these black people are crazy and can't be sure.
Or it could do the exact opposite, couldn't it? So yeah. It could say, actually, you know what? Yeah, it's inconvenienced me, but at the same time, I kind of understand why they're angry. Or I
don't think people on the side of people that inconvenience them. I think that's wishful
thinking. Well, that's not true because, I mean, for instance, I sometimes get inconvenienced by people on strikes, for instance. I don't think, oh, bloody, public sector workers or bloody teachers or whatever it is, how dare they inconvenience me. I think anybody who doesn't already have these negative views of people would be willing to say, actually, social struggle involves some kind of setbacks or sacrifices for some people. Sometimes, no struggle is necessarily always entirely peaceful, or no struggle it doesn't inconvenience people. It's not as if black people should just stay at home and bake cookies and sort of sell them and try and raise the profile of what they're doing. Even if they're not necessarily going about it exactly as you or I would think is a positive or the most positive outcome. I can still appreciate that the struggle behind that may well be legitimate.
You brought up a strike. Would you agree that there are certain strategies that are appropriate for a strike and certain ones that aren't?
Well, yeah. I mean, it would depend on the nature of the what the people are striking about. I mean, some strikes are more legitimate than others, but in general, the right to strike, I find solidarity in that, just as I find solidarity in, say, a minority group's right to protest or to demonstrate if they feel that they're being persecuted or if they feel that their rights are being infringed on or whatever it is. I mean, as long as that pretty much remains within the limits of the law, then you could say maybe that's gone too far.
Right, but that's my point. Sometimes civil obedience has a role.
Sometimes civil disobedience does have a role to play. I mean, the law isn't necessarily always favoured towards public.
Hey, Fox, can I interrupt really for a tiny second? Hey, Nadia, is that your new? I'm just asking Nadia if that's your new place.
No.
All right. Sorry. Thanks, Fox.
I think that BLM is breaking the law in many cases, and that they are threatening people, or they're thriving on disorder, and it's a destructive form of disorder.
I don't know the extent of that, but I do know that, for instance, often demonstrations and things like that, there may well be cases where the authorities step in and arrest people. Sometimes that's justified, sometimes it's not. I mean, I don't know the individual cases or statistics, but as I said, I think civil disobedience and dissent has a part to play in most struggles. I mean, I don't think. I mean, that suffragettes were arrested. People, civil rights protesters in the past have been arrested. Communists have been arrested. All sorts of people, fascists, whatever stripe you take. There's been arrests in the past. There's been, if you want to make an omelette, you've got to break a few eggs in some cases, right? So I don't think that you can take from that. I mean, for example, you've taken a very different opinion than I have from those activities. Now, there might be details that I would be made aware of that might change my opinion, but on the face of it, to the extent that I'm aware of it, I don't think that doesn't make me think, oh, those racist people who say that black people are animals are right. For me, I think there already has to be maybe that pre-existing prejudice there, and it's just reinforcing.
Well, that's already there. Exactly. That's where I'm coming from, right? So, if you're, I don't know where you live, but it's already a pretty well-established fact that racism has a legacy in the United States of America. So those kinds of attitudes and ideas are already commonplace in North America. It's not something that's foreign to the political landscape.
But So what do you expect black people then to do? Do you expect them to not trample on the feet of people who are potentially already racists and already have negative opinions of them, or do you expect them to just go out and do what they can and trying to make raise their profile as much as they can? I'm not saying that they're always going to go about it the right way, but I don't think any movement sits back and think, oh well, you know what? I mean, I don't think the suffragettes thought, oh, you know what, men already have a negative opinion of women, so we better not go out there and chain ourselves to railings or protest at.
Fox, you'd be
Fox,
very.
Can I ask you one quick question? Your accent, where?
I'm English.
You are English.
Yes.
So what area in England's that? It's
from Yorkshire.
Ah, okay.
So yes, that's.
I believe in orderly changes to government or the situation around you. I don't think that disorder or breaking the law is really the solution.
How often do you think in the past that's been achieved?
It depends on what you're looking at, I guess.
Well, I'm talking about, if you're talking about significant sort of like, were there arrests made, for instance, in the let's say a few years ago, were arrests made with civil rights activists? Were arrests made with women's rights activists? Were there arrests made with gay rights protesters in the sort of 50s? Were there arrests made with unionists? Back at early. Hasn't there always been some dissent and some violence? I mean, your entire country.
Yeah, there always has been arrests, and there always has been a certain amount of violence. But I think that if you looked into some of the things that they're doing, then you might change your mind, because I think that there's a lot of people or a lot of destructive feelings that are being exploited just for the purpose of destroying things and not with any real sense of direction or meaningful change to the system.
Well, I guess that's just going to be a difference of opinion, isn't it?
Yeah. Plus,
well,
there is an underlying.
I don't see how going into a library full of students and screaming at people benefits the black cause or engenders a sense of togetherness or camaraderie with black people. Like, I just don't see it.
Well, I guess it shows.
I don't think getting in front of a white girl and screaming in her face like, "Oh, you're a white bitch," like blah blah blah, you're worthless, black people are better, blah blah. I don't think that necessarily does.
Well, any movement
any good.
Any movement's going to have cases of people who maybe go too far, or maybe people who just make bad decisions in how they choose to protest. It doesn't mean that everyone as a part of that movement is automatically discredited. I mean, the suffragettes in England, a woman threw herself in front of the King's horse. I mean, was that a good idea? A lot of people were horrified. Some people say maybe it made an important difference and it highlighted these issues and really brought them to the forefront. Other people thought it was a terrible idea and made women look like deranged hysterics. It's a matter of opinion. I mean,
right, but I think the negatives are coming to characterize more and more the BLM, and I think the more positive or important or genuine players are actually abandoning the BLM.
Well, again, that's your opinion and you're entitled to it, but I think it's naive to think that, and given those examples that I just stated earlier, that you can just sort of be nice and sit around and bake cookies and sell lemonade and chat with people and give them leaflets and say, oh, have you heard about how many black people are killed by police in the US? Or have you heard about how racial inequalities never gets solved? It's not going to happen that way, and I think it's naive to think it will, and it's naive to expect black people who have got a lot of anger and feel shut out of the system to interpret things in that way. It's just
I don't think violence and force are the answer, because they don't have a big enough supply of them to actually beat the dominant structure.
Aaron, that's ironic. Didn't you say that might makes right, though, Aaron? And aren't you now?
But I'm saying that black people don't have a significant amount of power.
You're wrong. You're wrong. Right now, you're very wrong.
If an all-out race war between whites and blacks happened tomorrow, I think the blacks would lose. It's the same reason I tell Native people not to do violent things against the system.
That's false.
They'd also lose. They don't have enough power.
Race war?
race war.
Yeah, if that's what this was going to boil down to, like if this is going to be a physical fight over people's race.
How is that even remotely
Your
possible?
demarcations are fucking imaginary. Too bad your demarcations are
What
imaginary.
percentage of the U.S. military are black? They tend to be poor people and tend to come from lower income families.
We can look it up, but I'm sure that it's overwhelmingly white.
Yeah, but not all white people
military?
are going to side with the racists.
Yeah, exactly. Not all white people. Exactly, folks. Thank you.
I mean,
I would rather side with blacks and natives than whites.
Well, that depends on the situation. Depends on what kind of war it is, right? If all the blacks, hypothetically, this is just utter science fiction. If all the black people said "fuck the white people," right, we're gonna fight against them. I seriously doubt that you guys would join the black side.
I don't think. But I think, the majority of people who would prevent that from happening before it got to that stage, it just makes it just such an unfeasible scenario.
It's a ridiculous notion.
Yeah, I agree.
The motives matter. That's the motives behind.
Well, I mean, if you take this to something more subtle, like I don't know, political power, right? Then African Americans would just lose. I think that's what Aaron is saying, right? That ultimately they don't have enough strength to be so provocative, so bold, and so violent, or whatever.
Right. Well, exactly.
But at the same time, they have no problem entertaining the notion that Islam is coming to America and can take over with Sharia law.
Yeah,
I mean, lunatics.
It is
fucking lunatics.
That's true.
And if you look at, for instance, in the UK, I mean, we had at the turn of the last century, we had the Irish, the IRA arose as an attempt to overthrow the British state, and they were not as powerful as the British Empire at the time, and yet they fought and they did what they could to at least get what is now the Republic of Ireland to become a free and independent state. So it's not as if in history there hasn't been a case of small groups or less powerful people using, in some cases, violence to try to derive the best result for those people from a...
That's not gonna... Sorry, but
right,
that's not...
So are you trying to say are you trying to justify like black terrorism, or I'm trying to...
No, that's not... I'm saying... But we're not talking about that happening. But if you talk about what you consider "quote-unquote" violence, or I mean that's quite a subjective matter. But if there was some, or civil disobedience, I mean, that's happened in the past, and there's been people who's had a few cracked skulls here and there, and there's been people who've been killed, assassinated sometimes.
I don't think that you really know the full breadth of what the BLM has done. Is what I think it boils down to. No offense.
Well, like I said,
ignorant, but...
I mean, I'm willing to admit to an extent I am, but we're not talking about justification. I'm not talking about justification. I'm talking about power dynamics, and I think how that works is you can have groups of people who are weaker, using, it's asymmetric, I guess, in some respect, is that smaller, weaker groups can, through various means, not necessarily always going to be violent, but through civil disobedience, or by raising the profile in the media, or by having eloquent speakers and leaders, and by aligning with other groups, and whatever it is, they can get a result. Now, I'm not saying necessarily this movement is going about it completely the right way, because no movement ever has, but those kind of movements have in the past made successes. And even then, even if the outlook is bleak, right, people will still do it because they feel as if they've got little else to lose. That's part of the problem.
Yeah, they have nothing to lose but to gain,
Well, they have nothing to lose, but they're not making their situation any better by burning down the few businesses that actually decide to operate in their area, or hamstringing themselves in the social and political arena by making themselves look like idiots. Like, that's what I'm saying. I think they're setting back the legitimate protests and causes significantly.
Well, maybe, but I mean, say maybe maybe in some cases it's a case of two steps back, and then they realign themselves. They realise that something's not working. They improve as a movement, or maybe they fizzle out and they're replaced by something else entirely. I mean, I think it's like I said, if what you are saying is even if it was the most charitable view of what you're saying, and say, okay, what you said absolutely correct. These things absolutely do happen in the way you say it. I'm sure they still do a lot of other things which are making some kind of impact or progress. So at the very least, they are, they are helping perhaps reignite the civil rights struggle in America, because perhaps it's, in terms of progress, there's been stagnation with rising inequality and increased violence and segregation, and perhaps has been re-encroaching. It's not as if progress is just this constant thing. Once you get it off the ground, it just goes and goes and goes. Sometimes you have to give it a push, and sometimes that push can be quite forceful. I don't necessarily they're going the right way about it, but these things are going to happen, and I think who knows where they'll go. They might just fizzle out.
Also, not to mention that, I guess progressivism is very, very, very prevalent in academia and in the intelligentsia, so to say. So, I mean, they're not alone. They certainly have a strong hand in their, I guess, goals.
How you go from an organization
ambitions.
like Black Matters to a bunch of outliers that act like dickheads in certain instances you can point to supposing that there could be some type of race war reminiscent of the Turner Diaries? I don't know what to fucking say. Other than you're an idiot.
Well, no, we were talking about opening up the can of worms that is legitimizing violence for political aims, right? So that's sort of what could lead to a potential quote-unquote race war. Like, it obviously wouldn't be all the white people versus all the black people. That's a silly idea. But you can still have wars that are based off race or racism.
I would ask, is there any violence that's not directed toward political aim?
That's...
Sure, of course. There's all kinds of violence that doesn't have a political aim. I don't think that domestic abuse necessarily has a political function or aim. I don't think that domestic policing by default has it. I think it can, but I don't think it is inherent to it.
Okay, then, well, let's take domestic violence. Is there no political content to, I guess those who are placed into, say, subordinate positions within pair-bonded relationships, or even the I guess enforcement, maintenance, whatever it is, the system of pair bonding altogether. Go ahead.
I think you're assuming like a traditional or stereotypical view of domestic violence, which is like the man gets drunk and like hits his wife because she cooked the steak wrong or something. But I think the actual statistics for domestic assaults and violence indicate that the picture is not that stereotype. It's a lot more convoluted than that.
Pair bond. Well, you're saying that there's substantial domestic abuse in polyamorous relationships, or?
No, I'm just saying that the character of domestic abuse isn't as political as it would be in that sort of power dynamic situation that you might be referring to.
Yeah, it might be a little...
I didn't actually hear that.
I said that it depends on what domestic abuse you're talking about, because I don't think that the majority of domestic assaults and abuse actually have a political element to them.
Well, okay, and you say that there is no political content to the pair bonding system.
You'd have to be a little bit more specific.
Basically, like the two-person relationship and all that pair bonding.
Yeah, I think that's the result of just a natural function mostly.
Well, that doesn't really. doesn't really answer it. I mean, just because it comes from nature doesn't mean that it's absent of political content. I mean, in fact, it's not even distinctive. I mean, we are, as parts of nature, have the outcomes of our efforts and all that as natural phenomena themselves, right?
Right. You can obviously politicize pair bonding. It could be a political issue, but I don't think that there's anything inherent to pair bonding that makes it political. I think you just choose to make it political.
Okay. That's a relatively unusual contention. Are you saying that then, what is it, you say that pair bonding is in fact devoid of political content, then wait a minute, you can actually infuse it with political content, and it somehow, after having been infused with such, remains devoid of it again? Please try again.
No, I'm saying that political discussions arise after natural functions. So I would say that pair bonding is like the status quo, and then you develop your political scene off of that foundation, and then you can choose what you want to make of that pair bonding situation in politics, like depending on what your ideology is or what your political party says about it. But I think that if you try and say that pair bonding is like this political thing, I think that's putting the cart before the horse.
Okay, that's an error. Let's, at the risk of getting a little bit Socratic, what does it mean for something to be political?
Hold on, I'll look up the exact definition.
And I got the wrong thing. It's supposed to be tomato soup.
All right, so I'm just Googling it. I'm just using the first definition here, which is of or relating to the government or the public affairs of a country, of or relating to the ideas or strategies of a particular party or group in politics, and interested in or active in politics.
Okay, and it has to do with, what is it, the structure of society?
Yeah, the first definition is as it relates to the affairs of a country. But I would say that country arrives way after pair bonding.
Does it matter?
Yeah, I think it does matter because, like I said, I think if you try and state that it's a political thing, that's putting the cart before the horse. So I think you need to have pair bonding.
But that's an argument by assertion, right? I mean, your basis for saying it's a cart before the horse, which might also warrant some clarification, is I mean, you say somehow something temporally preceded it. I mean, smallpox, or for that matter, actually, in every case, I mean, prior to the founding of a country, there's some kind of, if not imperialist, well, quasi, at the very least, imperialist, if not actually imperialist, kind of, I guess, organized effort and such that relates to its founding. So, I mean, and those founding efforts are generally deemed political movements. So, I think your notion of something being having temporal precedence that way is not properly distinctive of any of that. Go ahead.
I don't see how you've actually bypassed the point that societies, communities, and politics arise from the biological functions of families reproducing and there being more people.
Well, it doesn't matter that it's that it do, or that it's one of those contributing factors. It doesn't somehow denude it of the political content that it has.
Well, I think it's just a question of priorities. Like, if one has to come before the other, then it doesn't make sense to define the thing that precedes the latter by the latter, right?
The semantic way of ontologizing it actually doesn't really give you a great deal of a way to approach it or whatever. The semantics that way with the definitions and all that are not the ontology of the thing in question itself. So, go ahead.
Well, I'm kind of just restating, or at least using the definitions to support what I said before, which is that people can choose to politicize something, but I don't think it's accurate to say something is political just because they choose to do so.
What does it mean to politicize something? That's another question for you there. I mean, I suspect you're going to hit the vacuous territory.
Hello, can I get a mic check? Oh,
well, I'm sorry. Can you hear me? Yeah, I mean, to abuse something with political content as some kind of action, well, that doesn't render it bereft of political content that it actually has been imbued with it. So, I mean, you're in trouble on a few different fronts. Go ahead.
Yeah, obviously, once something has been imbued with a political value, for example, then it becomes politicized, and then it's part of the political landscape. But my point is just that that isn't innate to it. That's something that happens after the fact.
Well, I don't think the innateness is relevant. I mean, irrespective of whether you would deem it innate or not, the political contest remains, in place as it stands, irrespective of whether you deem it innate or not. The contest is still there. The kinds of whatever material benefits and all that also there. I mean, it doesn't actually matter that it's deemed innate or otherwise, right?
Well, I think it's important that when you want to build something, that you build in accordance with what your foundation will allow. Unless you have a different foundation, I don't think you can stray too far from your foundation when you're building.
Okay. Well, in that case, you would, in effect, never get beyond your foundations, which doesn't really give you very much to do. And of course, I mean, the a sort of like ontological or whatever it is kind of position as opposed to a normative one, I mean, it becomes immediately problematic in that respect because well, I'm sure we can find counterexamples of this, right?
You might be able to, but I don't think you'd find very many.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. I mean, if it's a principle, then any counterexample would do.
I think it goes back to the old saying that the exception doesn't disprove the rule.
You got somebody made noise over you. Could you say it again?
I just said that I think it goes back to the old saying that the exception doesn't disprove the rule.
In what respect would you say that a rule that has exceptions is in fact a rule?
Yeah. Oh, she went there. Yeah.
I think this might be just another case where you and I have a different view, where I'm satisfied with working solutions and working systems, and I feel as though you pursue more perfect systems.
When did I say? When did I say I was seeking perfect systems? or that perfection was a coherent concept, or something that would be obtainable. Go ahead.
Well, in regards to the fact, like when somebody says the exception to the rule, and then you ask me like, how can something be the rule if there's an exception to it? Somebody from my worldview, I guess, or my leaning that says the working systems are good enough, I'd still be able to say that that is a rule because it accounts for the majority, the vast majority of situations. Whereas you immediately pointed out, how can it be a rule if there's an exception? And I think that is more indicative of your leaning towards perfectionist systems or perfectionism in general.
No, it's a semantic issue.
Yeah, it could be a semantic issue, but I think it's something
a rule
that
can be
comes up
based on
fairly often.
exceptions. You know, you didn't elaborate what the rule was based off on. You know, the rule can be based off on exceptionary values and such. Yeah. Then the rule becomes also an exception to add on to the other exception. It doesn't matter. Then it becomes just completely vague and blank and just, I guess, unintelligible. And yeah, sort of a non-argument.
You're fucking shitting me. Okay. Yeah. Well, the things that would be more proper description of what you're describing would be things like trends or tendencies and all that.
That's fine.
Okay, so if it's not a rule, it's a trend or tendency, then okay. Are trends, tendencies normative?
I think that would depend on the tendency that you'd have to be specific, right?
Ah, okay. So at the very least, you don't need them categorically so. Then, why would you deem a trend or tendency toward, I don't know, this pair bonding or whatever it is, kind of to be normative?
Again, that would go back to the fact that I think pair bonding is foundational to the societies that we've built. So that would be why I would say it's normative.
So things that are foundational are normative, are you saying? Sorry, trend or tendency that is foundational and normative in general, or just in that case?
I believe typically, yeah.
And what does it mean for it to be foundational again?
That it precedes everything else.
Well, the Big Bang precedes everything else. You call that foundational?
Yeah, I would say that
how can you absolutely
know
that?
event.
But how can you absolutely know that it's a foundational event? That's basically the whole contention here.
Oh, actually, hang on. Given that the Big Bang is probably the only thing or event or whatever it is that quote unquote precedes everything else, can anything else be foundational?
I think you could trace things back if you wanted to, but I think for the sake of practical conversation, if you wanted to discuss something like an art form, you would go back to the first instance of that art form and you'd say this is foundational to this particular art.
Okay, I'll turkey walk you a bit more carefully here. Is it, you mean in a sense of being causally prior, right? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So it's I suppose you might call it a dominator within the directed acyclic graph of causally related events of the things that's said to be foundational of, right? Or all those things that it's said to be foundational of are within that foundational thing's lower shadow. Go ahead.
Sure, I think that's a fair way of looking at it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And we have some kind of like silly idea of like retrograde causation or simultaneous, just I guess folded down to directed acyclic graph of Dilworth, right? Go ahead. I guess
hold on, I just have to double check your terms here, because a couple of the terms that you just used are foreign to me.
Okay, which ones?
I'm looking at retrocausation right now.
Retrograde, yeah.
Is this supposed to be based off? Is this like an academic, or is this a practical, or? Because it doesn't seem as though it's a real idea, or it seems like it's a logical argument or a academic argument.
The vast majority of people deemed retrograde causation to be something that doesn't ever happen.
Right. So I guess where's the relevance then? I guess is what I'm asking.
Well, just that in case you guys should get a wacko who wants to float retrograde or simultaneous causation, it doesn't actually matter. You can still recover that root cause or whatever it is by Dilworth's theorem and such, right?
I'm not familiar with that theorem.
Okay. I guess it makes a reference to a computation of I guess a directed acyclic graph from some things anti-chains, or I think what it deems the nodes of the directed acyclic graph, which correspond to cycles and otherwise not well ordered subgraphs. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it right now.
Okay, so that kind of thing is, I don't know, supposed to be foundational to be often called a root cause. Root causes of things are not actually generally deemed the bases are something that's deemed necessarily normative. But to the extent there is any kind of normative aspect involved, it's that the resolution of the things deemed negative, correction, justice, and so on, is often taken to say that the proper way to establish that justice is addressing the root cause. And also, welcome, Dave.
Sorry, I'm just trying to tie this back into what we were talking about earlier, mentally.
Well, I guess you were making claims that, what is it, the some kind of causal priority or similar involved behind reproductive pair bonding or some such makes, I guess, pair bonding relationships normative things and somehow not valid, I guess, topics of political contention. Go ahead.
Well, I agree with the first half of what you said. I don't agree that you can't politicize them. I just think that it's a mistake to go with the idea that you can just politically change things that are a foundation, unless you are setting a new foundation.
Well, what effort to change anything is political? Go ahead.
Because when we're talking about pair bonding, I like to think that I know you well enough from what you've said before that what you're actually talking about is the dissolution of the nuclear family or mutually exclusive monogamous relationships.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Of course.
Right. So I think that if you just assume that these pair bonds are something that can be politically changed on a whim, I think that's a dangerous idea, and I don't think it's accurate. So I think you have to either start a new foundation where you have a community that's based off a different relationship system, or you have to abide by what the actual foundation is.
No, it's vacuous to go around characterizing something as, what is it, becoming politically charged on a whim. I mean, anything that's decided to be implemented, the entire kind of effort to marshal the resources to do it and the organize the action to carry it out are political actions, right?
Sure.
So say, oh, well, you politicize that, and then, well, you politicize everything you ever do, right?
Yeah, but I think that's just the result of us having higher thoughts and abstract concepts and that kind of thing. I don't think that lower or less intelligent animals necessarily do much politicizing.
Do they? Last I checked, wolfpacks had rather ferocious fights over, I guess, who ends up getting to be the alpha male or whatever.
Right, but those are all the result of biology, aren't they? Just basic instincts?
Well, so are we. Do we not have instincts? Dave might be able to chime in here.
Yeah, that's a very silly statement, right?
I mean, aren't we ultimately driven by them in effect at all times? You know, to breathe, to eat, to sleep, to have sex, or feel good, avoid feeling bad. And we're driven by instincts at all times. That's what is in effect our animating force.
I agree, and I think that as long as our instincts are to be in pair bonding monogamous relationships, then that's going to be the dominant role. And I think that trying to politically change somebody's nature isn't really very effective in the long run.
What is the nature?
By their nature, I mean their biological instincts or whatever comprises them in that regard.
But it's vacuous. I mean, we are biological creatures. Everything about us is biological.
Yeah, but people typically make a distinction between your biological actions or biological things and artificial things.
Oh. Sexual selection. Is that biological or artificial?
Sex selection?
Sexual selection. You know, basically like in order to get about the mating process, various kinds of, whatever kinds of drives are involved to select mates and all that. So that selecting of the mates by the kind of instinct, drive, and so on actually has a feedback where, well, since it's obviously influencing who gets to reproduce and how much, reinforces and I guess also breeds out the various traits, like something like a dog breed shaping program or whatever. For instance, one can actually notice that humans, relative to the other great apes, actually have, at least in the male humans, larger penis sizes relative to their bodies on average than the other species of great apes do. Whoops, maybe humans, or actually, not even maybe, humans seem to also have, well, more of a female orgasmic tendency than a number of the other great apes as well. So, looks like, I don't really have the evidence to marshal, when we're picking their mates, and, well, ended up shaping their mates over a sustained period of time.
I think that still speaks to a biological process, though, not so much an artificial one.
But it's not distinctive. Everything's biological. For biological creatures. I mean, of course, we'll speak to a biological one, but hang on. I mean, this does involve, conscious thought and thinking about it. I mean, oh, well. Someone apparently thought, oh, well, that guy will get me more pleasure than that one, so I'll go with him instead of him. Have children and all that.
Or you can go with both.
When after I don't know how many 100,000 years of that, well, apparently human males are better hung than the rest of great apes, right? So, wait, was that the result of conscious agency or the result of biology? It seems to not have the ability to be distinctively characterized or classified. Go ahead.
Couldn't that just be an expression of evolution?
Well, that's not distinctive either. I mean, of course, it's evolution. I mean, the consequence of whether it be conscious agency or some kind of instinct has consequences by dint of evolutionary considerations. I mean, predator-prey relationships also have this various kinds of things. The predator gets faster and faster, and the prey does as well. Okay. Each influences the other to have an arms race for between, I guess, the evader and the pursuer, right?
Also, most of our civilization today and the way we progressed evolutionarily, we also fight natural forces all the time. So we're not, I think, instinctively or biologically akin to be fully integrated or be completely submissive to nature or to, or foundation of biology. Because if humans were like that, I mean, we wouldn't have most of the technological advances in our society today, or
We are like that. We are like that.
I agree, but I think we pick our battles, and I don't think that polyamorous relationships are a battle that we've decided is ultimately worth investing a large amount of resources in, or time and effort.
That's not what the question was. The question was, did I guess you wanted to use domestic violence as an issue, and I said, oh well, that has a political affair involved with it, right? Because the enforcement of this pair bonding, whatever kind of system, is in a number of respects a political project, right?
Right, but you said enforcement there. I don't think that people are enforced to be in those relationships. I think those are naturally the relationships that people find most fulfilling.
Well, actually, infidelity suggests a lot of people don't really find it fulfilling. Another thing is, well, even the sort of like being paired up in itself, sort of basically like a lot of times it turns into sort of a I don't know, canned roommate situation or whatever, so people can split rent and all that. And well, guess what? The economic pressure to pool resources instead of, say, having place a space of your own does pressure a lot of people into go hooking up and so on and so forth and all that. I mean, and of course, where did that come from? Oh, well, the whole capitalistic horseshit, didn't it?
Right, but I think where we differ is that I think a certain amount of pressure is actually good for people. I think it shapes people into an ideal form of the human being, whereas being completely without any form of restraint or any weights in life makes you into something else, something that I don't find attractive.
Oh, that's not what anybody's saying, though, right? I mean, if there's pressure and such, whatever kind of shaping forces are getting applied, well, again, toward what end? I mean, in fact, things identified as having, some, I guess, causal origin within, I don't know what you might call, quote unquote nature or whatever it is, or human nature. I don't know what you're trying to float here. Well, standing back and idly by while those just play out, unmitigated, is not what people who don't commit the naturalistic fallacy, I think, actually propose. But it was actually, sorry, it was appeal to nature opposed. Is rather what kinds of forces we can use to shape ourselves should be employed to, well, shape ourselves out of those negative kinds of, either behavioral or other tendencies, right? Go ahead.
I'm not sure that the appeal to nature is actually a fallacy.
Okay, so you think that something being natural makes it moral?
I'm not sure that there's necessarily a moral question involved.
Okay. So something being natural denudes it of moral character then, or moral consequence, or whatever, right?
Well, I tend to view the moral issue as an issue of pragmatism. So I wouldn't say that there's some sort of like mystical quality to morals that makes something morally right or wrong.
Okay. Pragmatism being that, what is it? What makes things moral or otherwise is they are useful for some task?
Yeah, that's generally correct.
Okay, and what tasks?
So I would say that the nuclear family is pragmatic to building up a stable nation, for example.
Okay. Well, and stable nation in turn is useful for what? You can regress along these lines until you end up getting in trouble, right?
Well, tease like I guess the philosophical way that you guys would discuss it would be, I presuppose the importance or relevance of my ethnicity or my family or the human race, right? So it's just foundational. Like if you pull it far back enough, I can't actually justify it. That's just my starting position.
Okay. You presuppose, what is it about your family, ethnicity, or what?
So you think special pleading towards a certain race is a biologically natural phenomena for humans? Or maybe even the concept, like the conceptualization of what we consider a race. I guess that's the better question. If that's somehow is kind of even, the case.
Yeah, I don't think it's special pleading. I think everyone has a starting point that they come from that they can't ultimately justify to everybody else who has different starting point, right?
So you're a foundationalist.
But how is that not special pleading?
No, hang on. You're a foundationalist then?
I'm not sure what that means. All I'm saying is that I'm not asking for a special exemption. I'm saying this is the case for everyone as far as I know.
There are alternative positions like coherentism. And of course there's a middle path of foundherentism. I figure you can Google, so.
Yeah, I'm just looking at coherentism right now.
What are your thoughts on all this human nature stuff, Dave?
Dave wants to get something to drink.
Yeah, I still think he makes a special case in this within like the realm of naturalism to include race as some natural phenomena. I think it's a special pleading towards
Well, I think that would be the case if I was saying that my race was superior or more important to others, right? But as a nationalist, I encourage other ethnicities to pursue nationalism and their own national interests. Like, I'm not asking for a special exemption for my nation.
Okay. Let's well,
Oh, yeah, by the way, when you said that, you said before leftism cannot be involved with nationalism. If you're already on Wikipedia, you should search national Bolshevism.
Yeah.
It's a natural thing.
Yeah, I think cultural Marxism would be a pretty damn good idea, actually. And also, I'd like to present the latest issue of Workers' Vanguard, where, free abortion on demand is apparently being demanded, right? So, I
with U.S.
agree with that
sentiment.
Sorry? Oh, that too, yeah. Now, as well clear is, think what we end up finding, though, is that if you actually have unraveled things down to a presupposition, you would effective won in a way, or if not won, then have showed that something is absent justification, right? Except presupposition wouldn't be the proper thing, yeah. Whether it's properly basic or whatever it is, kind of belief.
Yeah, but don't the theists typically come back at you with just the assertion that you're presupposing that the material world is the one that matters, or the one that's real, and all that stuff?
Well, if I have any kind of justification at all, that would make it not a presupposition, right? Because, or otherwise, not a properly basic belief. Because then, at that point, it's not at the root of the graph of proposition with, I guess, arcs between them, reflecting that, I guess, there's an arrow from A to B if A is used in the course of justifying B, right? The maximal elements within that graph, where if there's an arrow from A to B, then A is greater than B, are then deemed your properly basic or whatever it is kinds of beliefs, foundationally, so I want to call them. And okay, the kind of thing people want to play the gotcha with is, oh, you don't have justification. Well, okay, or at least not an inferential one. Well, any kind of thing that's basically any kind of justification for it at all. Not the one of those foundational or properly basic ones, and immune to that kind of criticism. Then, right? Go ahead.
Dave was.
We were going on about, I guess, was it ethical pragmatism? Actually, it's not. Pragmatism is not what they call it. It's a meta-ethical affair where I guess he was saying what makes things moral is that they are in service of some kind of goal. Well, the trick is, of course, which goals? And then it's basically saying he presupposes that there are certain goals that are, I guess, inherently normative. Go ahead.
I think there's something to that. I think some goals, humans are biological organisms. We have certain needs that we have to fulfill in order to maintain ourselves. So I think, and in order to achieve those goals, we need other people, which is where it sort of becomes an intrapersonal process as well as a sort of, in order for me, the analogy I give is, building a house. If you asked me to build a house from scratch, I'd be like, I wouldn't even know where to start, but then in order to include an architect and a builder and a plumber and an electrician and so on, so it becomes a process that involved other people. So just surviving isn't an individual thing. So I think there are inherent goals in the sense of we're a person in a world of people that need to do person things in order to survive. But I think extending that beyond, I guess, physical necessity is then when you probably run into issues which you may have discussed, I don't know. But yeah, I think morality is all about goals, but I think these aren't normative, prescriptive goals that we should attain. It's more a case of I have certain goals and values and beliefs, and these all fall into this sort of moral framework. But other people have different goals, different values, different beliefs. For example, some people are humanists, some people subscribe to divine theory as their meta-ethical framework, but
value realist, anti-realism. Or,
yes, and quasi-realism.
Non-categorical value realism. Okay, what's that?
I was going to say quasi-realism as well. I think it's probably more for meta-ethical, what's the word? Foundation, I guess. But I think
Blackburn?
yeah. Sorry.
Blackburn.
Yes, Simon Blackburn. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I think it's what I describe myself as, but I don't know it like textbook definition wise, but it's more a case of if it's quasi in the sense of a little bit of A, a little bit of B, a little bit of realism, anti-realism, then that's what I describe myself as. But I think his is more sort of a motivist kind of view, which I'm not completely sold on that, but it's more a case of I think moral propositions are different to like saying it is true that X is wrong is different to it is true that water boils at 100 degrees at sea level. I think these are different things, but we treat them as if they're the same. So I think if that's quasi-realism, that's what I subscribe to.
I thought the quasi-realist project was in effect to recover the ability to use, relatively close to conventional moral language while having a kind of, anti-realist meta-ethic sitting behind it. But anyway.
I think it's basically, for me, it has all the perks of realism with none of the drawbacks of it, and also all the perks of anti-realism. So it's a sense of, I think these behave as if they are the same sort of propositions as water boiling at 100 degrees or whatever sort of factual statement like that. So it's not a moral fact in the same way that it's a fact of water boiling or whatever, but it behaves as if. So when we say it is true that slapping the Queen of England in the face is wrong, it behaves the same as it, but it's not the same sort of category. But I like I say, I'm not an expert. It's more a case of it might just be I've adopted that label and forging my own. I don't think I am forging my own path. I think this is other people have spoken about this, but it's a case of I think anti-realism is a little bit socially unacceptable to say if you're a moral nihilist. People don't generally look favourably upon you. If you're a moral realist, I think you have a lot of issues with how do ethical frameworks change, and if these are objective, then surely they should always. It kind of lends itself more to an absolute notion of morality, which I think Simon Blackburn argues just isn't compatible with moral realism. And so it kind of is the case of quasi-realism is basically, at a fundamental level, anti-realism is correct, but we don't live in that moral nihilistic world. We don't live in that world. So the world we live in is independent of this sort of anti-realistic view, and also moral realism is this sort of unattainable, I don't know what the word is, but yeah, so I think it's a case of it gets all the benefits of both, and as far as I can tell, they don't seem, apart from the downside of being it's neither one thing nor the other, I think generally speaking for me, I think because I'm a psychologist, and all of psychology, someone saying one thing, someone saying someone else, and someone coming along a few years later going, it's probably a bit of both. So I think that's just my inner psychologist coming along a few years later and going, why not?
Well, it sounded like you were actually floating like a value realism underlying the like a quasi robust realism or something like that. Well, anyway, the thing I actually brought up earlier was that there ends up being a question regarding our own sort of instinctive drives or whatever, and what cases, in what respects, in which drives and all that we actually might go about trying to counteract them deliberately, like our the instinctive tendencies that give rise to say tragedy, commons, prisoner's dilemma, and such. Oh, well. Those sound like they might be nice to deal with. And so there's actually some kind of research project doing these weird like training sessions, whatever people do, and recognizing the emotions and the faces of people of other races to combat subconscious racial bias. That's all right.
That sounds very interesting. I'm a research assistant at the moment, so I'm doing kind of conspiracy thinking, but also this sort of bias and how implicit, explicit kind of primes sort of influence that. So I think it's a very new area of research. I think even though things like game theory and like you're saying with prisoner's dilemma, these aren't new topics. Prisoner's dilemma is very old. Game theory, well, I say very old in the sense of at least a few decades old. But the actual, how does this apply to real world situations is very, very in its infancy. So an interesting one to look out for, but I don't know enough about it. Maybe, the best people to ask or the best people to look up is the modern research. But I'm more, from my perspective, it's a very new area of research. So I think any sort of tentative conclusions is probably the best we can hope for.
Well, in a lot of respects, I think a number of natural tendencies are things we actually, or that were things that, in fact, were, instinctive urges are similar that were conferred on us by our, I don't know what you want to call it, evolutionary origins and such. Things we've actually and even made a bit of progress on. Okay, well, the extent that Steven Pinker has got various other kinds of issues. Okay, we'll fight against the tendencies to go and murder each other and whatever. Well, seems to have actually gotten had some progress made trimming it down. Well, that's hopeful.
Dave, I have a quick question. Are you familiar with a person called Alex Jones?
You were breaking up a little bit. Was the question, have I ever heard of Alex Jones?
Yes. Yes.
I'm aware rather than know intimately, but yeah.
Okay. How interesting. How would you classify him? Would you say he is a conspiracy nutter?
I don't. It's difficult. I think it's always difficult to sort of analyze people who you don't have a direct experience with. In the same way, if people tried to form a picture of me from my videos and my hangouts, I think they'd probably get maybe not the wrong impression of me, but an impression of one aspect of my life. And I think that's what we're seeing here. That when you're in the public consciousness, well, I think you're different. I'm different around people in my real world than I am in here. So I think it's difficult to say and pigeonhole someone as this is a conspiracy theorist because I've seen, I've watched them say these things that are. But I think it's hard to deny there's something going on there. But I'm always whenever it gets to psychology, I'm always very tentative. Every other topic, I'm like, I'm making these grandiose claims about whatever. Whereas when it comes to actual, I guess I'm just more cautious when it's something that I know so little about that. Whereas everything else, I'm sort of just completely. I'm not even ignorant enough about to know how ignorant I am. But yeah, I think there's got to be some sort of conspiracy tendency, and then I think it's just exacerbated.
I see. That's a very cordial and a very I guess fair way to analytically from an outside perspective characterize them. I think for me, I have a distaste. I would say that he's just I don't know. I don't know what's going on there, man. Anymore, just very difficult for me to even comprehend how. Even if it's all just him marketing himself to the kind of his audience or pondering to them. I mean, it just says so much, Holy shit! Yeah, it's a good thing that you're actually researching the whole tendency of getting into this sort of conspiracy thinking. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, sorry.
Difficult, topic.
Yes, I think that's sort of what I do as my job. My research is into a related, but it's sort of science communication. So it's how do we educate the public about evolution and vaccines and climate change and GMOs and that kind of thing. But yeah, my sort of side project. I have a lot of side projects. That's the thing. But yeah, the conspiracy thinking is sort of what I'm basically paid to research, whereas my PhD is what I'm actually researching. So, but the being paid to research is basically giving someone a questionnaire and saying fill that out, and then at the end giving them a debrief form to tell them what they've just done. So it's not something I'm completely familiar with. There's people who know a lot more about this than me. even people who've just picked up a book about conspiracy theories and whatever. Probably, I mean, like 9/11 truthers and people like that probably know more about conspiracy theories than me, in the sense of they're sort of embroiled with them. I'm interested in this in the same way with evolution. If you ask me to defend evolution, I know about what I need to know for my research. It's a case of, if you ask me about the psychology of why people accept it, then that's a different issue. But yeah, the actual, I don't know about GMOs. I don't know enough about GMOs to defend the proposition. It's the case of how can we best educate people, and that includes me. How do we best educate people like me, who's trying to educate people about the topic, and how can we, get the public information out there? So it's a related issue, because I think conspiracy theories do play a role in science communication, in the sense of GMOs causing, well, vaccines causing autism was the one a few years ago, and that was a kind of, it wasn't conspiracy. Well, it was a conspiracy by Andrew Wakefield, but it's not the same kind of conspiracy as 9/11 is the inside job kind of thing.
Yeah, that's understandable. Yeah, I guess it's more research about to figure out the inner workings of the rationalizing mechanism behind the, I guess, the sense that there is some sort of a grand conspiracy or something. How do people come to such a way of thinking, I guess, or
Exactly. Yeah, the underpinnings behind it is that's what gets me out of bed, as they say. Because I think I think it's fascinating anyway. I think it's one of those. I think my over research is one of those that makes good dinner party talking about why do people believe weird and wonderful things, but when I actually get into the boring, hard stuff, it's kind of dry and boring when you get into the actual, real world application of it. But the kind of dinner party thing of, oh yeah, these weird people believe weird things, why is that? And the simple answer is I don't actually know. That's what I'm doing my PhD in. Is it an individual difference? Is it just some people are higher on a sort of scale of whatever this might be, whether it's analytic reasoning, is it a personal value, is it a personality thing, or is it a social thing? So is it a case of people get into this group and then they become assimilated with the norms of that group, and some of these norms are counterproductive in the sense of conspiracy is against whatever, or what's going on? That's kind of what I'm trying to find out over the next 2.5 years. So check back when I'm 2.5 years older, and we'll see what I find, I guess. But I think it's fascinating. But
it's very interesting. It's thoroughly researched as well. I mean, it's not like mental health services or any kind of psychology, kind of previous, I guess, psychology analysis, and doctors, and then analyzing, then dive into this whole topic. I mean, but it's there's still lots of things left to figure out, I suppose.
Indeed.
The thing about psychology is like you can never, I guess, how can you be, or about science in general, like I think you can never be as, I guess, concrete or as like, I guess, proof, not like bulletproof of having any, I guess, what would you say, loopholes, I guess. Yeah, you can always.
Oh boy, brother, your audio is so bad. I'm not exactly sure what's happening on your system, but it's really, really hard to understand.
My torrent is up, sorry.
I couldn't make that out. In the meantime, at the risk of maybe derailing from maybe where brother was going, in what sense can something that's I don't know, not an instinctive urge, then maybe a value that someone holds be wrong, or right for that matter. Because I think, I mean, to the extent you take at least, I don't know, moral truths or statements or whatever it is, be kind of qualified with the ends they serve, or actually moral justifications maybe. At that point, I think you might have a way to say, oh well, in order to serve this end, the thing people went on about with this doesn't actually work. But I don't know. I mean, there are a lot of bad things come out of it if it diverges. Like, well, basically, whenever anybody gets angry, the violence they do out of anger is an effect of kind of instinctive urge, right? So, okay. Is anyone with me on that, or is my audio? Hello?
Sorry, it's a little bit garbled. I didn't hear that last little bit.
I was asking if my audio was bad. I guess it was only bad while I was asking if my audio was bad. Then it may not be all that much of an issue, but anyway, it's all pretty tricky and all that. Yeah, I think there are some moderately serious questions centering around, well, the ways we, I guess, consciously shape ourselves and, of course, future generations as well, and particularly in terms of behavioral dispositions and such, right? And you say, oh, well, you know, this behavioral disposition or whatever it is that you know, makes people racist is something good to counteract. Well, I mean, provided we end up discovering some kind of actual method of actually counteracting it, which might be. Oh, well, you know, should we shape future generations to apply that, or?
It should be a vaccination.
I think. I'm sorry.
I said it should be in the form of a vaccination.
Oh yeah, vaccinate people against racism. I mean,
yes.
The anti-vaxxers all resist, and we can call them racist to top whatever kind of conspiracy theorists they are. All right, I think I had something of an applied ethical question, but anyway.
Well, I'm not sure that it's necessary to inoculate people against racism.
I mean, the most fascinating thing I find with all the, I guess the anti-vax thing. Oh, I'm sorry, Andy, you want something?
Oh, I guess we ended up whatever it is, but I'll just belt into it. The extent one deems, I guess, the kind of what is it, bias and evaluation gets people to, I guess, you know, should be entirely a matter of sort of their own personal history of action. Whatever, irrespective of you know, further attributability beyond themselves. I think, well, once race and such ends up being an invalid way, and with that as a kind of value being held to go about, you know, dismissing or endorsing someone and then all that. Go ahead.
I don't think that's necessarily practical, though.
Yeah, you don't think it's necessarily what again? I didn't hear a word. You don't think it's necessarily what again?
Practical.
You don't think it's practical to do what?
To judge every single person based off of a bunch of personal qualities that you don't know about them. It's like a full history of their previous actions, ideas, etc.
Well, you don't necessarily need a full history, but to the extent you have such a history, judgment should have a basis in that history. And furthermore, I would dispute that the practicality is necessarily a normative criterion. I would actually hold that one can be, I suppose, morally obligated to engage in Pyrrhic or otherwise losing struggles. Go ahead.
Why would you be morally obligated to invest in people?
What, morally obligated to do to what? What?
Why would you be morally obligated to invest your time and energy into getting to know people?
Well, to the extent you have an obligation to carry out due diligence in whatever utterances you make, and being accurate as well as truthful, or basically figure out that oh yeah, 18 times 37 equals 666. You would have a similar kind of obligation to carry out the whatever research or whatever it is in your evaluation of a person's character. Go ahead.
Wouldn't that depend on the context of the decision-making at play? Like what decisions you're making about the individual?
How you utilize it. And the kind of utterance and pronouncements you make in your, I guess, evaluations and endorsements and condemnations of people and such. There's a matter of like the due diligence one should engage in the I guess factual justification of the utterances one makes. Go ahead.
Well, there's a variety of different things that people can do that could be considered racist, or maybe even are racist by definition. And in a lot of those cases, investing the time and energy into the target of the racism could be unwise. It could be not worth the effort. It could be a variety of different things. So let's say, for example, a situation where you're walking down the street and say you're alone and it's like dark. And so let's say you're like a moderate racist or something like that, and it's like a black guy walking towards you. So you cross the street so that you're not walking towards them, kind of thing. Many people would probably say that's racist, but I don't think that it's fair to say that you have an obligation or moral obligation to go and meet that person and determine whether or not they're actually a threat to you. I think you're entitled to make that decision.
Well, that's a different kind of context anyway from, making a, I guess, public statement condemning or endorsing somebody's character, right? Go ahead.
Well, I only brought up that situation to indicate how the idea that you have to invest your time and energy into getting to know people can break down. Like there's certain situations where that's not going to be the case.
Well, it's not the manner in which I was employing due diligence anyway, right?
Well, it seems to be what you're saying.
No, there is a manner of what is it? The diligence and such demanded being proportional to the stakes. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think the context is important, but I think that you can rationalize certain types of racism for various contexts. So something like a public declaration against condemning a certain group or something. You could say, I don't know, the black and white example gets so tired that I'm sick of using it. You could just have a ghetto or something where a specific race lives, and you could have heard bad things about it, and you could say reasonably, like, oh, that's a bad place, I've heard bad things about it, and not actually go personally investigate it because the risk of investigating personally is too high, or it's not worth the effort in your mind.
Okay. Well, the not worth the effort. That's an evaluation of the stakes, right? So this is not really news. Anyway, I think the trick here is whether one deems the kind of particularly material stakes like people's livelihoods, their I guess conditions of life and such as well being impacted by such matters of evaluating them and deemed that worthy of counteraction, right?
I think that a situation can hit a critical mass where you do need that kind of intervention, but I don't think that it's always the case that you need that intervention.
You don't think it's always the case when you need an intervention? Okay, in what sense?
So I think that
go ahead.
I think that at one point in the history of the United States, the racial conflict between blacks and whites was so severe that even good, hardworking black people couldn't get hired and stuff like that just on the basis of their race. But I don't think that's necessarily true nowadays, and so I don't think that you need the same kind of state intervention nowadays as you had back then.
State intervention, that's an idea, but okay. Well, we take a number of things as perhaps. For instance, when one can actually see that, well, in effect, these, socioeconomic outcomes are correlated to exactly how dark one's skin is. One might see that there's substantial bias still in play. And, of course, other outcome metrics that show the outcomes are quite disparate. And analyses of the causes of these outcome or disparate outcomes, furthermore, fail to provide moral justification for them, right?
Well, I would prefer to avoid the idea or the conversation on moral justification because I don't think that it really adds anything to the conversation.
You would rather go down into moral justification and such, then?
I'm just kind of stuck on the word morality because I don't think there's necessarily a moral component to race issues.
Okay, well, I guess the kind of assignment of these different outcomes according to such superficial kinds of affairs, not reflective of, say, someone's character and all that. I mean, would not one deem that as, I guess, not morally justified? Go ahead.
Well, I think that can apply to a variety of different things, and I think it just has to be a question of how many resources you want to actually invest in those people that look differently or whatever. I don't think it's necessarily worth it to invest a large number of resources in those people. I think there's more expedient ways of resolving the problem.
Like what? Exiling them or deporting them? Population transfers?
I think population transfers. I don't think that like off the continent is necessarily a good idea at this point. But I do think that black nationalism is a good idea. Like de facto segregation is a good idea. So I think that could be a possible solution that would be better off for everybody.
And in what respect does that represent a solution?
The resource distribution in a black society would probably, like my instinct is that the distribution towards the blacker people in a black community would be higher than it would be in a mixed community.
Okay, and at the same time, you have a larger distributive context. And there's distribution between your quote-unquote nations, not just within them, right?
Of course.
Well, take a look. The results are not very good.
But I think that when you have a separate entity such as Black Nation, that affords them the opportunity to pursue their goals in ways where they don't have to justify it to the white nation, for example.
Well, what good does it do for you know, the distribution within when so whatever kind of equality within that context is at I guess such a disparate level from between nations and all that. I mean, that's well, problematic.
Well, I don't think there's anything particular to white people that makes them richer than anybody else. So I think that a black nation adjacent to a white nation should have the same opportunities, generally speaking.
Well, if there's nothing in particular, then I mean, is there a reason or not why that as it stands is the case?
Yeah, the heritability of various genetic things like IQ, the passing down of material possessions like private property, things like that are mainly responsible for the distribution as it is, I think.
Mm. Well, in what ways are those attributable to the person's negatively impacted? I mean, what way is that, you know, actually what the persons involved deserve, right?
Well, I don't really consider questions of what people deserve. I think it's almost meaningless to talk about what people deserve. I think it's a question of what you can get.
Well, what you can get in what sense? I mean, it's vacuous.
Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Hello?
Okay, I was just making sure I hadn't fucking disconnected again. It's been happening like 5 times now.
I've noticed. So what the hell are we talking about?
Oh. Morality or whatever.
Freaking half the room is asleep and the other half just freaking dropped out. Let's maybe change the topic.
Yeah, I should probably go to sleep so we can talk about drama.
No, let's just we can talk about the news. Here, Trump, for example, it's a CNN quote, says Trump wants to punish women who want to do abortion. There you go. We can talk about Trump.
Please punish you. You made that up, right?
No, it's...
Yeah, man. He's quite a good one. He's quite a good one to talk about. Sorry. It's quite a good one to talk about, right? Is that you know that plane that got hijacked? British geezer who took the fucking selfie with the hijacker, man. That was quite funny, wasn't it? Has anybody seen that? It's
no, I haven't seen that. No.
Yeah, man. Look it up in the British press. This geezer took a selfie with the he didn't actually take it himself, so it's a bit of a lie, but he's got like this selfie with the bloke with the fucking strap-on bombs and that. It's fucking excellent.
Was it intentional?
Was it what? I can't hear. I don't think anybody can hear you, because if it's all the same, if it's all, nobody can hear you, bro.
Yeah, this I see that I'm checking the quote that you mentioned. It's a little bit out of context the way that you said it.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, he didn't take it himself, but it's the same thing, isn't it? It was just fucking classic, man.
What's wrong with how I sound?
You sound like shit.
You sound like a robot, man. You have done for fucking hours. Refresh or something. That's all it is. It ain't that it's loud or nothing. It's just that it's just breaking up all the time.
Do I still sound like shit?
No, it sounds good now.
It still sounds like shit to me.
I mean, except for the way that you sound normally. But other than that.
Who's OG talking to?
Are we going to talk about this quote? Or
I was talking to your mother, Art.
Touche, sir, touche.
I was telling Pope something I just forgot about it. I was sitting there thinking I was talking to him, and I was muted the whole time. I thought I saw him nodding his head and everything. Damn. Yippee skippy.
Wait, you thought you were talking to Pope?
Yeah, I was talking about. I thought that brother's microphone sounded like somebody dragging a big steel, trash can. But I'm looking at Pope and I'm going, what the fuck do they call those in England? I think they call those ash cans. But like a garbage can. But now it sounds good, by the way, brother.
No, a dustbin is called.
Oh, fuck, that's right.
But they're very rare now, dustbins, man. It's all wheelie bins, isn't it? You call them wheelie bins, yeah?
Oh, yeah, with the wheels. Wheelie bins.
Yeah, they're a fucking nightmare. I've got steps fucking leading right out of my house, you know what I mean? So I've got to drag this fucking bin, which is heavier than the fucking
I have that. We have the wheelie bean.
Yeah, it's a fucking nightmare.
When they're empty, the wind takes them away.
Do you guys think that abortion should be a state's issue, or do you think it should be federally mandated?
I think the state mandated forced abortions should be the case. I think, especially for white nationalists. Discrimination.
So
I like correct discrimination. You know.
So you're gonna figure out whether or not the baby in a womb is gonna be a nationalist, and you're gonna abort him?
Yes.
Sounds like a plan.
Brother, I'm just curious. Are you a virgin or not?
That's crude.
Of course I am.
No, I'm serious.
Not really.
You're not really a virgin? How does that work?
I get tired of answering the same questions.
Yeah, so what's the point of that question anyway? What is it? What does it relate to? What does it relate to?
Iron is going like...
Well, he's talking about... we're talking about abortion, and he's talking about selectively killing off certain kinds of babies, and I'm just curious...
I was making a joke, you motherfucker.
I was joking.
Well, you are joking, but you kind of aren't on some level.
Well, does it make a difference whether he's a virgin or not?
The paranoia sleeps in, you know?
Yeah, I think it does. I think people who have had children or had the chance to have children have a different point of view on sex and abortion and stuff.
Yeah, of course, but why are you paranoid?
I'm not paranoid.
You
have just mislabeled me and mischaracterized me, and you know.
What about people who just want to have sex and don't want to have children then?
Pardon me, I didn't quite hear you.
Well, what about the people who have sex and don't want to have children then? Have they got a voice?
Well, yes, I was joking. I was not serious, of course. And
Brother, can I just express my utter disgust for your goddamn icon? What the fuck is that? It's just cut out. It's what the fuck is it supposed to be?
Your mom.
Well, Pope, can I ask you?
Beyond. Okay, good.
Like why you wouldn't want to have children? Are you talking about yourself, or are you talking about somebody else?
No, I'm not talking about me. I was just wondering why you was asking him that question. That's all. I just wondered what the point was.
Maybe I want to have kids. Why the fuck does it matter?
I just think you have a different perspective, depending on whether or not you've had a long-term relationship, sexual relations, or children.
That would be a problem with the way with whom I associate within society.
What the fuck is your fucking icon about? God damn it, make it straight somehow. It's annoying as fuck.
I have to go anyways.
No, thank goodness. Patriarchy for the win. Now get out.
I won't bother you and your, fragile little, vessels and everything.
Your mama is a fragile little vessel.
It's little blood vessels. I can hear them breaking one by one.
Blood vessels, what?
You know, butterfly effect type fucking breaking. You know,
what
dominoes.
What dominoes? Are you high?
I'm high all the time.
You drink too much fucking MRA tears or something.
Well, they're kind of they're more of a depressive sort of thing. They're not stimulating or anything.
Your mama is stimulating.
Nice one.
Thank you. Hey G, ask me why I'm fat. Do it.
GG, have a good day.
No. Just ask me why I'm fat, brother. God damn it. Hey, Aaron.
Yes?
Ask me why I'm fat.
No, I already heard this one the other night.
Damn it.
Why are you fat?
Because every time I fuck your mom, she gives me a cookie. Looks better on the man, though.
Right, serious question, right? Who knows anything about WinZip?
I do a bit.
Well, how comes I seem to have to fucking pay for it, and I can't undo any zip files until I seem to pay for it?
Oh, you don't need to use WinZip. You can use WinRAR. It's a free
Yeah,
one.
but every time I go to my downloads, right, it's always in this fucking WinZip, and this fucking advert comes up saying I've got to pay for it. How do I get around that?
You probably have a trial version of WinZip there. Just get this after. Hold on.
Right, so that was probably installed on this fucking laptop when I bought it, yeah?
Probably, yeah.
And it's run out. So how do I get another free one?
I'm gonna give you the link.
Okay.
Can you guys unbroadcast Justin?
Sure.
Hey, Justin.
All right, Justin.
How's everyone's day? What's up, Pope?
Christian, man, yeah.
There you go.
Right, okay. Yeah, nice one.
Also, if you have Total Commander, it has an integrated.
You've lost me already. I don't know what Total Commander is.
Oh, it's another software. Well, if you don't know what it is, you don't have it. If that doesn't work, but it should, let me know. I'm gonna give you the link anyway. Actually, to Total Commander.
Right, okay. CK, you there?
Can you guys unbroadcast CK?
F-U, CK.
You mean broadcast?
You mean broadcast?
Broadcast.
Yeah. CK, you there?
Did you hear that? I said F-U, CK.
No, you can't hear that.
That'll scare him away. Godless girl?
Yeah.
I noticed you made a little foray back into. You waded like ankle deep into the water of some anti-Muslim behavior today, because you tried your best to always introduce
I'm really not.
a thought exercise, but yet I saw you kind of slipping into deeper water just a time or two.
No, I'm not an Islamophobe anymore. I just had like a little relapse today.
That was a real. Did it make you start jonesing pretty hard? Did you want to just keep going on and on? Well, you maintained yourself very well.
No, actually, I was getting bored with the conversation though.
That's because you're fucking boring. No, I shouldn't have said that. I should say that with a notice. When I used to bitch to my mom when I was a kid about being boring, that was always her comeback. Well, I guess that's just because you're boring. Say something.
So you're on board with the burkas now, Godless?
I don't know what to think. I just find the topic boring now, though.
Is it because most of the opposition rests on feelings and emotion instead of actual logical arguments?
More like it's based on things that just aren't true. I noticed that when people started asking me to back up my sources, that a lot of my sources doesn't hold.
Yeah, you decided that World News Daily and Newsmax weren't the best of sources.
I don't know. I never read them.
Well, in the future, you know, right? Just do the checking first before you argue for your position. Usually helps.
Well, I've never done that, Art, and I argue along just fine.
Yeah.
You know, in a way, it was worse than like me just hating Muslims, because I didn't even hate Muslims. I just I had no hatred towards them. I just didn't even think of Muslims as people.
I'm just really thinking that we just ought to assimilate them all. Just get them. Get them over here. I mean, these fucking people live in mud huts. Get them over here. Let them see the Oregon and California coast. They're gonna be different people the moment they see it. They're gonna shit their pants when they see great big evergreen trees and the beach and all the rest. I think it's an easy seduction, and that's how you water down a culture. That's how you take the bite out of a culture.
Sorry,
is there more important business in mind?
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Oh, well, sorry. Can you see my screen now?
Yep.
Yeah. What do I do now then?
What's that?
What do I have to do now then? Is it just?
Well, did you install the software?
Yeah, man.
Right. So, if I understood you correctly, you had a problem opening files with your WinZip, right? It could right. So now, anytime you want to open a file, just right-click on it and select Open with or Decompress with WinRAR instead of WinZip.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and
cool.
It should actually by default change it after it installed the WinRAR. It should have asked you if you wanna change the I forgot it's called, the association with the files. So just go to the file that you had problems with or whatever and try unzipping it. See if it opens using WinRAR or WinZip.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, nice one.
Oh, Justin left already? What the fuck, Chuck?
He's here.
Oh, there he is. Nice artwork there, by the way.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah. That's a badass looking monkey.
I'm turning into a pothead in only a matter of a few days.
Have you been sleeping better?
I've been sleeping more often.
I think that means better.
Yeah, but I purposely don't let myself sleep. I do it on purpose. Because I feel like I'm missing something when I go to sleep.
I've always funny, man.
I mean, you know these things are recorded.
Yeah, but I want to be in Hangouts when I'm awake. Not go back and watch Hangouts I wasn't in.
I mean, I guess you have to choose between those two things, I guess. I've been doing that lately. I've been reducing my Google Hangout time because...
I'm addicted to Google Hangouts.
Yeah, but I mean, so was I. That's the problem.
Well, first we had to admit we had a problem.
Then we have to accept a higher power. Yeah, I got this. I found a good trick is like...
What?
I found a good trick is to set aside some time, like a hard, specific amount of time that you want to be on Google+, and then make yourself sign off.
I can't. I don't have the willpower.
That's what it comes down to.
You're lucky to come in and just get in the room, though.
I should be. I'll do it
you
right
can
now.
just set a time, and then I'll kick you at that time, and then you won't have to worry about it.
Yeah, you can do
I
that.
have so many errands to run, and I'm just sitting here anyway. I'm just sitting here.
Yeah, see, that's bad. You can't do that. It's not that important. You're gonna look back in a year and just think, "What the fuck was I doing?"
Right.
Yeah, Bob, just you can just track these files that you wanna.
You can find yourself in prison for impersonating Justin Bieber, and you're like, "What have I done with my life? How did I get here?"
Select you can do it many ways. You can select all the files and just click extract. Right.
Oh, your head to bring that up.
That's just a second. I'm doing tech support for Bob here. Or you could just drag these files out. Do whatever you want to copy them.
How do I get all three of them up then?
Select them all.
Yeah, but I don't know how to select them. If I click on one of them, it just comes up blue.
Control A. If you have Windows, Control A.
Alright. Yeah, man, that's fucking cool, isn't it? I never knew how to do that. Right, and then just extract two, yeah?
Yeah, and it should ask you where to extract it.
And then where should I do it?
Second?
Where should I put it then?
Anywhere you like.
Alright.
Yeah.
Desktop, yeah?
Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah, this is really good software.
That's old school.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I remember that being around a long time ago. WinRAR.
Oh, yeah.
Or what?
It's a Czech
it was
software.
better than. You know, I don't know if 2010 had this, and then I think I had to go get a stupid unzip or something. But I don't like mine. So WinRAR.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few things. Since that has run out, I haven't been able to unzip anything, if you know what I mean. But, I mean, there's other people that would have fucking paid for it. They would have got frustrated and gone, fuck it, I'm going to give them $34 or whatever they wanted. You know what I mean? If you didn't know the other way around it. Which I
know what you mean. Nickel and dime shit adds up after a while.
Yeah, man. Cheers.
It's like you go to do a job, you know, and you have to buy a tool, you know, and you buy this tool and you go, fuck, I've owned this tool before. I must have thrown it out. I'll be lucky if I use this fucking tool one more time in my life.
Yeah.
But if I need it, there ain't nothing else but it.
Yeah, it's a fucking nightmare, isn't it?
I like my tools, you know. I miss my tools.
Yeah, I've got a few, but, you know, space, innit? I ain't got a lot of fucking space in my house, and I ain't got a garage or nothing.
Are you a drummer?
A drummer? No.
You're a musician, aren't you?
Who, me?
Yeah, Bob.
I can't fucking play a musical instrument to save my life.
You can't?
No. I've tried, but I can't.
Well, there's somebody impersonating you, hanging around with this really hot bitch. Claims he plays in a band. He looks just like you. I'm kidding you. I thought somebody fed me. I'm so fucking gullible. What's the word? Gullible. Somebody must have said something about you being a punk rocker.
I am a bit of a fucking punk rocker, yeah. But I have got a little guitar. I can't fucking play it, man.
Oh, right on.
No.
Fucking A, right on. Yeah, that's...
It's a cigar band.
It is.
I can't play the kind.
My girl.
Made it for him. And
don't lie.
The thing was, this geezer made me this fucking thing, right? And then once it pulled the neck and all that on it, he realised I was left-handed, and now the box is fucking upside down.
It's upside down and backwards.
Yeah, the stick box.
Oh.
But he couldn't change it round because he'd already put the neck knot on it. So
That's perfect, man. That's perfect.
Yeah, it's perfect, but I can't fucking play it.
Dionysus.
Right?
Dionysus.
Yeah, what's up?
Why are you on a sock account?
Not yet. Wait.
Why are you on your sock account?
Oh, I was getting sorry about that. I was getting terrible feedback. I'm on a sock account because my other account is blocked from the Snapchat.
Why?
I don't know. I think Joe did it, and I've been trying to get Nadia to let me get back to the external chat.
Oh. I heard a radio commercial yesterday that made me think of you. It was an advertisement it was called ReputationDefender.com, and if you have a bad reputation, like your future employers can look you up on the internet, they give you a quote of how much it would cost for them to go around and make only good things pop up about you in searches, and get rid of things like criminal record and bad pictures and shit.
Yeah, it's about a good one. You already tried doing that with Reputation.com.
Pope, mute your mic. There's an echo.
So does it also cover rape, Godless? Like rape and murder? Like
I don't know.
it's interesting.
What are you trying to imply?
Why did Dionysus rape
I'm trying to
her?
imply something?
But are you trying to read into it?
Well, if you have something to say, just say it.
I have to say.
All right. Anyway, Godless. Yeah, it's about $800 to $1,000 to do like the lowest level, and then about 5,000 if you want to do like the highest.
Oh, that's a lot.
Yeah, they can't remove. Like they can't remove anything. All they can do is publish a bunch of stuff in order to push things down. But like my stuff had been pushed down, but all it takes is like one person who's eager enough to like find your information, and as soon as they click on it, it starts all over again. So then it comes up to the front page.
There's got to be a way they can take care of that, though.
No, like there should be a statute in place where you can, or not a statute, but there should be something where you have the right to be forgotten. And in the UK has that, but the United States doesn't currently have that law, which basically would mean that Google would no longer have it in search engines anymore if you were found like innocent for something and you were accused.
Right. Or even if you were only ever charged with something and not convicted, they shouldn't be able to find that.
It doesn't really matter. I'm kind of set for life now anyway. So, I mean, I have Social Security and I work part-time, so it doesn't really bother me. I mean, I'm not like interested in meeting another person really. I'm kind of set in my ways, so it's not like I'm going to be meeting some girl that I'm dating's father or something, right? So it's really kind of a moot point in my opinion.
Oh, you mean you're just going to stay with your girlfriend?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it just seems like we're not going to be able to. It just seems very long term. I mean,
but so you depend on her though?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
You depend on her though, financially?
We kind of depend on each other, I would say.
Oh. Yeah, it costs a lot more to run two households than one. You save a lot of money.
So, and I mean, she does what she wants when she wants, and I do what I want when I want.
Are you allowed to have sex?
Like with her or with other people?
With other people?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she's asexual, so that's why.
Right.
Yeah.
I thought you weren't allowed to.
Justin, I keep fucking thinking you left. It says you left group chat, and you're there.
I'm always here. Oh, fuck. My Coke just exploded.
Yeah, it was quite long, I think, from Jack Nicholson film, wasn't it? Shining, man.
The Shining?
Talking to the barman, yeah, when he talking to the barman, Lloyd his name was, and he was going, I'm always here. Something like
Hello,
that.
Lloyd. Oh, yeah. I love that scene, dude. That's one of my favorite scenes of any movie ever.
Yeah, that's what I was quoting.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I picked it up. I knew it, man.
Hello, Lloyd.
You're the
How's
best
it go again?
Yeah, Portland, Maine, or is it Portland, Oregon? Yeah, something like that.
When he goes into full fucking alcoholic psychosis and sees the bartender there, whatever he says, it's just, to me, it was like a dream come true. Wow, all the fucking invisible booze you could ever want to drink forever. Parties every Friday night.
Hey, Gallus, you say you live in West Palm Beach? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I'm moving to Boca Raton now.
How far you live from? Isn't there like a lake called Clear Lake?
I don't know, Dennis. I'm brand new here. I haven't been around. I haven't really left West Palm much, so I don't know what's I couldn't even point to where in Florida I am on a map, honestly.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're pretty far down there.
Yeah, I think I'm down towards the south. I'm on the ocean.
Are you working on your tan?
Not purposely. I have been tanner since I've been down here.
She's obviously not working on her fucking geography, is she? She doesn't know where in fucking Florida.
Fuck you, Pope.
Or your.
Yeah, but at least I know where I am in England.
Fuck you. I know where I am in America.
Bit of something.
Yeah, Dionysus was supposed to play some Mozart the other day, and he fucking waffled on us. Weenie waffled.
It's not a good idea to play music and hang out.
You know what I fucking hate about this world nowadays, Art? Every fucking place you call, you get a fucking answering service. That's old as the hills. But nowadays, most agencies, they don't give you even a guess as to when they're going to call you back.
What's the longest you guys ever waited on hold on the phone?
6 hours.
I don't believe you.
Yeah.
No, I swear to God, it was to get tickets to a concert.
What about everybody else?
I have spent longer than that. One time I was drinking a lot and popping whatever. Anyway, I was having trouble with my Dell at the time, and these fucking technical people, they'd leave me on the phone. I'd fall asleep. For fucking one time, so I got this phone bill. It was like $9,000, or some crazy fucking amount. They forgave me the whole thing. I told them, I said I was happened to mix the wrong medications and I kept passing out. And they
Justin,
just
what's the longest you ever waited in line? Stood in a line?
I don't know, like probably an hour at the DMV or something.
Fuck that.
I'm pretty ADD, so I can't, I'll just say fuck it after some point.
Oh, I fucking hate, hey Jack, I fucking hate lines. Oh man, if anybody takes cuts with me, in front of me, that's like, it's like this fucking duty I have to do. I have to go fucking get in their grill. And I just fucking hate lines.
Once when we were getting our Russian visas, in the Russian border, we waited 2 days and a half in a line. Not even fucking around.
Wow, this is fucked up, man. Can you guys see this thing? It's a part of a little razor. This fucking razor was sticking out of my old desk. The crack of it, and I was sitting there scratching my arm on it, going, "Oh, there's something to scratch my arm on." It felt like and I thought, "Oh, that looks like a nail," and it's a fucking razor blade. This could have been ugly, man. You could have been seeing a big fountain of blood over here. Sorry about the intrusion there, or interruption.
So, Justin, you still think it's okay to? So, if the porn bombing would happen too much, you think that's okay? Justin?
Why are you asking Justin? It was Justin Bieber, not Justin.
We are the world.
Well, he's in a hangout now, and I'd like to hear what he wants to say about this. I mean, this issue's not gonna go away quietly. We all know this.
You're gonna make damn sure of that, Art.
No, I can be quiet, but I guarantee you, Gus, Ermine, Mark, and a ton of other people will be talking about this, and will bring this up.
Are they interested in banning Matt Slick from the Hangouts?
Why should they?
Oh, I just thought that maybe they thought that somebody who advocates the stoning of homosexuals and who beats his own daughter would be somebody that they would consider beyond the pale.
Actually, I think quite a few people have him banned.
No, I'm just saying, are the people who are interested in banning Justin Bieber from Hangouts, are they interested in banning Matt Slick from Hangouts?
All you're pointing out is a possible hypocrisy, which is not absolving the actual act that we're talking about.
Well,
And
why does the
like
act
I
need to
mentioned,
be
a
absolved?
lot of people do not want to talk with Matt Slick, so I'm guessing they do have him blocked anyway. And if you notice,
I don't think so.
He doesn't show up in Nadia's Hangouts or any other Hangouts anyway.
I don't see that anybody has made the claim that Matt Slick should be allowed to be in Hangouts because he beats his daughter and advocates the stoning of homosexuals. So I'm just curious to know what explains that. Do you have any idea?
Obviously, he's entitled to have a political opinion or whatever.
Who's entitled?
He can argue with.
Who's entitled?
See, I don't see how this is relevant.
He's entitled to have his opinion, isn't he?
No. What I'm trying to understand is some people seem to think that showing Matt Slick his daughter having sex, is somehow some kind of thing that's beyond the pale. And I'm just trying to understand what their moral compass is as to what they consider beyond the pale.
Oh, well, this would be one.
I think the Matt Slick thing is considered to be like an act of abuse, whereas the stoning the gays thing is considered an opinion. And so those are two separate things.
It's not an act of abuse so you don't actually think that speech can play a causal role in behavior?
Okay, we're getting into a rabbit hole here.
In order to make that case, you'd have to demonstrate that's the case with evidence.
No, Aaron, we're getting into a rabbit hole. This is avoiding the main issue, right? So we have seen an act that this community deems not acceptable.
I heard it broke up for me. My question?
You're breaking up.
My question: what needs to play a causal role in behavior?
Jack, you're breaking up first of all.
What I said is that.
Sorry, is it still breaking up?
But you need to prove that with evidence, right? Like you can't just assert it.
Yeah, that's fine. So you don't have a problem with the idea that somebody, if they might have good reasons to believe that Matt Slick does a lot of harm, right?
But again, Aaron, do not indulge that, please.
And him
this
beating
is avoiding
his
the
daughter, right? Him beating his daughter, right, would be another example of something that a lot of people might consider harmful and might consider a lot more egregious, right, than showing his daughter. In fact, some people, like myself, think there's absolutely nothing objectionable about showing him his daughter, right? Whereas I happen to think that it's objectionable that he's on the airwaves, right? And I think it's objectionable that he beat his daughter, right? So what I'm trying to understand is what kind of moral compass exactly do the people have who advocate Justin Bieber being banned from Hangouts because he showed some video of Matt Slick's daughter having sex on camera to Matt Slick, but aren't actually advocating that Matt Slick be banned from the Hangouts?
Oh yeah, sure. Let's agree. Yeah, sure. Let's, for the sake of argument, we're all fucking utter hypocrites. Good.
Why for the sake of
argument? I'll try to
Why
explain
for the sake of
argument?
argument?
Don't Aaron.
Well,
He's trying to obfuscate the issue.
What?
Obfuscating?
How am I obfuscating? What issue am I obfuscating?
Are you explaining how it's not wrong? Are you explaining how it's justified? No. You're attacking us. You're saying, oh, you're being hypocrites, you're being inconsistent.
I already gave an argument as to how it was justified, right? But I don't actually need to give an argument to justify it, right? Now, I take it that you have an argument to justify your claim that it's wrong, right?
Oh, it's just against my values.
Oh, so you don't have an argument. So why are
should
you
I have an
asking
argument?
for an argument? Why are you asking for an argument when you don't have to
I
provide
was curious maybe that you have one. Since you don't have one, okay,
I
sure.
actually gave an argument last time
did you? Okay, I missed that.
About it.
I missed
no, you
that.
didn't
Could you
miss
give me
it.
the argument?
No, you didn't miss it. You didn't miss it at all. So I'm still trying to understand, right? Why are you saying for the sake of argument we're hypocrites? Why aren't you saying I'm a hypocrite? I'm not understanding that.
Because I don't care discussing our side here. This is not the issue. You see, like I told before, we have identified a conflict. Let's say a conflict of values, even though some theists would say that it's actually a moral issue for them, and that's why they find it reprehensible. The point is that this behavior is not acceptable by our community. Now the question is, did Justin do it? Does he regret it? Is he willing to apologize? If not, then we will enforce a separation between us in a form of a ban, a blockage.
Yeah, and so let me just ask you, those who are going to enforce that separation, are they saying, therefore, that they approve of those who advocate the stoning of homosexuals and the beating of their daughters?
You're asking if those people who want to separate themselves from Justin advocate the stoning of homosexuals?
Well, if they approve of it.
I doubt it. But you have to ask them. I don't approve.
Do they? Oh, I see. And so what's your view? Do you think that people who advocate the stoning of homosexuals and who beat their daughters are guilty of something that's abhorrent?
Actually, that's not exactly the claim that Matt Slick makes, is it? Matt Slick makes the claim that a theocracy where by law it is allowed to stone homosexuals, people ought to stone homosexuals.
Does he advocate a theocracy?
Yes. At least I hope so.
So then,
well,
then
I think so.
I'm not seeing the relevance of that clarification.
Oh no, because
so
somebody advocating for stoning homosexuals is different, because that's calling for outright immediate harm, while he is advocating for a change of social, judicial, political structures, right? To get to that, that's a big hurdle.
That would, of course, and of course, for him to get that.
No, shoot. But Art, wouldn't Justin Bieber's
it's not a Justin Bieber, Justin Potts.
Showing the video of the daughter to be his free speech?
While silencing Matt Slick's free speech by
no, he did not.
Making sure as much as he could with his ability to ban his hangout, because he did an act that will lead to banning his hangout. You understand?
Like a feminist. No, but
why do I sound like a feminist? Because I don't like the footage of kids having sex being shown to their parents in a public forum when it's utterly irrelevant.
No, I'm talking to Matt Slick specifically.
What?
I'm not talking about you two. I'm talking about him showing the video to Matt Slick specifically.
I don't. What? Could you rephrase that?
So when Justin Bieber showed the video,
it's not Justin Bieber. We all know who it is.
Yes, of the daughter, you know, I think that was his free speech.
Whose free speech? You mean Justin Potts?
Justin Bieber, yes.
Nah, sure. No, we all know who it is, but sure, Justin. Let's just call him Justin. Was that his expression of free speech? In a way, sure.
How so? In a way.
Okay, sure. It's his free speech. Yes, he exercises his right to say something. Yes, sure.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Mm-hmm. So
in the same way that Matt Slick exercises his free speech to preach his bigotry.
Except that Matt Slick didn't cross some rather important lines that, like I told you before, we have agreed by consent not to cross, did we? Like bringing the family into fucking debate, into discussions about ideas that we hold. Ideas, right? Big difference. Matt Slick has stupid ideas that if implemented will lead to harm. What Justin did in response to these stupid ideas is to cause actual harm and attempting to silence his freedom of speech while, as you said, implementing his right for freedom of speech.
So, would you agree that Matt Slick the way he brings in other people's family is way more subversive. So for example, when he preaches his anti-gay sentiments, in a way he is advocating for the either
actually,
the
I'm not
torture
even
or the
sure
abuse
about.
of the gays.
Well,
And
actually,
he's
I'm
in
not
that
even
way bringing in
sure.
children.
Sorry, I'm not even sure about his specific views about homosexuality. I've been taking Jack's word actually on this because he was the one first brought this to me. I don't even know if he's a theonomist actually, and he wants a theocracy. I'm just taking Jack's word on this again, right? And there's a nuance. There's a bit of nuance when it comes to Christian positions on homosexuality because Christians tend to distinguish between the sinner and the sin. Right, so I don't know if Matt Slick sold to that, for example.
It doesn't. No, intentions don't matter. It's what they say that matters. It's what they do that matters.
He exposed ideas, right? Let's say he called every gay person a fucking despicable cunt, right? He espoused his view, which is vile, utterly vile. I agree, but don't you think there is a line? Right, there is a line of responses. The responses should not cross certain lines. For example, bringing a family into it, especially in such a manner where you're showing nudity of his daughter to him while doing a sexual act. That's the state. God damn it!
What I'm saying is that Matt Slick and Justin Bieber were acting the same way. And I'm saying if you are willing to condemn one,
are you high, Palm?
Condemn the other.
They're acting in the same way, really.
Yes. Matt
really,
Slick, when he does his anti-gay, when he does his gay hate speeches, and when he rails against transgenders, because he has to because of his religion.
Right.
He's bringing people's he's bringing people's kids into this.
Not in the same way, is it?
Just like you ignore the intentions
same way?
of Justin. No, just like you ignore the intentions of Justin Bieber, in the same way we can't consider the intentions of Matt Slick. So you're
saying I ignored the intentions of Justin?
Yeah.
I didn't. I actually spoke about his intentions. You hang us back. And his intentions were evidenced by discussions that he had in Nadia's Hangout, and we can also infer his intentions based on his previous behavior, right? Which is to make fun, to ridicule the opposition, etc., etc.
But why? Why was he doing
that? Because he wanted to. I'm gonna give him the maximum sort of the most flattering. I'm gonna describe it in the most flattering way, right? So his intentions might have been to reduce harm, ultimately, right? But it still doesn't justify what he did, because guess what? Matt Slick thinks that destroying atheists and atheist ideology is also going to cause less harm. But you would not say that he's then justified. Justified bringing fucking porn footage of the family member of atheists and showing it in public, in front of them, in front of parents. You would say that's crossing a fucking line, wouldn't you?
I'm not saying it's justified. I'm saying if you're willing to do this if you're willing to treat Justin a certain way, then don't be a hypocrite. Treat Matt Slick the same way.
You're saying block him. Sure. I actually, like I said, I heard a lot of people who are really dismayed and even pissed off. They're calling Matt Slick an asshole and an idiot and saying they're not going to talk to him anymore. And I'm even sure if he was showing up in this Hangouts or in the Hangouts that our community goes to, they would actually block him. But because he doesn't show up, there's no point.
What's good for the goose is good for the gander, you know.
Here's what I'm having a hard time with on Palm. Palm, you keep calling it Justin Bieber. Godless Kafir confirmed this morning that it was Justin Potts. So you were in that hangout, so I can't understand why you keep referring to Justin as Bieber. I mean, you might as well call it Timberlake at this point. At the end of the day, it's Potts. We have it confirmed through, and there was a little fun with it and whatever. I wish is Jack still in here?
No, he dropped out.
But for the life of me, let's call a spade at this point. It's been confirmed. And I don't know, Justin's in here, and he's still, I don't know why he's hiding behind anything.
I just think it's Justin because the voice sounds the same reason you do.
No, that's not what you said this morning. You're on record. It's at hour and 58 minutes. You can listen to the 3 minutes of Swatch to 2 hours and 1 minute.
Judas. God damn it. Ermin, did you hear what I say? Did you hear what I said about this?
I was listening on the outside, but there might, you know how there's that 30-second delay, so I might have lost about 30 seconds of it. But in the nutshell, it sounds like what's good for Goose is good for Gander, and if we want to block and reduce Justin Potts, then we need to block and reduce Matt Slick. That's what I heard.
Okay, but I think all that was being asked by Art was that Justin said he was sorry. Is that not enough?
Well, no, I want to hear Justin's side. That's the only reason I haven't blocked him yet and why he's still in his hangout, is because I want to hear his side, right? I want to hear if he apologizes, if he's going to say, well, I was actually drunk, guys, and I utterly regret this, and I will apologize to Matt Slake or some other amends. Then I would consider not blocking him and consider even
you
speaking
think
on
Matt
his
Slick
behalf.
wants to talk to Justin?
That's irrelevant.
But Art, I'm asking though, does Art want Justin to go apologize to Matt Slick?
Doesn't actually have to go talk to him. What I care about is that this doesn't happen, and a way of showing this is for me to see his sincere apology.
Yeah, now Jack can get back in though. Damn it. Is anyone not participating that wants to?
Yeah.
Well, Justin, ironically, Justin is the one who doesn't participate here right now.
Yeah. He's actually the main focus. Yeah.
I love how Jack tried to switch this back on us. Just fucking awesome debate tactic, Jack.
He has a point.
Utterly avoiding the issue. No, he fucking doesn't. It's irrelevant to the point that is raised, which is that, hey, we found something that is against the values of this community.
Sure.
Does the person who did this recount? Is going to promise not to do this? No. Well, since this issue is a huge conflict and it cannot coexist, the community has the right to not to talk to this person.
Of course.
Right.
But
and he, instead of dealing with that, he's like, oh, but do you have an argument, Art? Oh, but Art, aren't you being hypocrites because you don't ban Matt Slick as well?
Do you know how I see it, Art? I do think that Justin Bieber's actions reflect poorly on the atheist community. I think that is why a lot of people in general disassociate with him. But I think
that is another issue.
I think the second reason is just they don't like him as a person. They don't like.
That's false.
They don't like
no,
him
even Gus likes him. I like Justin. We had good discussions, right? We never had a conflict. I was shocked to find. Well, actually, I wasn't shocked to find.
I think
it was because he has this sense of humor. I just was hoping he never goes that far with this really blunt sense of humor.
Who do you speak for? Who do you
Nobody.
speak for?
Myself.
Well, why do you keep saying us and we in this code? That stuff that.
Oh, I'm just speaking about what I think would be the case.
Find people that blocked him.
I really respect
advocate blocking.
No, wait a minute, Iron. You've had lots to say about this today, and I've yielded to you respectfully. Hermine said very little, and I value your opinion, Hermine. And the last thing I want to do is get on the wrong side. But I did have a chance. I don't represent the community, but Art apparently thinks he does. But let me tell you what I did.
Art, let him finish.
I never get a chance to finish with Art at the gun. Maybe one of these days I'll have to start taking mods myself. Anyway, I did go into it in a hypothetical situation. Being a dad myself, yada, 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 ouch, that would fucking suck if I didn't know, it was coming, whatever. It's still a guy that's highly visible, that's in a public position and makes money, gets millions, and don't interrupt me yet. He's well fed off of his stance, which is well known and widely publicized, a lot more than I thought. So this would be no different from what would be called a hack hit job from a journalist. These kind of things happen all the time here in the U.S. Our standard for freedom of speech is considerably lower ethically than the Canadian model, or probably a lot of the European ones. So we talked, and I said, well, I didn't want to be confrontive and combative, because I really like, in fact, Justin's made an investment in, I feel, in this room. He's been a good supporter of Nadia, and he's been a good supporter and a friend and ally to me and helped me in some things, and that does not make a case that alone. But what I've seen from him, unlike some others, is a spirit of community and camaraderie amongst what he feels are mostly atheists here. Now, I'm not going to I'm not to the justify voice. I couldn't justify it. But I said, I think my greatest concern, because I was echoing Irons, and this is why I'm wondering, do you fucking not remember this, Iron? Some of concerned that they might become the victims of such. And I was promised never to worry about that within our not, I won't say that. I was told it would not happen to others of us in this community. That does not make it right yet. But then at one point I thought, well, Nani's sitting there eating crumbs and shit again. And so I reckoned that this person ought to make some kind of restitution to try to make the community whole again. And they were glad to do it. Oh, that's a good idea. And very concerned because what was the fucking hit of a lifetime for, like, if you think back to Animal House and all the rebelliousness and stuff of youth, and a few guys maybe getting tanked and going a little bit overboard in this kind of a thing, it was still kind of the hit job of the century in some guys' minds, and that's maybe the possible benefits of that outweighed what the actual harm that what occurred was. It sounds like I'm making excuses, but I'm not. This is based on ongoing conversations over the last few months with Justin, just to kind of get to know him. I was caught by surprise on this. I'll tell you, I didn't like the whole thing, but what got me the most, and I'm going to shut up at this moment, DPR, is my final thing, Art, is this unctuous crying that reminds me, that's the church I ran from, where, oh man, I hear it from my aunts and uncles, that same pitiful voice calling for justice, and there's this soothing feeling to that too, that, I'm not that piece of shit, but how many of us have not fucked up some serious way here, hit somebody with a fucking car, or fallen, done something, lost our kid for a fucking 2 hours, done something that we would never do again? Who hasn't done that shit? This is basic humanity. This is not religion. This is not turning the other cheek. This is basic what the fuck. So I think your request for an apology is well taken. I just want to know, who do you represent? Is it just you, Art? And or is it this other unseen group of these people with this code that was news to me until today? With that, I'm going to shut up, and thanks for hearing me out, guys.
Wow. Okay.
Thanks.
What the fuck to start? You're welcome, dude. So I didn't represent anybody except me. When I was talking about we or our community, I was talking on the basis of what I heard other people saying and their view being. As to this being a hit, you said something about what Justin did being this hit job of, what is it? What's the expression that you used? Unmute. OG unmuted.
Oh, it's like a journalistic hit piece.
Yeah, the thing is, the problem with reducing really heinous acts, reducing them into something that is like more or less acceptable, is that, guess what? The opposition can now do the same thing to you and just say, well, you see, it's just a hit job. It's this journalistic hit job, this journalistic hit piece we're trying to do on you. When we, found the footage of your daughter having sex with a donkey, right? And when we made that, when we posted this next to you in a hangout on a live stream, right, in public, we're just doing a journalistic hit piece. Right. Then when we found your wife doing coke out of a, stripper, and we found the footage, right, and we put it to you right next to the hangout, that was just a hit piece, right? So if you're okay with that, sure, then you can call it a journalistic hit piece or whatever. So yeah. Go ahead, OG, or whoever wants to respond.
Oh, thanks, Art. So yeah, journalistic hit piece, and I'm not. That doesn't make it reduce it but this is going to sound like justification now, and this is you want to rip my ass up for this, fine. But if you imagine, I took a moment or two, and also because I like this guy, I put myself in his shoes for a moment or two, and I came up with the idea, you know, if I was 30 years old, budding young fucking atheist, and I want to make a name for myself, I could go, oh, dang there, but for the grace of God goes, Dunce Cap OG. I'd do the same kind of shit and go, fuck, I just knocked out this old freaking douchebag that everybody, you know, that I can't stand listens to. Ta-da, you know, I can, and then realizing later, oh, fuck, that was, you know, the porn was the opportunity. Sadly, it had to, you know, was something like that. But it's not like you could say, well, I've got either this porn or some other evidence to choose from. The porn, I guess, was the opportunity. Now you guys can call me a fucking idiot and put me on ignore. I hear you. You know who the one guy that I want to say something that's going to really piss Justin off, but listen, homeboy, the one guy I was surprised that, you know, this Beaver, somebody really made it, you know, I don't like this certain guy's been kind of a self-righteous bit of a prick lately, and he probably knows it, but Gus, I fucking heard him pleading with people not to do this. And fucking Gus, to me, on this one, I wouldn't want to be the one to do it. I'd rather swallow fire, but I'd probably consider an apology because he went to lengths to convince other people not to do this. And
Wait, what are you talking about?
Today. Gus went to great lengths to try to persuade people not to consider such a hit job. So, if you know, if Gus, who's been, you know, yelling about a lot of things lately or whatever, somebody at least reached out and said, you know, but Gus, next time maybe I'll listen. Maybe I won't.
What context is this in, OG? What context are you talking within?
Well, I don't know. Just to make people fucking quit whining and doing that lashes and
what the hell were we even talking about? Like, I don't even remember.
No, you know, we were talking about that you know, who represents this community or whatever. And I don't see anybody but Art coming forward, you know.
I didn't say that, OG.
Yeah, you did earlier. You kept saying if you
I
listen
clarified.
to
Didn't I clarify, OG?
Pardon me, Art. I apologize.
Okay.
So that's it. If you want to fill in the rest of the blanks, I'll stand back.
Yeah, Jack is better. I think we should have Jack in here.
I'm not really in a mood for any fucking debate tactics and fucking. No, this is a quite clear issue. Even if Jack convinces me, let's say, he's not going to be able to convince the vast majority of people. So Justin is still going to have to face the music.
No, that's fine. He still deserves to be heard. It's so far.
But yeah, that's why he's here. But he's not talking. Yet he was talking just a few fucking seconds before I started to talk first and asked him the question.
No, it's just so far it's been a circle jerk, really. That's what it's been.
I'm pretty sure the Peltog guys had plenty of circle jerks about this issue.
Sure. Yeah, I forgot what we were talking about before you two engaged.
Yeah. Hey, Ray.
Yeah.
What up, Ray? Did you hear the drama?
No, let me just get my earphones in.
Sure. It's a good thing that Nadia's asleep because we would not be able to even have this discussion.
Sorry, I just want to go back to, if you go back to the hangout right before this and you go to 4 minutes and 58.5 seconds and start listening for the next 3.5 minutes, you will hear Godless and everything that she had to say between her and Justin and Potts, that is, not Bieber, confirming it. So I'd like to know, because I can
so,
play it back from that spot.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can, and I'll tell you exactly what it's going to say. Yes,
no,
you can.
Tell me what it's going to say. Let's actually listen.
No, I want to say exactly what it's going to say. Let me say it first, Hermine. Let me say exactly what it's going to say. Be fair. Be fair. So it's going to say that it's not going to say I planned out the attack on Matt Slick with Justin. I'm going to say that yes, it was Justin, and that the Skype group wasn't going to admit that it was Justin. That was the original plan, not me planning attacking Matt Slick. So why would you lie about me in the side chat and say that I planned to attack Matt Slick?
No, she was talking about implications.
Now play it, Hermine.
It's being played if you'd be quiet.
Oh, I don't think he'll respond to it. Well, the Hangout is edited and been reposted as far as I can see, but I don't think they've made any comment. But I don't follow Matt Slick closely enough to, you know.
Well, yeah, neither do I. That's why I was asking if anybody knows.
I doubt he will. Well, the original plan was... Oh, never mind.
What? You're begging us to ask you what?
No, I didn't. I was thinking of something. I don't want to say. Never mind.
He was covering for you.
She's on to us. Shit. Don't tell anyone.
The original plan was, and then it's silence.
No, okay. I'll just say. I don't know why Justin denies it's him. It's stupid. The original plan was we weren't going to tell anybody. We're going to keep it a secret that it was Justin.
Judas.
Okay, so in what world were you not planning it if the original plan was to keep it quiet that it was Justin? On what planet were you not planning it? Okay, either you are lying then or you are lying now.
Neither. I don't lie, Hermine.
Which one is it? Because that was your voice. That's what was said. So how did I lie about anything out of context?
What did I lie about?
The original plan was.
The original plan
was we were not going to. The original plan. That means you were in on the original planning.
No,
can I get a drop
the original plan to attack?
Drop the
mic. Yeah, mic drop.
You got you here.
This is
not
pretty
the original plan to attack Slick. Before I came out and said that Justin was the one that did it, the original plan was for the Skype group who had the video, but I didn't have the video until after. I didn't even know it happened until after it happened. Well, the original plan was to not admit that it was Justin, and I just broke that plan because I admitted it was him. So what are you talking about? What did I lie about?
Oh, no, hey, listen, as long as you admit that it's Justin,
then we know. Why is she accusing me of lying? What the fuck?
Sure. As long as now we know that it's Justin by the admission, right? So it's pretty cool.
But why would she accuse me of planning the attack on Matt Slick? I didn't even know about it till after it happened. You can ask anybody.
Sure, enjoy your 30 pieces of silver, you traitor.
And I've been saying that I wouldn't have done. I think that it's funny, but I wouldn't have done that to Slick. So what am I lying about that? And I was really in on the original plan to attack Slick. What the fuck are you talking about? You sound stupid right now.
God, let's calm down for your own sake here. I think the evidence is pretty damning.
Like you weren't doing it. That was your own voice. You lied on yourself. That was not me doing anything.
Nothing I said was inconsistent.
I just played what you were saying and what you were talking about, and you came out and told on yourself. Sorry, you can't.
Hermine, I said exactly what your recording was going to say before you even played it. What are you talking about?
That you were planning it.
I said I was planning the attack on Slick. No, I didn't. Play it again. Play it again.
Hey, guys, Ray has to leave, and he's hoping to get into his 2 cents worth. Can we take just a moment because he's got to leave?
No, it's not that. It's just that I crash at random. I'll probably crash halfway through saying this.
Like, why are not other people defending me?
Godless, hold on. Ray needs to say something quickly.
Yeah, no, I was listening. I don't know how far behind I was, and I heard Jack defending whoever did it. And what disappoints me about this is that out of all the people that probably could have maybe actually had an impact on taking Slick down, let's say this was all about fucking Matt Slick up, right? I don't like Matt Slick. I don't really have anything personal against him, but what he stands for, right? The people that had the capacity to do that just fucked it up for themselves. Because if this was the only method that they think they could get at him is by porn bombing him, which it's fucking retarded. What was the long plan in this? We show his daughter on cam to him, which he's fully aware of. It's going to mean they're even worse with letting people in on the Hangouts. This is what disappoints me. I don't understand what the plan was with it.
Anyway, Ray, I'm sorry, but I was in the middle of being accused of lying about something. Can you hold off?
Thanks, Godless. You were lying, in a way.
No, I never said I was part of. I was never part of the original plan for
Okay,
Matt
here's
Slick.
what I'm thinking. Here's what I heard. Is that you came in just now saying there was no plan when earlier you had said there was a plan. Did I hear it wrong?
There was never. I was never in on any plan to originally attack Matt Slick. I was saying originally the plan was for me to deny that it was Justin, and now that plan's gone because I'm saying it was Justin. So how did I ever lie about originally planning to attack Matt Slick? I didn't know. I'm telling the truth right now. I'm telling the fucking truth. I didn't know about the attack on Matt Slick until after it happened. Hermine, you're saying I'm lying right now and I did know about it before it ever happened?
Live by omission, maybe. But anyway, you know, this
lying
is between
by omission.
you two
I'm telling you, I didn't know about it. So how is it
Sure.
admitting anything?
Yeah, I don't believe
Either I'm
you that you
lying or
didn't
I'm not.
I don't believe you. You guys are really tight. You share like practically everything.
You think I knew about? Fuck you, Art. Fuck you.
I'm not.
I didn't know about it. I didn't fucking know about it. And
inclined.
every time I see you, that's all I'm going to talk about is how I didn't fucking know about it. Fuck you.
Well, sure.
I didn't fucking know
I'm
about
just
it.
saying-
And I wouldn't fucking deny it if I did.
I just
I've
find
already
it really.
said I think it's fucking funny. I wouldn't
I
deny
find
it
it
if I did know.
implausible. Okay, calm down. Calm down. I don't. But the thing is, at the very least, what is asked
Fuck you.
at the very least, what has been established is that Justin lied, because he
Why am I
denied.
being? So what? What does that have to do with me? Why am I being falsely accused
Talking
of
about
bullshit?
Justin, not talking to you now.
Well, I'm here.
You falsely accused me of bullshit.
Good.
Hold on.
Justin, it has come to the surface,
Fuck
right? That
you,
you have in
Art.
fact did it. That you have in fact did it.
And
you
fuck you,
denied it.
Hermine.
Come on.
So what's come to the surface now?
They're
you did
saying that Justin, I'm being accused of planning it out, the attack out.
Godless, you need to come.
No, that's the minimal claim. You see, what the footage showed is essentially Godless. What Godless said implies that you actually did it, and I think she actually admitted.
Well,
that
let's
you
back
did it.
up here. Let's back up. Godless, I think you should probably calm down, right? And you should also remember that you're not obligated to answer any of these questions, right?
Okay.
Right.
You're
Now,
right.
I think we should all take a step back and realize that over the past 3 days, it's been nothing but drama, right? And that if any of you were actually interested in the issue about Matt Slick, then you wouldn't be propagating the very thing that's damaging him, right?
Well, you know what I think? Can I just say what I think real quick,
Well,
Justin?
hold on, because I've been listening
Please,
a while.
I'll be quick. I'll be quick. I think it's silly and sick when people pretend to be morally outraged at funny shit because they need to satisfy their need for drama. That makes them sick, disgusting people.
All right.
We have
Well,
plenty
what
of
I'm going
other
to point
drama
out,
to be
what I'm going to point out is over the past 3 days, I've had people try to contact my job. I've had people try to discern details about me by adding me on Facebook, LinkedIn, shit like that. I've seen people make videos about me, which is fine. I'm not criticizing these people. I'm saying that's okay, right? But what I'm going to point out now that everybody needs to just admit is that it's not really about Matt Slick. It's not about Matt Slick for Gus. It's not about Matt Slick for anybody else that's bitched about it. It's just personal issues with a cause attached to it now.
I didn't have a personal issue with you before this. Not at
Well,
all.
I mean, but the point I'm talking about, Art, is that you don't really have a say in this at all. It doesn't involve you.
What do you mean it doesn't involve me?
You're irrelevant, right?
What do you mean?
You can get behind the mob, and you know you can put together a mob. That's fine. I mean, you guys have been acting very mobbish for the past couple of days. But what I'm saying is, if you really care about the issue, then it's null and void now. The video's been removed by Matt Slick. In fact, the only people propagating the goddamn video are the people that want to talk about it.
That's not the issue. The issue is that
That's a good point.
somebody who's a member of our community
can
has
judge me in
crossed a
this
line, right?
You can judge
and
me
in such a way that conflicts with the values
You
of
can
vast
judge
majority of
me
people.
in this community by how I've acted inside this community.
Why would you lie
Just-
about it?
Look, it's not about affirming or denying anything. That's the point that I'm making, right? If you guys want moral dessert, you know, I can't
No
help.
moral dessert. All you have to do is say, "Yeah, bitch, I did."
No, but I don't
And
have
what?
I don't have
Because that's
to
where
do
you're
it.
all, what you're
No, I
at
don't
right now.
have to do anything,
It's just moral. No. You don't. You can stay whatever and die.
Right, but I'm saying you have no fucking say in it. It's not about you. Hermine, it's not about
this
you.
person and that person and then this person saying she wasn't part of it, but then it was recorded that she was, and it's fuck Hermine. I was trying to get to the bottom of it. At the end of the
that's ridiculous. They're accusing me of planning it out.
Hey, Justin, when you said it wasn't me, what did I do? Well, he said it wasn't him, so I got to believe him. And now it's a totally different story. So
What do you
yeah,
mean it's a
I'm a
different
little
story?
embarrassed
It's
from
the
my
same thing.
ego perspective that I
Hermine,
actually
it's the same fucking thing. It's just conjecture. That's all you're doing.
Hermine is a theist. Now, Justin, come on.
Look, here's my point. Here's all I'm going to say about it. It's all still conjecture, right? None of you is definitive about it. You can't be. Like, by its nature, you can't be, right? Second,
Godless admitted that you do.
the only person that would need an
Nice
apology
try.
in this case, the only person that would need an apology in this case is Matt Slick. Now, if you want to ban me because you're worried about it, go ahead. Do it, right? Don't talk about it anymore. Just do it. But if you want to gauge me by my behavior, then I think, I add more to these discussions on a regular basis than most people that sit in this room.
Well, okay, then on that point, then let me ask this then. You don't have to admit it was you or not. I don't really care either way. Why was this the only method that someone would think of going after Matt Slick that would have an effect? I mean, is it just pure frustration with him? Is it just a joke? I don't see why.
Well, if you guys watch the video, there's actually something that hasn't been talked about, which is kind of fascinating to me, is how the issue was framed, right? Now,
I've watched everything.
It's odd to me that people have discounted how the issue was framed. For instance, when it was brought up, it seemed to be about the psychological difficulties presented in a religious household when one member of the family doesn't abide by those, right? Now, if you do your research about this issue, this is legitimate. She actually talks about this in her memoir. She talks about how the fact that she was religiously oppressed, possibly beaten, I don't care to speculate on that, but oppressed nonetheless, led her to leaving her house and being alienated for her freedom, including sexual freedom. Now, the thing people bring up is that porn was used, right? Now, potentially, you could take the issue that showing porn is only bad if you've already vehemently disapproved of porn, right? And that was kind of the whole point with Matt Slick and his daughter, right? She's alienated because she does something he doesn't agree with, right? Now, the only reasonable claim I think people have is that a father shouldn't have to see that, right? Now, for that claim, I totally agree. That part is fucked up. There's no disagreement on my part, right?
And you just told it.
Right.
And you have any remorse?
Well, like I said, I'm not going to affirm or deny anything, and I have my own reasons for not doing that.
Okay.
There may be other reasons. There may be other reasons why someone can't affirm or deny something, and people should be aware of that.
Maybe legal reasons. He doesn't want. His lawyer said not to.
There's lots of reasons why you wouldn't want to do something, right? That not everybody can be aware of. Now, it's not legal because there's no legal issue here, but...
Well, actually, there kind of is.
Terms of... It's public information, and it can't be harassment if you don't
except that video. So she's a cam girl, and the website owns the rights to that footage.
Oh, well, copyright issues are a different thing.
Well, it's a legal issue.
Well, sure. Copyright, whatever. That's fine.
There's also might be an issue of, I don't know if this is... Well, this is against the YouTube guidelines at the very least, I think, showing porn, and might be some repercussions about that. But that's a minimal thing, really. That's a small thing. Small potatoes, right? Holy shit. Well, I'll go ahead, Ray. I've said enough about it.
I mean, anyway, I just think it's probably time to put this issue to bed.
Yeah.
It's been 3 days. I just feel like everyone's had their say about it.
Well, we just wanted to know, like I said, if you are, willing to recount this or apologize for this, because this is simply crossing the line.
Justin, they don't really give a shit about Slick. They're pretending to be morally outraged because they're sick people who need drama.
In what way do you think we care about Slick?
And so sick that your need for drama that you're willing to falsely accuse me of planning it out? Fuck you, Art!
Well, you already knew something was going on. You guys talked about it in the hangout.
I said the plan was for me to never say it was Justin, idiots.
Well, look, this whole thing
play the fucking recording again.
It makes you being involved.
Godless, I remember you like 2 weeks ago. Or
how is that relevant to
Justin in the middle of the night about the material that he had.
Art, how is that relevant to me being falsely accused of planning on attacking Slack?
Well, Godless, look,
I don't know about that actually.
They're making an inference that's okay to make, right? It's not a completely ridiculous inference. The point is that it's just an inference. It's fine.
Just logic.
It's not unreasonable on either side.
They're saying that they believe I did it, so fuck you.
But who cares, Godless?
God damn it, Godless. You see, you cry about us, caring about drama, but it seems that right now what you're doing is focusing attention to you in a way of drama. Armin just made some small claim there.
It's about me.
My goodness.
No,
it's not about you.
A presupposition
It's not about you. No, it's not about you.
Godless, you used to throw things at random Muslim women that you met on the street that you didn't know anything about.
So attack me for that.
I'm just saying it's a little bit
Attack me for
ridiculous
that
for you to
then.
be
Attack
crying
me for
about
that
being
then. Attack me for that
mistreated
then.
with
Don't
assumptions
make
about your character.
Iron. Then why don't you attack me for that instead of making shit up?
So you do care about drama. You do care about starting drama.
But you were definitely complicit with this, or at least had some idea of what was going to happen beforehand. I think that's fairly obvious.
Great. Now Iron's falsely accusing me of it too.
If the point of doing this was to bring about the context about how people are treated in certain religious families, whatever issues they have with their sexuality or them doing pornography.
No, that's not the way to do it.
No one's disagreeing that it was tactless. We should probably agree on that, right? We all agree that it was tactless.
Please define tactless.
Well, lacking tact, right? No finesse. No.
But is that,
honestly, sorry. As a non-English speaking person, I've seen the word, heard the word used in context, but I really don't know what it means.
There was a more polite and amiable way to go about it, right? We all agree.
Okay, yeah. Fuck, sure, yeah. Okay.
Now, I think what you guys may want to hear, and maybe this would provide some kind of assurance, is that I am not planning on ever dox dropping anybody in here or interfering with their personal life. Now, if that's the kind of assurances you need, you have it.
So why would you see? I'm not sure how is that inconsistent with your position, because you think, look, it's justified to porn bomb this guy with the footage of his own daughter having sex because this guy's views. Wait. Because these guys' views are so reprehensible in a way that they will cause harm if implemented. Why should you not be allowed in your own values to do the same thing to a communist or capitalist, depending on what position you hold?
Well, because none of you are capable of causing harm.
And you think Matt
Slick?
Wait. You think that idiot Matt Slick is being laughed at by his own people? He was on the Daily Show. He's making a laughing stock.
He's also syndicated to 16 million people and has a radio show.
Syndicated 16 million people? What?
Karm has
right. So what you're saying is that your assurance is contingent on people not having a large viewership, right?
I mean, yeah, but I think that's a reasonable thing to say, right? If you're not in a position of extreme power, and I think you're a piece of shit, then you're totally free. But I think how many of us would disagree with that?
So if I found a web, let's say you're a communist, right? Just hypothetically,
well,
and I'm
a capitalist, right?
Wait. Well, if I make a website that has the same amount of, views or whatever, is it then in your view justified to do the same thing to me?
You're asking me, are there situations in which case I would do something reprehensible? And I think that question for anybody is going to be a yes.
No, I'm asking my specific case, right? Specific.
Right, but I'm saying it's irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant. The discussion, just a second. The discussion is not whether or not somebody would do something reprehensible under any conditions, right? Is there one condition that somebody do that? I'm pretty sure everybody would say yes. No. Problem is that you did something reprehensible under conditions that normally we would not do that, right? That's the point.
Okay. Well, I mean, Art, you've done other things that are just as fucked up, right?
Just as fucked up. Not that I recall, no.
Maybe they don't have as much publicity, but do you think that you've been morally, what's the word I'm looking for? Do you think you're morally superior?
Morally superior? What do you mean?
Well, do you think you have a better moral compass and act generally more ethically than I do?
Do I act generally more ethically than you do? So, depends. So, I would say, so I don't know your life, so it's hard for me to tell. The only thing I could talk about is this one act, right? And I can tell you that I have not done this act.
Right. So I think if we take one bad act, then of course, and if you frame someone by that, you're going to get a bad result, right? Seems pretty obvious.
Frame somebody by that, you mean to
if you
say
judge a
that
person
by
one
this
action,
act you're defined.
you judge a person by one action, you're unlikely
Right.
to have a correct assessment of that person.
Right. Sure.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that that's kind of what the community is doing.
No, they're not. No, they want to guarantee that you're not going to do it again.
I'm giving you that guarantee.
How?
For all people that I've ever talked to in this G+ community, that's never going to happen to you.
For you mean the atheists?
All of them.
Even the
Unless you
theists?
disagree with us and we have a large viewership, right? So like it's just contingent on your whims. There's no assurances.
I'm willing to even forego it based on that. I'm giving you a complete guarantee.
Right, but you have to realize that your word isn't worth very much, given that you're willing to do this and being lying about it.
Look, if we're comparing people's words, that's ridiculous.
I've got a couple of things to say.
Go ahead.
Firstly, Godless was telling the truth. She didn't know about it in advance. She actually found out at the exact same time that I find out, which was after it happened. So she wasn't lying about that. As far as the rest of the discussion, well, actually, no. That's the only thing I want to clear up for now. Justin, continue.
I mean, that's it. I just think if people want assurances, and the issue really just is about the G+ community, then yeah, I'm willing to give you that assurance that regardless of any circumstances, anyone that I've ever talked to in G+ is perfectly, safe. Because I talk to you guys so frequently.
So you now concede, you agree that that wasn't a justified thing to do, that you did indeed cross a line.
I mean, allegedly.
What do you mean allegedly?
Come on, Art.
Allegedly.
Wait. You still deny that it was you?
Don't say if
Wait, what is being denied here? I don't understand. Is it that it was supposedly bad, the act, or that it was you, Justin, who did it? What's you denying?
The action is
the act. I've already agreed with you that the act lacks tact. We've agreed on that.
Ah, right. Now, my goodness, sure. But no, wait. Lacks tact. Would you agree that it crosses a line that should not be crossed?
Of course.
All right. Are you willing to make an apology?
Well, see, now, here's where I disagree with you. Right now, you've gotten the only thing that's important to you. You've gotten assurances, and you've got an agreement about the fact that it crosses a line. You're not entitled to anything else.
You see, I don't claim that I'm entitled to really much, if anything.
Right, but then don't ask for an apology.
The thing is, an apology is usually a sign, right?
I've already given you
regret. You said it. You said it. You just said it in a conversation, right? Usually, an apology is the extra effort that people accept from people who honestly, right, recount their actions or regret their actions.
I just think you're out of your mind for asking for this. You're not even relevant to the situation.
Dude, I hope nobody ever.
I'm not asking you to apologize to me, to Matt Slake.
Right. Well, if that happens, Matt Slick will be the first one to know. That's an apology.
So I want to make this public, though, because this also concerns not just Matt Slick, but because you're in this community, right?
Now you're switching your stance. Okay, look, if it's about Matt Slick, it's about Matt Slick.
It's not just about Matt Slick.
Right, but so then you're changing your mind. Now it's about everyone.
No, wait. See, you're ignoring the nuance here. So what you did caused harm to Matt Slick, right? You crossed the line between the discussion of you and Matt Slick, and by you doing that, you being the part of our community, we have a good inference that your values are different than ours in a way that they conflict with each other, right?
Right.
And
this is where we disagree right now. Now we're conflating two issues. Now here's what I think about this. I think the Matt Slick thing is over. It's done with, and everything that needs to be said about it has been said. Now, if you want to talk about the subject of should we all have the same set of values and should they cohere together?
No, not the same set. No.
Well, if you're saying something like our values versus yours, that's exactly what you're saying.
No, I'm talking about one thing in particular. It doesn't matter if you call it, like, I don't know, a goal that you want to achieve and we just disagree on how to achieve it. Same thing, right? You did something that I just could not. I could not be with somebody who thinks this is okay. Well, just for the reason of possible retaliation from the other side.
You'll have to make a choice because I'll be honest with you, I don't plan on catering to your values even in the future, right?
It's not to my value. This community, right? I'm not the only one who's placed in such a matter.
Values aren't anyone's, right? I don't plan on catering to anyone's values. Now, there's a difference.
What do you mean catering?
There's a difference here in what I'm saying, right? Now, anytime you want to express your mind or express what you think, you're always going to be taking the shot or taking the possibility that you're going to alienate someone, right? It's going to happen. It's just part of life. Some things you say will alienate certain people, right? That's an unavoidable risk, okay? But when it happens, if it happens, contact me. You tell me when that's happened.
Hold on, listen, Pom, you see, I don't understand. What do you mean by just?
I think he's.
See, I'm not convinced because what you said actually just right now is that you don't want to cater to my values. See, in what way? Because I thought you said you're not gonna do it, so your value, at least on that, on the value on discourse and how it should be, you've said that it's essentially the same, right? Because you said, oh, it's a fucked up thing, I don't want to do it anymore.
Well,
that's what I'm guaranteeing this, right?
Art, have we had discussions before?
Yes.
Have you ever had a problem?
No.
All right then.
But now you did something that I do have a problem with, and you said, hey Art, I actually regret this, I'm not going to do this again, right? And now you're saying, just a few minutes ago, you said, I don't want to cater to your values.
Right, because I think you're talking about two different things. The act has been settled, and I think we're just going around in circles and kind of running our mouths. But Pope, do you want to say something?
Well, no, I think that you've, yeah, man, you said that you regret it, whatever, without, yeah, it's cool, that's good enough for me, bro. You know what I mean?
I got to I'm in line with Palm. I don't think there's anything more to say about it. I mean, with Pope.
Of course you are. Right, I'm not entirely convinced. I have to think about it more, and I might have some questions. You don't have to cater to me if you don't want to, fine. But I can already see Palm's screen sharing the comment section, and you have a lot of people to talk to about this because I see a lot of people still have an issue.
Well, look, that's the thing. I'm not here to clean up everybody's issue with me. I never have been, if you guys think about it. Like, to be perfectly honest, from day one, like, we talk about fucked up shit. You guys have probably noticed. We've been making enemies since day one. What I'm saying is, while that's not ideal, it's just the nature of a community, right? I get it.
Art, would you be in favor of banning Matt Slick?
So, because I'm not sure on his views,
oh my fucking
I'm not
OMFG.
really.
Wrap it up, Art.
Can I finish? OG.
You're over there commenting the whole time.
My goodness.
You can't listen to anybody else.
OG.
It makes you hear my voice. You're going to hear my voice.
I was asked a question, OG.
There's those side comments that you made about me.
I was asked a question.
Oh my God, OG.
OG.
I can't bear hearing this. It's not me talking.
My goodness, I don't.
OG, go after Art. Go ahead, Art.
So the question was, am I for banning Matt Slick, CK, right?
Yeah.
See, the thing is, I've only taken Jack's word on this, that he is a theonomist and that he thinks gays should be stoned in a theocracy. So I would have to first verify. I tried to go in on his site and I haven't found an article about this yet. So, but if that was the case, yeah, I would seriously consider that actually. Although I usually tend to try and get through to people, no matter how fucked up their views are, really. Usually. But it's that's a good question. I mean, I'm okay actually to talk about this the next time, for example. But I think we should deal with one issue at a time. And right now, the community and I have an issue with what happened with Matt Slick and Justin there.
There are a lot of people that believe things like that in this community. You know that, right?
You mean the theonomy thing?
There are people in this community that believe homosexuals don't have the same rights that we do.
Well, so the majority of views that I've heard here is that they separate. Somebody's echoing a lot.
I'm saying that if you want to start pointing out conflicts and values, you're going to have quite a chore for the next couple of weeks.
So no, it's different conflict and values, right? It's so
what's different about
one is ideology, right? One is a really bad idea that might stem from some really fucked up values, the conflict in the values. And the other one is a value which leads to crossing a line and hindering discourse between our two groups here. Right? So different things.
All he's saying is that some of his values are more important to him than others.
Right.
Which is fair enough. But there was a second thing I wanted to address, which was I do feel like a lot of the outrage that's expressed is insincere.
In what way?
Well, I had a certain feeling about what happened, and I expressed it to a lot of people individually, right? What I didn't understand is the reason for it to be made into so much drama.
Well, you see, because
productive or anything. You asked, Justin actually asked you an interesting question. He asked you if you have ever had a problem with him before, and you said no. I have had a problem with Justin before, and I completely disapprove of what happened, right? And I told him that.
Oh, you do?
I just don't understand the need for the drama.
Well, it's just that, you see, how to explain this, how to make an analogy, I don't know. Imagine no, I'm going to probably butcher this. Basically, we have here certain unspoken rules in our community that we do not cross certain lines, no matter how much we disagree, no matter how much we think the opposition's ideas will lead to Holocaust or whatever, right? And when these boundaries are broken, right, when these lines are crossed, we have chased out people because they would not allow any discourse. And I think this happened on both sides. This happened on the atheist side. We had a guy here who was asserting that religion is a mental disease, right? Forbidden Fruit was his name. He first came was quite nice, but then he came up with these ridiculous ideas, and he kept saying these quite insulting things. So eventually, he was chased out. And I think he actually said something even more outrageous. Then we had a theist, a really crazy one, asserting that somebody.
I don't really accept that that's applied consistently, because I've seen things like racist rhetoric being allowed to continue.
Oh, you mean the Joshua, not just the Ixtion, the fuck, what is his name? I always Pomjan, what is the fag? No, not for the Fictau.
Well,
or something.
There's been a lot of cases like this, though. I mean, the consistency point is right. For instance, Mark and Annabelle dumped a lot of Sugar's private life in this same community, from what I've heard.
Oh wow, well, that's been kind of settled. The war hammer has been buried.
They haven't left, and in fact, Mark was one of the people leading the crusade against me. Right, so it's certainly inconsistent.
Well, you see, there's a lot of nuance that you do not find on recorded hangouts, and which both sides of the former conflict will differ on, of course. So it's hard to make a informed decision on this. So you will have a hard time, really.
I think you're in the same position here. You just may not realize it.
The thing is, it's not clear who is right or wrong in that, right? And we have sort of the community has sort of agreed and just leave it alone. We could not really because actually that conflict was kind of dividing us, and that was against the whole sort of, you could say, spirit, right? So that's why we kind of just forgot about it. But it didn't went so far as to use the family of the persons.
Well, actually, right. that is part of what happened, believe it or not. But I don't want to rehash what.
Yeah, please don't. Please say it in the side chat, because this is really kind of big.
Well, no, I mean, I can't say it because the person has requested that I don't bring up the same details again.
Right. It's
Right. What I'm saying, what I think the real point to be made here is that the way this is being handled is very odd.
So I give you that people are pissed and there's emotions flying around, and maybe we have missed some, maybe we are being a bit inconsistent, but we can discuss that, right?
Well,
we can.
See, that's the thing. I know that you want to keep having discussions about this, and it seems like this is
really
to talk about. Well, I mean, you of all people seem to be one really that's made yourself a leader in this cause.
Well, so the thing is, I just found out about the specifics of that porn bombing a few days back, I think.
Right.
Before I didn't know, I heard about Matt's getting porn bombed, and I said, yeah, that's not cool, and we all agreed, yeah, that's not cool, but nobody fucking tell me it was with his, footage of his daughter I was like, oh wow, that's just, you know. So I was outraged. Yeah, I was reprehensible to me, for sure.
Right, but again, it's been about 3 days now, I think, where you and Mark and Gus and Shamos and everybody else that's really up in arms about it has been just, I would really call it something like,
Yeah, but also another thing. That's because a few facts came into surface, which is who did it, right? You've noticed that there's like 3 or 4 video footages of
right, but what I'm
evidence
saying,
indicating we didn't have that before, so we had nobody to be mad at, really.
but you seem to be missing my point, right? Once you have an issue, you have 2 choices. You can take an action. I mean, that's really your only choice. You decide what you want to do and you do it. Anything else is pure entertainment. It's just meaningless to the actual issue.
So just a second, Mark was messaging me. He needs to get in this. He wants to respond. Is anybody willing to drop, guys?
I'm not willing to drop, no.
So, I mean, there's certain ways we can't go with this because I wanted to ask particular questions, but because there's no admittance of it, we're just speculating, right? So, are we gonna have to beat around the bush if we ask anything? I mean,
at this point, I'm not going to answer any questions about what happened.
Okay, right. So I mean, in terms of what would someone suspect the results of this would be?
Well, I think outrage, and then ultimately going back to things as normal.
Yeah, but I mean, in terms of for Matt Slick, I mean, what was the damage that was meant to be done to him, or was it just like a protest? Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
I'm not trying to be rude, but yeah, that's just a thing that I'm not going to speculate on.
Right. Okay. No, I get it. But for my point is that I don't see. Do I think this is blown out of proportion? Not with this community. I know how things. It's like a merry-go-round. It'll keep on going until people get bored of it. It'll get brought up months down. This will never. To tell you now, this will not be forgotten.
Never forget.
I agree. It won't be forgotten. I just think the situation at the moment is that there are going to be no further facts that are going to be introduced that change anything. Most people.
I don't think that's true.
Well, what else could be? What else is there?
I don't know. People might come forward with something under pressure. I wouldn't say that unless you know something that I don't know why you'd come to the conclusion that there won't be more facts coming forwards.
Well,
all the facts are pretty much out.
Yeah. There's been multiple videos produced. You've heard Justin respond to questions. People have made up their minds about how they feel about it.
Yeah, but people can do screen caps of like Skype conversations and all kinds of things, so you can't really say for sure that there won't be more facts coming forward that might be interesting.
Well, what would you possibly learn that would make the issue worse for you?
That would make the issue worse? Is that what you said?
If you're Jewish. No, I'm kidding.
Right. So, I mean, besides me being a Jew.
No, I don't think it's a matter of worse. I just think it's a fact of more interesting.
Sure, and I think that's a good way to put it. It becomes more interesting, but again, that's just back into the realm of entertainment.
Yeah, I don't dispute that for some people it might make interesting gossip. I just don't happen to think so. I consider it a dead issue. I've made my feelings clear to the people that I consider important to make my feelings clear to. If anyone wants to ask how I feel about it, I don't mind.
I just want to know. It seems fairly obvious that the Pal Talk people have a practical reason for wanting it to die down as soon as possible.
Actually, no, I'm not saying that people hush up about it. I don't think that's possible. It's going to keep being talked about.
I just want to ask Justin Bieber if he likes my shirt.
Before you go, Disa, I was saying the spot for Mark. He needs to comment and chime in here if you could, please.
Wait, Mark's on his way?
Yes, I made a spot for him.
The Mark?
I don't know which Mark you're thinking of, but I don't know if you know the same Mark.
One of the disciples?
That's right, the ringleader. The 4 horsemen of just an apocalypse.
Wait, is he going to talk to Justin or something?
Yeah, he wants to chime in. And I made a spot for him, so you cannot took it. If you could please take your leave. You can join later on for sure if there's a spot.
Yeah, sure, man. Not a problem. God bless.
Fucking asshole.
Will
you please sign my shirt, JP?
I mean, I'm very interested to see what Mark is going to add to the conversation.
Oh, he's going to be pissed, dude.
Well, I mean, that's kind of my
rhetoric.
That's kind of my point. It's going to come back into the realm of sheer entertainment.
Oh, there we go. You can hear it from the horse's mouth. Hey, Mark.
Wait, Mark's on his way?
What's it that you would like to say, Mark?
No, I was more concerned about what you seem to be flailing out about something I was supposed to have done. That's all. Some sort of crusade? What the fuck was that about?
Well, I was expressing my interest in the fact that you seem to be one of the people leading the witch hunt.
No, I just hosted a hangout because people wanted to discuss it, and as you well know, as was explained to you yesterday.
But you didn't merely host a hangout.
Started in Nadia's, and I offered just to host a hangout.
Do you want to talk, or do you want to talk over me?
Well, I was talking. You're not running the fucking place.
So, Mark, I just think that you clearly added a bit more than just hosting the hangout. You were putting your own 2 cents in, where you're not.
Yeah, the same as everyone else, but that doesn't mean I'm leading a crusade, does it?
I think at a certain level at which you participate,
no, it does. I'm not full of this bullshit at a certain level. That's fucking bollocks. You wanted to be clever bollocks yesterday when people were giving their opinion and saying, no, it wasn't me, wasn't me, wasn't me. You clearly planned it with Godless, probably with CK's knowledge as well. That's fucking obvious. Then you want to be clever bollocks and come in and say, no, it wasn't me. Now you want to make out. Now you want to make out that Mark did something about sugar that you know nothing about and are completely wrong about.
This is just drama.
What is it you think I've done to someone else?
Me and Godless had no knowledge of anything to do with this.
Yeah, sit down. Sure you don't. Sit down. I'm not talking to you.
This is what I mean. This is just pointless.
No, it's not pointless. You were a fucking clever bollocks yesterday saying, no, it wasn't me, I can't, and then Godless was, I can't confirm or deny it. Now she sort of busted you and dropped herself in the shit. CK comes in and thinks he can, like he's running the whole thing. It's fucking creepy. It's weird. Now you're trying to make some big, I don't know what you're trying to do. By flinging out things like Crusade and, well, Mark did something with Annabelle with sugar that you know fuck all about. There's nothing to do with it.
The other side of this is that people have been.
There's no other side. You were just a prick, and you haven't got the balls to admit it.
The other side of this is that other people are being implicated and want to clear that up.
No one cares. It's pretty obvious.
No one cares who's falsely implicated?
No one cares in your silly excuses.
Oh, I see.
Or lies, or this weird way of trying to turn it round to some other point that you're trying to make.
Well, I think what's been said before Mark joined pretty much sums up how I feel about the issue.
How you feel about what?
The issue.
The issue. What, have you admitted you did it then?
Well, what I'm saying is that everything that was meaningful happened before you arrived, and nothing meaningful has happened.
So you say, yeah, you're just trying to be clever bollocks about it again. Why didn't you just admit it yesterday and it could have been over and done with? Why be Mr. Clever and think you were somehow I don't know what you were thinking yesterday by saying no, it wasn't me, it wasn't me.
You want to talk to me in private about why I did certain things?
I can't talk to you in private. I didn't trust you with as far as I could fucking throw you.
I don't understand how you would trust me in public but not in private.
I wouldn't trust you. I just said as far as I could fucking throw you.
So then why are you asking me?
Well, I came in to address this Mark's got a crusade, Mark and Annabelle did something, sugar, something.
Right, well I explained to you my reason for saying that.
Right, what about the sugar thing? What's nothing to do with her or me or Annabelle? What how is that relevant to this issue?
Well, Mark, I think I would say the same thing you say about this issue is that I heard differently.
Heard differently to what? What did you hear?
Well, are you asking me to bring up the issue?
No one put Sugar's personal life out anywhere. You know nothing about it. Something happened a year ago.
Right, so I heard differently.
But what did you hear then? And from who?
I think that would go against my point to just bring up another dramatic issue.
But you did already.
Right, I alluded to the fact that I had heard differently.
No, you just decided to bring it up as some sort of sidestep to the main issue.
It has nothing to do with the main issue.
Yes, it does. If it didn't have anything to do with it, or if it doesn't have anything to do with it, why mention it?
We were talking about previous conflicts where people had been run off the community, right? And
no
how
no one was run off the community. You know nothing about this previous quote-unquote conflict.
That was actually exactly my point, Mark.
Sorry?
Is that issues have been resolved without people having been run off before. That was my only point.
What point? You haven't made a point.
Mark, let me
No one was run off. You've alluded to something that you know
He's
nothing
saying that
about.
there's an inconsistency with the previous way it was handled versus how this is being handled.
There have been many conflicts, many of which have been resolved differently. That was my point. Now, you happen to be named in one of the conflicts that I was discussing. Now, what actually happened, I don't know.
Right, so why mention it if you don't know what happened and you don't know it was a conflict and you don't know what the issue was?
I mean, Mark, this is
just shooting yourself in the face the more you go along.
So, Mark, were you actually involved in an issue with sugar that was community-based?
No.
Okay, well, everyone seems to disagree with that. In fact, Art...
Who's everyone?
In fact, Art also agreed there was an issue involving you and sugar.
There was a private issue, not a conflict on G+.
Well, then how does Art know about it?
You can't bring up my faults.
Sorry?
How does Art know about it?
Because it was brought up by a couple as well. The idea what you said was that I and someone else brought someone else's personal life into the community. That's incorrect.
Oh, okay. Well, like I said, I've heard differently.
Well, I'm here to tell you it's incorrect. As other people tried to tell you also earlier, you were incorrect. But how it is relevant to this, I'm not sure.
I've already explained that a couple of times.
Well, no, you didn't. You just made a fucking hash of it.
I think we're hitting a dead end, Mark.
No, I think the only dead end is the one you're in.
Well, words hurt, you know.
What's that supposed to mean?
You'll figure it out.
I mean, you might have a hard-on for me for some strange reason. I don't know, but.
Well, Mark, you've been talking to me much more than I've ever addressed you.
No, I simply hosted the hangout yesterday and gave my opinion the same as everyone else. Yet you seem to have just isolated
That's irrelevant
one or two people.
Right.
Why don't you just say, yeah, I did it, and deal with the reasons why you did it? You could have done it yesterday rather than drag this weird.
Well, actually, I haven't been joining the hangouts. I haven't even joined the hangouts over the past 2 days, right? Everything that's been fueled or that's been being talked about has been done in my absence, right?
There was no. You were there. You were in the hangout, Sunshine.
Right. I joined for about 2 minutes in the morning.
And you denied it was anything to do with you. You didn't know anything about it. It wasn't you.
Right.
If you knew who it was, you'd be very surprised with your exact words.
Mark, are you asking me why people feel the need to keep discussing it?
No, that wasn't what I asked you. You just denied you were anything to do with it when you were in the fucking hangout.
Right, but your concern seems to be that it caused a bunch of backlash in the community by not just,
No, no, not at all. That's not what I said.
So what? I'm confused. What is your actual concern here?
My concern was that you brought up another issue as somewhere sidestepping what you've done to make a point.
Right. Well, let me clarify that. Let me clarify them. I in no way think Mark's issue should sidestep this issue or be used as a justification for it. Right.
Oh, well, why do it then?
I concede that. What I was trying to point out is that certain conflicts have been handled differently.
No, but it wasn't a conflict in the same way.
I'm not saying it's the same conflict, Mark.
So then why bring it up? Why compare it when there's no comparison?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is just becoming fruitless.
Yeah, I'd agree. You sort of backed yourself into a corner at the start, really.
I think some people might see it that way.
Well, yeah, some people might, yeah, most people, I'd guess. You could have put it all to bed yesterday, in my opinion, by just saying, yeah, it was me and this is why I did it, fuck you. But you didn't. You wanted to make a big game out of it and make yourself look some sort of, I don't know, whether it's some sort of narcissistic intellectual thing you've got going on, I don't know, with your buddies, I don't know.
Well, I mean, I'll take that into consideration, for sure.
Oh. So did you do it then?
I just don't think that's worth talking about.
Well, it is. Did you do it?
Right, but if I don't think it's worth talking about, then we're just fanning the flames.
What is it that stopping you from just saying, yeah, I did it and this is why, and just end it all rather than this?
Well, I mean, a different question would be, aren't you worried that there seems to be so many people that think you have, and that the evidence seems to point towards you to anyone that would view it?
No, that's not what bothers me at all. I mean, I think the whole issue is like, you guys, have to make your minds up about something that's occurred, and there's nothing else that's going to influence your ultimate judgment, and you should just act on what you have now.
Why are you trying to be Mr. Clever Bollocks about it? Why don't you just say, yeah, I did it, and this is the reasons why, and fuck the lot of you?
I'm not sure what you mean by clever bollocks, but it seems like every time I say something, you say clever bollocks. How can I make you stop saying that?
You can't.
All right, then.
I could say another way, because you just want to be seen to be very clever about it, like it's a game, like you're getting some sort of kick out of it. Why don't you just say, yeah, I did it, and fuck the lot of you, and here's why?
I think it probably do job security. That would be my instinctive guess.
Sorry, say again, Ian?
Job security. If I was doing something like that, I wouldn't want people to know and then go contact my employer and get me fired, especially if I had a lucrative job.
I don't think that's the case at all, though. I mean, why would you use...
Yeah,
and this is my question, why you wouldn't, if you are worried about something like that, why you would use a name that is, for a start, first half of the other avatar name you use, and why you wouldn't deny it, like, vehemently. I mean, it's...
Well, Ray, that's not my concern, right? My concern isn't people affecting my real life, right?
This is Nadia's chat room, and it's a live one. I do not want this to get caught up in legal bullshit. Wait till it's off air before you discuss this.
I mean, I don't even see why legal things are being talked about, but let's put it this way.
Just a suggestion as to why you feel the need not to say it was you when it obviously is.
Right. Well, if I have, and I clearly have expressed that, right? If I have a reason why I'm not doing that, then I think we should probably just accept that, because you're not going to get any differently.
No, true. Just makes you look worse, but that's your call.
Well,
I'm just baffled, because if it was just someone that was out of the blue, for whatever reason people think it's you, I mean, I don't really care if it's you or not. If it was just someone that just out of the blue decided to porn bomb Max Slick with information that everyone's known for a long time about his daughter, because, I mean, look, it was within the realm of possibility. Oh, look what his daughter does. I get the point the person was trying to make, right? I understand that. But what was the fucking plan with this? I just don't understand. How did anyone think this was going to play out?
Well, see, and this is another thing that I'm talking about. Like, I agree that's an interesting question, but kind of what I've been talking about is that it's totally irrelevant to the moral issue at hand.
Yeah, no, okay. No, yeah, I mean, I'm past the moral issue of it. I mean, it's, regardless of what everyone thinks. I'm more interested in I don't get it. I don't get
a moral issue and more of a criminal issue. Not in the sense of like the legal term, but just the community consensus and how communities treat criminals or breaches of etiquette. I don't mean in like police and lawyer sense. I mean, yeah.
I'm just saying, I better make sure all our asses are, my ass is lily white. I hope everybody else's is. Because that's what I'm worried about here a little bit. It's just kind of a little bit of a pandemonium, that is in this hysteria and is being kind of raised up. It's just not appropriate for a live chat. But I do apologize, Mark, for goofing on you again. I owe you more respect than that, and I do apologize. And I'm going to leave because this is really absolutely fucking hurting me to watch somebody get dragged over the coals. It's embarrassing to me. This fucking, what do you call it? So if anybody else is ready to get in, I wanted to say, what's it called? A gauntlet, almost. Justin, just get the fuck out of here. If you want to face this kind of fire all day, great, but it's actually physically hurting me to see somebody get pinned down like this. Anyways, take care, guys. I guess community has no room for a guy like me, but I'm telling you what, Paul, one thing, I'm going to run away and get the mods once in a while, so that when you and Art silence me, wham, I'm going to hit you right back. Bitter smile. Payback's a bitch. Thanks for the adjustment, Art. See ya. And Art, you're the unlisteningest, dopiest motherfucker I've seen in a week.
I'm gonna what?
BioG, your mic sounds weird, bud.
Dopiest motherfucker I've seen in a week.
Yeah, OG, you're really far away from the mic. That's why I adjusted your volume.
You're the guy that said, I just finally settled things out with Justin to where I felt like I could trust him again. This is the guy that told us we had no issue with him before.
What's going on?
You've been unkind to me at face value for months. Justin's been kinder to me. Art, you don't even realize it. You get on your one-man show here, and anybody else dares talk, try to get a word. That brother, you write him in, you let him fucking hog the mic all day long, and I try to get in a word edgewise, and you're over here making comments and shit. Oh, please hurry, OG, and oh, God. And
they're just trolling you, OG.
And you're doing it now.
They're just trolling you. They're just trolling
Actually, OG is making a good point here, and this is something this is the last thing I'll say about it. You should judge me by how I interact with you. That's it. Because if I did do something like this, perhaps I have very particular reasons towards this person.
Fine, then why didn't you deal with the person and his beliefs and his ideology rather than bring his family into it who had nothing to do with it?
Actually, that may be where we disagree.
That wasn't what I asked.
Well, if we don't agree on that, then I can't, the question is complex.
I didn't have to agree. I asked you a question as to why you did attack the beliefs and the ideology as opposed to bringing his daughter into the situation.
Right. So I would possibly say something like, that is where I started, and that's not where it finished.
That doesn't make sense either.
Well, that's more to the point. The issue doesn't have to make sense to you.
Well, it does if I'm asking you a question.
Asked to free a spot. Who here has a special right to a place in a fucking spot here?
Oh, says the person screamed their head off about rights and about I deserve. Oh, fuck off.
Yeah, Godless, you already had your say. If you want to say something, go ahead. But
yeah, I still think it's bullshit that I'm falsely accused of planning the attack on Slick when I didn't even know that it happened until after it happened.
You said it in the Hangout, love.
No, we can go back and play it again. Give me the link right now and I'll play it. It says the original plan was to deny that Justin was involved.
And you said we.
Yeah, the Skype group, to deny that Justin was involved.
Bollocks.
You can play the recording. Play the recording.
I heard it.
CK cleared it up. I'm inclined to believe it. Mainly because it's a small issue. Sure. I don't care about that small claim anyway.
Recant it then.
Sure, I recant.
Me and Godless both heard it for the first time at the same time.
Bullshit.
Yeah, and the hangout with Reyes.
Why was Godless discussing the material to be used in the attack weeks beforehand? Then that doesn't make sense.
I wasn't. You're lying.
Yes, you were.
You had the conversation with Justin. I remember because it was in the middle of the night, and you were mentioning it. And Justin said,
"We found something. We found something." Justin said, "We found something." That's not what we found to Gus.
Yeah, but I wasn't part of that.
We involved, and you just admitted it. Not.
I wasn't part of that weed. Just because we both used weed doesn't mean it was all the same people.
Of course you weren't.
I'm not lying.
Maybe Godless is French. Godless is French, guys.
Right.
Yeah, everyone believes you.
I mean, I think it's just you should fess up to what you did, kind of.
No,
thing.
She's definitely.
If you're a part of something, just admit it and get on.
I did. I would. I already said the video was funny. I would admit it if I planned it out. I wouldn't give a shit because I would plan something like that out. That doesn't mean I did.
Of course you would.
Why would I deny it?
She definitely heard it for the first time at the same time.
Staple excuse that you've all come running in to try and either throw Justin under the bus or damage limitation. That's what you're.
I'm not afraid of being a victim of your stupid fake moral outrage just because you're 6 fucking bored people that need drama.
Yeah, right. Okay.
If I did it, I would admit it. I wouldn't have a problem with that. I think the video's funny.
Of course you would. Of course you would.
Why wouldn't I? I think the video's funny. I'm admitting that.
Yep. What are you going to say next? I've got nothing to hide. Go on. Do that.
Why would I hide
it? Dear.
Unless it tickles her fancy, she will lie if it does that.
You know what? I used to be really sick and I used to torture and torment my ex-husband's dog. I just admitted that. So if I plan the video to Matt Slick's fucking attack, why wouldn't I admit that?
Yeah, that makes complete sense. That's a really poor excuse.
It's not an excuse. It's a question that you didn't answer.
I don't have to.
Why would you torture an animal? What did it do to you?
If I would admit to the torturing of an animal, which is true, then why wouldn't I admit to planning the attack on Matt Slack?
I think the way you're behaving says it all for everybody.
I don't understand why you don't believe me, Mark.
You don't understand because I think the way you've come in to try and, to me, it just seems like damage limitation as far as the group's concerned.
I came in.
Jack did it first, then Godless did it, and then you came in all of a sudden. It's just, it sticks out like a sore thumb.
Well, you know, there's an alternative.
I came in because I'm the only person that can verify what Godless said, because we both saw it for the first time.
She mentioned it ages ago, before. Justin mentioned there was a we involved. Just, it all adds up. Sorry, but it does.
Well, it does add up. Just in a different way than you're making it seem.
I don't know anything about that. All I know is when me and Godless first heard it. That's the only thing
they're talking about. What they're talking about is a video where we're joking about finding...
Justin, like anyone's going to believe you.
Well, Mark, if you would let me finish my sentence, you may have reason to listen, right? So
no,
they're talking
about reason to listen. You're a lying piece of shit. Why would I bother?
Let's find out, Mark. Let's find out, right?
No, let's not. I don't give a fuck.
We were discussing a video, or on a video, where we found a piece of information and it could be used to do something, and Godless was part of that discussion. Now, whether that was a plan, right, is a different discussion. Whether or not that happened is also a different discussion. Could have been that someone carried out exactly what was being talked about.
I didn't know that they were going to do it until after they did it either.
Right, and that's the confusion here.
Yeah, we believe you.
Well, who doesn't believe us besides you right now, Mark?
Well,
I don't, Mark.
Maybe I could probably count on one hand those that do.
Mark, what you're disbelieving doesn't make any sense. I mean, there are people that.
I think you're protesting far too much. That's part of the problem.
Well, I'm disagreeing with something that you're saying that's false.
No, you're just protesting too much, which is the problem, as I just said.
Well, I'm disagreeing with something that you're saying that's false, and you're saying it repeatedly.
No.
But what I was trying to say was that different people have expressed how they feel about it. Some people have openly said that they approve of it, and other people have said that they don't. So why are you disbelieving some of them?
What do you mean disbelieving some of them?
Well, presumably you believe the people that say that they approve of it.
Approve of what?
Of what was done to Matt Slick.
What was done to Matt Slick?
Showing him a video or an image of his sister. Sorry, his daughter.
And who did that? And who did that? Sorry, speak up.
I don't see how that's relevant to my question.
I know. See. Oh dear.
Godless. Why the fuck would you torture an animal?
I was sick.
Are you just refusing to answer my question, Mark?
I think the question stumps him.
You know, the annoying part about this whole thing.
You know, the annoying part about this whole thing is how obvious, blatantly obvious it is that they don't even really give a shit about Slick, and they're just bored and creating fake drama by pretending to be morally outraged.
Of course,
it's silly. It's silly and it's sick.
It's got busted, Godless, and you can't cope with it.
It's silly and it's sick.
Yeah, I agree. The whole thing's silly and it's sick.
Well, I don't know. I do think I
mean, you guys can't even answer a straight question. What was done? You said yes to former. Who did it?
Now you're projecting. You're the one who did the question.
Crickets. Both of you know who did it. All three of you know who did it. And in my opinion, you probably planned it between you, 3 or 4 of you. But you haven't got the balls to say, yeah, we did it, and this is why. Let's have a discussion about why.
I didn't know it was going to happen until after it happened.
Of course you didn't.
Why?
I think I feel more strongly about it than you do, Mark.
Sorry?
I think I feel more strongly about it than you do.
Do you?
No.
Yeah, I just, no, I don't.
No. Also, Godless, I don't think the only issue here is giving a shit about Matt Slick.
That's right.
Then stop bitching and whining about it and pretending to be
You guys are the ones that are dragging
That's
it
not
out
what's
to more
happening all the
drama
time.
by just not dealing with the issue and dancing
You
around
guys
it.
are loving this right now because you're
Jack did
pathetic.
when he first came.
What's the weird issue is that you creepy fuckers are dancing around it in some sort of game.
Well, Mark, you want to discuss guilt, right? There's a different way of going about it. There's also the ability
No,
to
it's
just...
quite straightforward. Did you do it, yes or no? If you did, say so, deal with it. If you don't,
discussing guilt, right?
if you're going to keep denying it because you want to play some stupid little game, then fill your boots. I don't give a fuck. It just makes you look more of a kid.
The only reason I joined the hangout was to correct what was said about Godless. That was the only thing that I came in to do.
Of course you did. What, just after Jack? So Jack failed when he did his bit of damage limitations. So you come in to do your bit after Godless basically shat on the whole thing and fucked up.
I have no idea what Jack said.
No, of course you don't.
Or what Godless said. I was addressing.
Of course you don't.
I was addressing what.
Jack lost connection. He was already breaking up at that point.
Yeah, I'm not really interested. I was only addressing what was said about Godless, which was false.
Bye then.
It's silly.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, Godless, I'm not sure why you care, though.
I have an irrational reaction when I get falsely accused of stuff.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I wouldn't worry about it, though. Like, this part is irrelevant.
She's telling the truth.
No, you're just playing stupid little games. That's what you're doing.
Look, I don't know about any. I don't know about any other conversation that took place before this happened.
Of course you don't. And,
the only thing I'm talking about is the first time that she saw the video was the same time as the first time that I saw the video.
Yeah,
that's the only thing that I'm talking about. I don't know about any other conversation that was had.
But she'd already mentioned weeks before about.
I don't know anything.
Had already been found. Well, then
Mark is lying.
Find out.
You can ask her about it. I have no claim to make about.
I trust her as just. I trust you.
Mark, stop interrupting. I have no. Sorry.
Are you deaf as well as stupid?
Well, I didn't hear what you said, but in any case, I have no claim to make about any conversation.
One down.
Between them prior to it happening.
Of course you didn't.
No,
well,
I said
Mark,
I don't.
It seems odd to me, Mark, that you would try to seek answers from people that you don't trust the answers from.
Well, yeah, you need to work that out then, don't you?
Why would I work that out? That's your inconsistency.
If you say so.
Do you disagree?
I'm not having a philosophical discussion with you.
Do you think that a question about a contradiction has to be philosophical?
Are you deaf?
Did you respond?
Are you deaf?
Art, are you still there?
Yep.
Do you believe me?
Yeah, I'm inclined to. No, I don't know. Maybe it's your British accent, or because I really don't care about Godless being honest or not. It's not an issue, at least at hand. I think there's more problematic things to discuss.
Yeah, I believe you, CK. I wouldn't believe a word that Godless said, but I believe you, yeah.
No, she was telling the truth.
Well, that's okay then. If you
I'm not willing to give her the benefit.
I mean about that one specific thing. I don't know about any other conversations, but about that one specific thing, she found out at the same time that I found out.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah. I believe you. I think these people should just fucking drop it now. He's already admitted anyway. Don't fucking matter.
No, he hasn't. That's the
no,
problem.
he hasn't. That's part of the issue.
Yeah.
Game.
Okay, look.
It's a game they're playing.
I'll say quite simply that as far as the event itself happening, I probably care a lot less than anybody else. I have more or less a similar position that Godless does on it. That it's like, well, you could probably justify that Matt Slick deserves this. The issue that I'm having is Justin not owning up to it when it was quite clearly his voice, and the stuff that other people are saying about when they found out about it. The context of that suggests that it was somebody in the group, and the only person in that group with Justin's voice is Justin. It's quite clearly Justin that did this. So why he's continuing to deny it doesn't make very much sense to me. Especially, when people are asking you point blank, Justin, you're avoiding the question like a politician.
Right, and
it's very obvious.
There may be a reason for that.
Well, I understand that there's a reason for that. The reason for that is that you did it and you don't want to openly admit it for legal reasons, possibly. But
there you go.
Right. So, okay, wait. So saying there you go, does that mean that you agree with what I just said?
That's a valid inference that a person could make.
A valid inference that a person could make. Okay. Fair enough.
Right. So the problem, for me at least, is that Justin, so you've basically done something that a variety of people disagree with. So it's hard to take you seriously when you say that, oh, I like you guys, so I'm not going to do it to you. Like, I don't think anybody here wants to live on your whims at your will and have to be in your good graces, not to be hit by you by whatever tactics you guys dream up in a Skype room, right?
That's a good point. Yeah.
I also fail to see where this faux concern now comes from about your possible employment, when you must have known and thought about all that before you planned and executed it. It was pretty obvious it was you. So I don't buy that either. I don't buy that either. I think it's just extending a stupid little game between a stupid little bunch of kids who think that they've somehow created some intellectual experiment.
Well, that would be very pointless, I think. But I'll say this.
I agree. But that's the way it seems to me. Is that I mean, you must have known that. Or if your concern is about your job, and yet you were in the hangout yesterday while at work, and I'm not buying that bullshit either.
Right, and you don't have
knew that before you started it. You planned it. You knew that.
That's
you knew
actually never been my concern, right?
I just think it's a bullshit game.
But it couldn't have been a concern. I mean,
the issue, Justin, is that you attack somebody in a like this. The reason why there's a lot of concern around here is that you did attack somebody in a way that is underhanded in a community that's pretty tight-knit. Like, a lot of us have known each other for a long time. Matt Slick's been around for a long time. A lot of us have been around for a long time. And you're new here, okay? But you've attacked somebody in a way that is generally considered not cool. Like, it crosses a very serious line. And now, with you saying that people should judge you on the basis of how you've treated them, no, that's not the case. We should be judging you on the basis of how you're willing to treat what you consider the worst. And that's a line that was fairly easily crossed against somebody who did nothing to you. So yes, everybody around this community is going to make judgment.
Right, I agree with that.
Okay, so the objection that you're making, that we should judge you based on how you've treated us, isn't a reasonable standard, is it not?
Yeah, I still think that is reasonable.
I don't think it is. I think it's fairly reasonable to say that if you're willing to treat somebody who didn't do anything to you in this way, then it is completely reasonable for anybody that you like or don't like to have suspicion immediately.
No, what it means is that every person's a case-by-case basis.
But this is somebody who you've had zero interaction with, as far as I know. Do you have any history with Matt Slick?
No.
Okay. So, why, if it were you supposedly, whatever language you want to do to say that you're not admitting, why would you do this to him if it were you?
Right. In that case, it would have been something that I very strongly disagreed with, and probably had a very strong emotional reaction to something that person said. So much so that I did something that I wouldn't ordinarily do.
What would he have said that gave you such an emotional reaction?
I mean, is that irrelevant, though?
I think it is. I think that we should know what your trigger is for doing something like that to somebody.
Right. Well, I can see what your concern there is, but I don't think it's ultimately relevant, right? It's like asking.
I think it is. If we're going to be interacting with you, we should know exactly what your line is for being able to do that to somebody else.
Ocean, are you saying that there's no circumstance in which you would seek tactless action towards a person?
I've totally seek tactless action against people, but my lines are fairly reasonable. I don't know if you're saying that you haven't had any interaction with him personally, and he hasn't done anything to you. Then I'm wondering what it is that he said publicly that you would feel is reasonable to respond in this way.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I do want to answer that, it's a complicated answer.
I understand that it's a complicated answer, but maybe you could give it into any example of anybody saying something that you would see that as a reasonable response.
Well, I don't think it's going
What portion of speech is
I don't think it's going to help
enough for you to see a response like that as justified.
Right, but it doesn't matter what answer I give. The answer, it's going to be deemed that the action was inappropriate regardless, which is what I've already actually...
That's obvious. I'm wanting to know, for the sake of knowing what we can and cannot say according to you, to know whether or not this will send off a trigger.
Right, well, that's making the assumption that done once, done always, which is what I disagree with. I think that's a ridiculous conclusion to draw.
I think that if you can justify it once, you can justify it again.
I think you could, certainly.
Right, that's the only inference I'm making.
Right. If you could justify something but not act on it the same way every time. I mean, I think we've all had moments in our life.
I understand that. I'm just wondering, what is it that says that makes it permissible to you to cross lines that everybody else in this community sees as reasonable?
Well, the lines I'm willing to cross are specific to me, right? It has nothing to do with the justification.
Yes, I understand.
Can I just call bullshit on there, pretending this is like some sort of emotional outburst?
Yeah,
this wasn't
it's
like
not
you
an
caught your
emotional
wife
outburst.
cheating and beat her, right? Like this is premeditated. You set it up, gathered the tools you needed to get it done. This isn't an emotional outburst on your part that you're actually sorry about.
That's a lot of assumptions about the methodical.
But here's what I want to say, because it might be the same reason that I think it's funny that the things that he said about his daughter in the past. Would that be the reason?
No, that in conjunction with some other things, yeah, but not that specific.
Oh, well, what kind of other things?
I mean, Ocean, look, I don't see the importance this has, because the only reason this becomes valuable is, like you said, if triggered once, triggered always, right?
If the trigger is justified once, the trigger can be justified again.
Right. Well, justification
that's reasonable to say.
Justification, right, has nothing to do with how we act in every situation.
I think that it needs to be made known that there isn't very much approval of that action.
I think that's been explicitly made.
It is explicitly stated.
Right. Over the past 5 or 4 or 5 days.
So the next step is, what is the reason? What should everybody in the community be careful of you about?
Be careful of me about. See, that's what's interesting about this, is the way that it's really being posed in such like I feel like Hannibal in a mask, the way this is being treated, right? And I think that's a bit ludicrous.
You can just take the mask off. We could deal with things honestly.
Right, that's a bit ludicrous given the scenario.
I understand that there may be some kind of response, and that's something that you're wanting to kind of cover up. Although I think that the only thing you would have to do in a courtroom is just play this hangout, and it would become very obvious to a jury. He's done pretty much everything but admit it exactly. And then the only thing beyond that,
I think he admitted it earlier on.
If this goes to a courtroom, the only thing that has to be done is play the voice of the person that was in the room and your voice, and they could make a positive identification. So that's right. Where you fucked up. You've admitted that it's you through that.
You're probably correct about that, but see, now you're doing something again, and this is part of what I'm talking about. You're escalating the situation, and now if that's the goal,
I'm addressing your concern of not admitting.
Go forward and escalate the situation if that's the goal, right?
I'm not interested in going forward and escalating any situation. I'm just letting you know what could be done. As I have no reason to escalate that situation. I have no capability to escalate that situation.
Right, but I know it can be done, and I've known that the whole time. So you're not adding any new information.
Okay,
and in fact,
so we can probably continue this conversation honestly, knowing that you did it.
I mean, I don't see any reason why it's relevant. You can continue the conversation with me.
Right. So then the question becomes, once we establish that you did it, the next question is, what was the trigger for it, and what should we all be careful of?
Well, you don't have to be careful is what I'm saying.
No. Careful of what we say.
Right, I keep telling you that. That only applies if a done once, done always assumption is being made.
As I have said, and we're repeating the argument now, is the justification of that action can be done over and over again.
Justifications have no consequences for your life.
I admit that a justification does not equal action, but that if the justification is there, I want to be aware of what the trigger is.
Yeah, I'm just not sure. The claim that you're making that the justification is going to put you even in possible danger of some situation.
Obviously it does.
Obviously it can, not that it does, right?
Can is enough.
Well, if can is enough, Ocean, have you ever hit someone before?
Absolutely.
Right. Then did you have a justification for that?
Yes.
Should I be worried about you hitting me at all times?
If you do something that requires that I hit you, yeah. And
Well,
that involves if that involves getting into a fair fight with me or saying something in front of me in person that deserves being smacked for.
Right, but notice
Now,
that I don't have a perpetual fear that you're going to strike
You're
someone.
never next to me.
Right.
But we're all online with you.
Right.
So,
but I'm saying even being next to you, it would be unreasonable to have that fear.
See, this is what it's become now.
All right,
It's become some silly little game. This is what's being played out, Ocean.
Right, I see that.
Wanted to do it. It's like they're treating us like some weird lot of lab rats. It's an experiment and it's a game now.
No, I just think you want something that I'm not willing to give you, and I also think it's irrelevant to the issue that happened.
No, I'm done with it after today. It's obvious that you did it. You want to play silly games along with Godless and CK and Jack. That's fine. You get on with it. Just making it look worse.
I'm not sure if you think it's having fun here.
I didn't mean fun games. I mean, you know exactly what I meant. You're just being a pretentious dick.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. This whole conversation, if you really want to look at it, is not me being pretentious. Actually, it's putting myself in a vulnerable spot to have this discussion.
Vulnerable spot. Yeah, right.
Well, I mean, all I'm doing is lining up for questions. I'm not sure what.
No, you're not. You've lined up because it's part of the silly little game you want to play. You could have dealt with it yesterday and you chose not to because you want to perpetuate a stupid, childish little game.
Right, but the whole point I'm in here, and what I'm addressing, is the idea that it's over.
The problem is with the lack of admittance, people are bound to speculate about, because of that other video, who else was involved. Again, I'm not really bothered about that, but CK and Godless, I don't believe that they were involved. But there will be people that will speculate there will, because there's been no admittance of it and no one's actually owned up to it. So it will continue to go on this will go on for longer than I think you could have imagined.
Well, I mean, yeah, and you're right. That's probably the case. But, that's the long and short of it, basically.
I mean, CK, are you saying you support what Justin did?
Absolutely not. I don't support what was done. I found it repulsive, actually.
Fair enough. I'd say
I've said that to Justin, Jack, and a lot of people.
Yeah. There was obviously more than one person involved, going by the amount of "we" that was thrown around.
I don't know anything about it.
Okay.
But you can ask Justin about my feelings.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't take Justin's word for anything. If he told me the sky was blue, I'd have to check.
So I'm curious, why do you think it's not okay, CK?
Well, I don't think there's a reason. I just found it very vulgar. I just found it very distasteful.
Okay, but you don't find it to be a bannable offense?
I haven't really thought about that question. I wouldn't think so, no.
Even I would concede that, though. If you want to ban, then ban. But that's been my position the whole time.
Okay, so you're saying Jack would be in his rights to ban you?
Look, you guys can ban whoever you want, as can we.
Right.
I know how I feel about it. I think it was disgusting.
I don't think banning is if people want to block and ban, that's fine. But I think the issue is one for trust. I mean, you guys have come into quote unquote the community, various hangouts, and we've had, there's been some great discussions, a lot of fun, etc., etc. Now the issue is one of trust, whether people can trust to have certainly Justin, Godless, and maybe others that associate with them in their hangouts, and they now people feel they have to be guarded. So they, what's next? What other silly little game is going to be next? What if someone else upsets Justin and finds their personal information splashed about, or their hangout gets porn bombed, or this is the issue.
It wasn't personal information, first of all.
Well, no, but one thing, if you're going to do things like that, what's next when you might try something different next time?
Actually, Mark, there was one thing that I heard. I'm not sure if it was you, but my feeling on it has nothing to do with, I don't know the daughter's name, but I feel bad for Matt Slick. I think Matt Slick is the victim.
I think his daughter is as well. How do you know that perhaps there were other... Well, my point yesterday was there may have been other family members watching the Bible Thumping Wingnut show to listen to Matt. And now that they may not have known about the daughter and what she does in her spare time, but they damn well do now. So it's not just Matt Slick that may have been humiliated, and I'm no Matt Slick fan, but it not only humiliates him, it humiliates him, possibly other family members and friends that are nothing to do with it, as well as Rachel and other people. That's the issue.
Who's
so
Rachel?
By that, you mean by that they
Rachel's
were finally opposed to it because she does it openly and publicly?
Yeah, I'm just explaining my feelings.
There may have been other family members that knew nothing about her porn career.
Right. So there may have been family members that
it may damage the family.
Just because you can find the porn video does not mean that
it doesn't mean Grandma Slick knows about it. It doesn't mean Granddad Slick, aunts, uncles, cousins, whoever know about it. Stop being so fucking deliberately thick, Justin.
No one's being deliberately thick.
You are.
Yes, you are.
I thought of that.
If you're saying that that's not a problem, then you are being.
I'm not making any claim about what is or isn't a problem. I'm just identifying specifically what I found particularly distasteful about it.
So I mean,
Ray has also made the point that she doesn't perform. Hold on. Ray has made the point that she doesn't perform under her real name. It's generally become aware in the Great Debate community that this has happened, but that's not something that necessarily is all over her family, who may watch Matt Slick's show. Now, it comes up on Matt Slick's show. Anybody who's watching is now fairly aware that something happened. It's not going to be that hard to find out. You put some people on the path to finding out this that maybe she didn't want to know.
And about 18 months ago, there was a similar issue where there was someone else in the community that was given a hard time who also had another family member that was doing something else. But that she also, this other person wasn't using her real name. And it was suggested that people go after her to get at him. And that was killed off straight away. It's the same thing. And you must have known this, Justin.
Just because you can find the videos doesn't mean that they should be available to everyone, or that you should shout it on a mountain in front of family members.
Yeah.
Right.
And in addition, right. I had another point.
So if your intent was to humiliate and hurt Matt Slick, you probably achieved that. But either you would, I think you're being deliberately stupid in suggesting that you weren't aware or didn't consider the implications for other people that had nothing to do with it at all.
Oh, yes. The point that I was going to make is suggesting that Matt Slick is the only victim is silly. She is definitely the victim as well for these reasons.
Yeah, and possibly a wider number of people.
Yeah, I think that's valid.
And you think it's still justified? Either you didn't think of it before.
So are you asking me how I feel about it now?
Well, did you think about these things, all those the other implications and the wider damage before you did it?
No.
That makes it worse.
Well, arguably, I think that makes it better.
Well, it's not. It makes it better.
Yeah.
This could die down, but all it has to do is get picked up by like a theist blog or two, or a feminist blog or something like that, the slut shaming, the blah blah blah, and then it could explode into a really big deal. Like nobody really knows where this thing can go.
This is the curious point about it, and here's the thing that I've been trying to express, right? The video was taken down by Matt Slick, right? Immediately following the hangout. Now, the curious part about this is that if it were really your intention, right, to minimize the damage, if there were a real moral concern for any of the real victims in this situation, it seems like all that's really being done is perpetuating this. In fact, the video has surfaced more than ever now as a result of these kinds of debates and, like, ethical discussions concerning the issue. That's the only point.
What wouldn't have spread it around at all is if you didn't do it in the first place.
Well, yeah, but I'm not
Right.
I'm not saying you're wrong, Ocean. I'm just saying that at this point that's irrelevant.
No, it is relevant. You're just trying to shift the blame, which is what people in that position typically do.
That's like blaming the courts and the lawyers for prosecuting cases of rape.
I'm not shifting the blame. I'm pointing out a consequence
It's
of what's
absolutely
happening.
shifting the blame.
No,
I don't
Ocean,
think you know what you're doing. I think you're all over the fucking place.
shifting the blame would be for the person to say, since we're speaking as if I did it.
You're saying that the only reason why it's being spread around now is because we're perpetuating it. The
No,
reason
I'm
why
Right,
it's
and
being
earlier you
perpetuated
shifted the blame
is
to Matt
because
Slick.
I don't
the
understand.
only
You're
reason
saying
why
Matt
it's being
Slick
spread
deserved
around is
it.
because the action was committed in the first place.
Let's
Let's keep on that.
Let's listen to what I'm saying. No one's saying that the person that did it is not the sole root of the blame, right? I'm saying as a consequence of discussing it like this, it's perpetuating the issue.
No,
There's no
absolutely not. Absolutely not.
It happened. We are talking about it.
So you don't think more people are going to be aware of this and find out, and potentially more family members?
So it's people's fault for talking about what you did. You're just trying to shift the blame as to, I just did something little and now everyone else is making it a big thing and they're the ones to blame for it all. Bullshit.
Something happened. The next question is who's guilty, and then arrows point to you. And people are going to talk about that. That's the subject of conversation right now. It isn't necessarily that it happened, but it's who did it.
Right. So what do we want here? Like what needs to be expressed is what I'm saying. I think really if I listen to what everybody's been saying, and I've been very hesitant to speak on this issue openly until this point, I guess. I've been very cautious about speaking openly. So I've hidden my thoughts about the matter, right? Now, I think what we want to ask is, does the person feel bad about the issue, right? Is that not what you've all really been wanting to know?
No.
So what do you want?
I thought it was explained yesterday. Just that you had the balls to say, I did it and here's why. Let's discuss other things.
I thought I made it very clear what I wanted.
All right, so I'm going to say two things, but then after that, I'm gonna ask for everyone to be as reasonable as possible. Can we all agree to that?
Sure.
Okay.
Sounds fun.
Okay, so I did do it, right? That's a confession. It's open, it's out there. And I do actually feel bad about it in a unique fashion. And so earlier we were discussing whether or not it was an emotional reaction. And actually it was. The premeditated part that you listened to, where we were discussing it because it wasn't a real plan. It was entirely just at that point. Like, oh, yeah, we found something. Wouldn't it be funny if we did this, right? No one actually considered doing that seriously, right? So over the course of a couple of days, I was watching some videos about Matt Slick's policies and shit like that. And I was getting pissed at a couple of different things. Now, that's why I said the issue was complex. It's not just one thing you did. It's multiple things. Now,
it seems to me you had it in your mind in that hangout where you mentioned
let's let him make his point.
And I just want to go back to that bit. Was that the start? Was that in your mind already then when you said to Gus you were going to crush Matt Slick with what you planned?
Now, what I'm saying is I had no plan to actually carry it out at that point. Enthusiasm, sure, but solely because it was just a joke, right? When I talk about, like, I'm going to fucking end this person, I don't mean it seriously. That's just my enthusiasm because there is no real consequence there's no plan yet, right? So I'm going to explain it further. The issue that I posed to Matt Slick, and I agree that it was entirely distasteful. I have never contested that. Let me explain to you my mindset about how this came about. I was actually offended by his situation with his daughter, given that he's such a clean-cut Christian man. It pissed me off to think that religious oppression happened and he just goes about his life, just cut her off and goes about, and he just has this view that he is holier than thou, sanctimonious bullshit. It bothered me, the inconsistency there, like it bothered me a lot. For the same reason that a guy that says you should stone homosexuals as if it were Mosaic law has his own issues and burdens that he doesn't talk about openly. It just seems like you can't preach from a pulpit if your pulpit's a mess, right? Now, it's not my fucking business, and that's where I crossed the line. But when I called Matt Slick, I didn't actually have the intention of solely upsetting him. What I wanted to do is I wanted to strike him with a piece of evidence that forced him to talk in a real fashion about a real issue. Now, what happened is I got kicked because he got upset. It's not actually what I wanted to happen. I knew, like, I figured he might get upset, but I was trying to use it as a piece to force his hand in the issue and have a talk about what had actually happened, right? About the psychology of raising a girl in a religious household. Now, what happened was I got booted. Now, that's where shit really went wrong, because then after I get kicked, which I did get kicked, I did leave, then it looked solely like I was out to just terrorize the guy. Now, I was making a strong move and a tactless move. It's like sacrificing your queen, right? The problem is that it didn't continue. So it just looks like I was doing it for the lulz, as people have said. Now, the reason I haven't discussed this openly, which may have been to my own detriment, is because people have gotten fucking crazy about this shit. And at this point, there are repercussions, not just, there is no legal recourse here. Let me point that out. Like, the public information and the fact that we've only had one interaction ever, and the fact that it's was a conversational piece about psychology and religion, it can't be any of the laws that have to do with like harassment and shit like that. But I do feel bad about how it happened. That's as much as I can possibly say about it. Now, the reason I've been evading this talk is because I don't know the implications of two things. One, people's reactions in this community. There have been people that have tried to locate me personally. I've been added on LinkedIn and Facebook and shit like that. That made me hesitant right away to talk about shit. Number two, I woke up to this thing already out of my control. There was 30 people messaging me about this shit 4 days ago. It had already just jumped off a fucking horse. So at this point, you're just trying to contain a crazy situation. And I thought the best course of action would probably be to stay silent on it, but everybody's so fucking adamant about it that, it ended up just blowing up in my face.
I'll tell you what the best course of action probably would have been, is to just disappear from the internet for a year.
I thought about that, actually, just leaving G+, but...
Right. That would be the course of action that would give you the most control over it, is as far as how it affects you. It's just disappear.
True. I mean, that's true.
Runaway scar. But, that's not what you did. You stuck around. And you provided something, like, your voice made it very obvious who it was. People in this community watched that show. You showed up in this community. Therefore, we had somebody to interact with about what happened.
Well, like I said, my intentions weren't to leave after that happened. I wanted to carry on a real conversation, which is why I didn't conceal my voice. I wanted it to be a real, like, look, this kid forced Matt Slick's hand to talk about this shit, and then we got into the real issue.
Right.
If anybody's wondering why I did it, it wasn't tongue-in-cheek. I didn't expect to be banned.
Playing the video got you banned. Like, did you have any plan?
Well, I never played the video.
If you were to approach the topic with Matt Slick, I think a better idea would have been to just talk about it rather than play the video as a presentation.
No, there's no question, but I don't believe, and it's been long enough now where I'm legitimately not sure, I don't believe I played the video. I believe I showed him a caption of the video. I never played his daughter getting fucked. I mean, it's not like it's that much better to show the picture, but he didn't see a video.
Okay, a picture or video, I'm not sure which one it was. I haven't seen the event in question.
Right.
I've just heard a lot about the event.
It was a screen cap of her on Pornhub.com. That was the whole thing.
Fair enough. So
I mean, it's complicated. That's what I've been saying.
Display. I don't think it's as complicated as you're saying that it is.
Well, it's complicated more for me than it is for people assessing.
Oh no, I agree. It's complicated for you.
Right.
And I think that the best course of action, as far as protecting yourself, would have been to poof.
Yeah. No, I agree with that.
That's the only way that you would be able to pull anything off. That's what I would do if I were in your situation.
Right, but I'm not actually at a risk as far as I know. So what I'm doing now isn't for like legal maneuvering. That's really the only people that have ever suggested that are people in this community. But
I have said before to people, as far as what's going on in this community, my issue is that you're A, not admitting to it, and B, not explaining why.
Yeah, right.
That's the issue that I brought up. Please admit to it. Please explain why.
And the reason
as of now, my issue is significantly less.
Right. Some people here are reasonable, which is why I think now is probably the right time to proffer this up. There are venues where this would not be possible. like for the past 2 days, this was not a legitimate option. People have just been going apeshit.
Yeah, but you could have resolved it all yesterday or the day before.
I felt yesterday
you would have got more kudos and probably be more understood. Yeah, you would have got a few people that said you're a dick, you're a whatever, blah blah blah.
Well, that's going to happen now.
But I think all everyone wanted was in the community was, well, it was a dick move, but why did you do it? Some people would have understood. Some people would have said you're still a dick. But you wouldn't have got anywhere like the reaction you've had for 2 days. You could have sorted it all out in one go.
At this point now, people know what happened. People are going to make their judgments, and that'll be the end of it.
Yeah, right. You've got people in the chat saying, at last, he's admitted it. I can unblock him now. It's all over. We're hearing an explanation.
Right. So what I expected to happen is that people would just kind of, I mean, it's a classic case of not understanding how an issue is going to get away from you. I expected it not to get this large, to be perfectly honest with you. And in fact, it happened a long time ago. I mean, I don't know if you guys know.
Do you know how long this topic has been fizzling in the Great Debate community? Just the idea about Matt Slick and his daughter?
I've heard, I know about that, but I mean the particular porn bombing happened weeks ago, actually. It's weird, actually. It's only been in the past 4 days that someone really popped it out there.
Right.
It was mainly me because I just found out it was Matt Slick's daughter footage that was used against him, and it's because evidence have surfaced on who did it.
Right. Yeah, it was mentioned on Talking Shit Tuesday briefly, I think, and then it was overcome with. And then people started asking, well, who did it? Who was it? And then rumours started flying around, and then gradually some other people pieced it together.
Yeah, there's been a couple of times where I've considered discussing this. Like, in fact, I think when we were on Hangout, Mark, I did consider it, but my hesitance there was people like Gus and Shamos.
Well, yeah, but then that's something you've got to expect. I mean, yeah, I've got no crusade against you. I hardly know you. I've been in a couple of Hangouts with you and had a laugh.
Well, the idea is that when I got
yes, I gave my opinion yesterday, but you probably guessed that sometimes my opinions are a bit forceful or even wrong, obviously. But the whole point was it seemed interesting to discuss it. So I rather naively in some ways, agreed to host the Hangout because no one else could or would, so the discussion could continue. But all the people involved were bound to say their bit in the way they normally do. That Gus is Gus, Shamos is Shamos, but you knew that already. You've been in enough Hangouts with all of these people to know what the reaction was likely to be.
Right, but I wanted to be in a venue where when I got it out, it all came out at one time. I don't want to have to cut and chop and defend and maneuver while I'm trying to explain this. So I think now is probably, I mean, now is not even ideal, but it was better than the alternative.
Yeah.
It would have gone on and on and on, and you would have become a bit of a leper, and the other things started to come into play, like, was it all a Power Talk conspiracy, which we've already discussed? Who else was involved? Because there was the we and all that, and
Yeah, I mean, that was very unfortunate, and that's kind of what ultimately forced this, I think, is that my concern was that it was starting to shift from a what I did to a what they did, and that ultimately, like,
that was always going to happen, by the way. People aren't stupid.
Right. Well, I mean, just to clear that up, though, they really, CK and Gallus were the people that did not know about it.
Yeah. It was the we thing that you mentioned, that the Godless mentioned, is what gave people calls for, hang on, he said we, who's the we? And then more rumours started to spread, and so,
Right.
Yeah, hey, Pulp and CK, could you guys, I don't know, because you don't seem to be engaged at the moment, there are people who want to talk about this, I think. We're going to sort of, I think this is going to be, well, fuck, I actually don't know how long it's going to be dragged on. But if you don't have anything to say, be better maybe to just...
There's a lot of people in the side chat that want to get in, and I think that there may be more that needs to be brought up that we're not considering.
Yeah, I actually have a question about this.
Real quick, Pope, can you take off?
Well, Justin did. Pope did this for a reason, and so my thing is, why aren't we discussing the reason for why this was done? Why aren't we considering the context? Why aren't we considering Matt Slick as a person?
I'm satisfied with the explanation that Justin gave. I just think it's a game.
Sure, that's from his side, but we're not considering the full scope here. There's a reason why this was done.
Well, no, that's fair, but I think that you'd be silly not to collect as much collateral on Justin as you possibly can at this point. Like that's just my opinion, but.
What do you mean by collateral?
I just mean whatever information that you need to build a case in case you decide to change whether or not you like somebody.
I mean, this is plenty. I don't see what else you would need after this.
I think there's going to be a bit more. Yeah, you're now going to be asked wherever you go for a little while, at least until some other drama takes its place, as to why you did it, and that maybe there'll be proper discussion on such things, which was the point. That was the idea yesterday, but unfortunately, Hangouts do tend to turn to shit sometimes. But that's the way they go.
Yeah, I mean, I expect other people will ask.
I just got the seat. I'm
that's
going to
fine.
weigh in really quickly, and then I'm going to give my seat to Psycho because he's been waiting for a long time. I just want to say a couple things really quickly in reference to all this. First, I'm going to just lead with a question because if the question's answered the right way, I'll just leave without saying anything. Justin, have you made a formal public apology to Matt Slick?
No, and that probably won't happen.
That probably won't happen? Okay. So what I see you doing right now is a poor, poor job at damage control. To go in and say that, oh, you just wanted to porn bomb with his daughter just to spark an intellectual conversation, that's bullshit. You don't know there ain't going to be no intellectual conversation if you're porn bombing a video of his daughter, whether it was a live video or whether it was just a picture. You know no intellectual discourse is going to happen under said circumstances. You premeditated it. They have a 3-minute video of you premeditating it. And now I'm telling you what, you can give all the damage control you want, but I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it for 1 second. And you want to know why? Guy goes in and says some stuff on tape that he's going to go kill somebody, and then he goes and does it. He's going to jail for life, premeditated murder. Look, I'm not buying this damage control. This is just you trying to and these excuses that you're giving are poor. They're piss poor. Okay? So hold on. I'm still speaking. These are piss poor excuses. I don't think anyone in their right mind would buy this shit from you, okay? Now I'm gonna offer you one last time. If you give a public apology to Matt Slick, I will drop it, and I'm sure everyone else in this community will drop it. I will forget about it, and all is forgiven. But if you will not publicly apologize to that gentleman, you are a piece of dirt, okay? And you just told me that you aren't going to do that. Explain to me why any sound, rational-minded people, I've had a lot of problems with a lot of people in here, but never on that level. Explain to all of us why we should let you stay in our community, why we should even have you.
You want me to answer? 2 things. I would rather it be private with Matt Slick for 2 reasons, right? I would like to actually converse with him about this, and I don't think he'll do that publicly. But I'm willing to do it privately. Is that good enough?
Just make a YouTube video and tag his name in it and tag it as a response to the Bible Thumping Wingnut Show. Make a video response. Say, hey, I'm Justin. I made a mistake. I fucked up. I shouldn't have done that, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. If you do that, Justin, all is forgiven. I will pretend like this never happened, and I'm sure everyone else in the community will do that. But if you can't own up and tell that man you're sorry and you refuse to do so, you need to explain to me why we should let you stay in our community. Why should we let a piece of dirt like you stay in our community?
Don't negotiate with terrorists, Justin. Don't negotiate with terrorists.
Let me clarify a couple of things, right? So your concern seems to be that Matt Slick gets an apology, right? And you feel some about it, right?
Yes, he should give an apology.
Right. So we agree on that, right? To a large extent. Now, whether or not that needs to be public is what we agree on. The second thing is that you're asking me a question, why should we let you stay or go, right? I'm not going to provide any reasons for that. You can make your own minds up. So, and then the third thing is, what would I be selling? What am I gaining from doing this, right? So if it's damage control, what am I trying to avoid?
You're trying to make your actions seem innocent. Like, hey, I didn't premeditate this. There isn't a 3-minute video of me planning to do this. I was just going to do it to spark an intellectual conversation. Bullshit. Bullshit.
Right, but
no person is going to buy that. No one's going to buy what you're selling, okay? That's a lie. That's damage control. That's BS. Okay, look, you don't have to make a public apology. You don't have to make a public apology. But you will apologize to that man.
You got to listen, Jamos, right? If I wanted to just porn bomb the guy, right, why did I frame it with the subject that I did?
Probably to make it hurt even worse. Probably to
Okay,
make it hurt even worse. Get them to.
That's a speculation, but it seems odd that I would go through such great lengths just to show a picture of his daughter.
Yeah, you went through great lengths because you premeditated like 5 days previous. You said you were going to destroy him. Now, don't pretend like that's all innocent and you were just trying to provoke some thought-provoking intellectual discourse like that shit was really going to happen after what you did. That is the worst piece of damage control. I've screwed up a lot in this community, and when I do it, I come out and apologize, okay?
Yeah, I mean,
And there's a few people that I still have yet to apologize, and I'll go ahead and do that right now on air just to show you what kind of a big man it takes to do it. There was a time recently where I said some things about Annabelle that was wrong, and I shouldn't have done it, okay? It was completely wrong. I should not have done it. She didn't deserve that. So here's Shamo saying, look, Annabelle, for what it's worth, I'm sorry. Public apology. I shouldn't have done that. Nothing else included in that. No damage control. No trying to make excuses. I effed up, Annabelle. I'm sorry. Ready for sorry number 2? Sugar Rhodes. I said some things about you in reference to Mark Unoya the other day. I shouldn't have said it. I shouldn't have dragged your name into it. That was very stupid of me. It was very, very disrespectful. I'm sorry to you. I apologize, Sugar. I had no strings attached to that apology. Forgive me if you want. If not, okay. There's 2 apologies, okay? Publicly, and I just did it. Okay, that's what you should do. Okay, you're a piece of crap until you do that, Justin.
Well, Shamos, I love you, Shamos. I'm hearing you out, and that's great. I'm glad you had a catharsis moment, particularly with women. But I think I'm going to handle this on my own terms with Matt.
What's women got to do with it? Why chuck that dig in there?
Well, I think we're both chucking digs in, right? Like, I agree with what Shamos is saying, just not in the particular.
Someone tell Psycho to get ready. I'm done talking to this guy.
What's wrong with that?
Hold on for a second. I'll let you know, Seamus. I'm arranging things with Psycho now.
I guess what I'm confused about now is how we're doing a tribunal where each person comes and talks to me and faces me and then gives me their account of why it shouldn't have happened. And I guess
I'm sure I'm speaking for a large amount of the community with what I've said here, okay? That damage control, I can see right through it. It's BS. It's lies. I can see right through it. You don't have an ounce of integrity in you if you can't make a public apology.
We're not disagreeing about the fact that it was tactless, right? We both agree. So which part are we conflicted on?
Premeditated, tactless, and it wasn't for the use of an intellectual discourse. Don't even play me for a fool. Get Psycho. Right, I'm done talking to you. Done talking to you. If you apologize to him, do what you're going to do. If you apologize to him, you're instantly forgiven. You're instantly forgiven the moment you apologize to that man. But I'm out of here. Get him ready.
This has nothing to do with you, though.
Even Jesus will forgive you, and Shamos has got a hotline.
Shamos, keep an eye on the side chat. I'll let you know when it's good.
Yeah, I mean, that's something we should probably clear up, though. This isn't going to be about people from this community.
Well, it is because well.
Yeah, whether Justin is Hitler or not, like I agree. Like Justin should perhaps apologize. Because what about freaking Matt Slick? What about his despicable actions?
We will talk about that later.
Since when is he a gentleman? Since when is he a fucking gentleman?
For months and months, Pom. No one supports Matt Slick and what
he needs to kick up his ass.
Dragnet, along with Shadow.
Don't be an apologist for this. Don't try to justify this.
Matt Slick to shit.
Try to be a freaking porn bomber, daughter porn bomber apologist. Don't try to justify this, man. Matt Slick may have done some bad things, but that's independent.
A bigoted guy who's advocating for the genocide of gays and fucking.
He may be advocating it. You deal with his arguments as they stand with your own counter arguments. Why don't you go in and speak to Matt Slick, Pom?
You know, Hitler didn't kill a single person. Mark.
Not just about causing sign off. How can you be this thick, Pom? We already said it's not just about Matt Slick or his daughter. It's about the possible damage,
I already agree to that. I already agree to that. Suddenly he's a gentleman. Like suddenly, he's a gentleman.
It's not about just that. It's also about the community, right? And trust. Right. Can we trust?
I think we understand the issue. Like I understand what Pom is saying, but I get what everybody else is saying too. I think we're all on the same page, right? Yeah. I wouldn't be here talking to you about it if I thought that it was a great thing and there was no like remorse for it. We wouldn't be having this conversation.
But you're not willing to sort of show us that you really care, which is, I think, what a public apology.
Okay, so I'm going to give a different perspective on it. I don't think that it happened in Nadia's hangout. I don't think it happened in Nadia's like physical, in this community. I think it happened outside of it per se. And I'm going to give the exact opposite perspective in that from Seamus. I hope you apologize, and I hope that you would consider apologizing. Frankly, I don't care if you do it in public or not. You did two things that I needed to happen. One, you fessed up because I was feeling like a fucking idiot. Two, you gave us an explanation. Now, the explanation might be some aspects of it questionable, but I want to thank you for doing it because it was irking me for most of the day. It shouldn't have been, but it was. That's a big leap forward to have this many people frustrated with you and being able to finally fess up to it in whatever manner. The fact that you don't want to go into specifics and how you deal with it, to me, has none of my business. All I can do is hope that you deal with it with Matt Slick. So I want to say thank you. I want to say kudos. I was a little frustrated because I thought I might have an opportunity to meet you, and I had blocked you after I left. I was too through with you. But after you kind of shifted some of your ways and whatever it took, I hope that I get to meet you in a few weeks or whenever, and we'll go from there. But I just want to say thank you again for admitting to it, and hope, and I really do believe that you will do the right thing. And I don't need it announced everywhere. If you choose to, that's your option. But I hope he gets some resolve from it. And now I will leave. Let me know when the time is right.
Bloody Christians are so nice.
But I'll let you know. Hold on.
Yeah, I just echo that. Yeah, I think well done, Justin, for admitting it. I got no axe to grind.
All right.
After
I
that.
mean, if you want to take off, go for it.
CK, can you get a hold of Jack? He can raise the subsection way better.
Well, let me address Shamos real quick, because Shamos wasn't entirely inaccurate, right? He was wrong about one aspect. I agree with Shamos that there should probably be an apology. We're in agreement there. We're also in agreement that it was tactless. We're in agreement there too. The part that needs to be made clear, though, is that I would have preferred not being kicked. And even though I did know that that would be inflammatory, I didn't want it to stop there. It's kind of like if you're, I don't really know a good example, I guess, but if your friend kicks your ass, right, and just beats your ass and leaves, then it's different than you get into a fight and he kicks your ass and then you have a conversation afterwards. What I kind of wanted was that second option. I knew it was inflammatory. That's not the point. The point is that wasn't my sole purpose. In fact, it was really only being used as a tool for my main purpose. But yeah, the tool itself was definitely inflammatory. So I can see where Shamos is coming from. It's not like I'm unaware that no one wants to see that.
Yeah, a lot of people stole my thunder before I got a chance to get up in here. But yeah, I was going to tell you before you finally copped out that, you know, that kind of was one of the major issues that people had a problem with, you know, because like you said, you know, this happened over a week ago. And, you know, this could have been died a long time ago if you probably just, you know, came clean earlier. Because, you know, just like with Watergate, you know, they say the cover-up is worse than the crime. You know, like you make things worse when you know, cover things up like that, especially when the evidence is so much against you the way it was. You know, and it was kind of like you was assaulting everybody's intelligence, and that was making people even more upset. That might have been, you know, that was already maybe, you know, had a problem with what you did. So,
yeah, that's
you know,
definitely what it was. I agree with that. That's definitely what it came down to. This is my first cover-up.
First cover.
Yeah, but you know, that's the main thing I wanted to get out there to you.
Be gentle. It's his first time.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Sako.
But okay, so to clarify, so Justin, are you willing to make an apology to Matt Slick?
Yeah, but here's how I want to handle this for a specific reason. The reason I don't want to make it a big public thing is because I don't want to draw more attention to it, right? So
I'd agree. I think I'd echo what Airmean said. I think how you deal with it from now on is none of our business.
Yeah, I will definitely speak to him though.
Okay.
I'd like to see some confirmation maybe from him, so I'm going to be contacting him. But
well, I'm sure Matt Slick and I with something that will say have something to say, and if something happens, they'll say it. So
and it's whether or not they want to say it that they'll.
Possibly.
Like, yeah, I think I agree with Mark that going ahead, this is none of our business.
Yeah.
Okay. So another thing, at least I don't recall you addressing this, but Ocean had a really good point about this whole trigger thing, right? What triggers you now about this? Like, what are we supposed to be looking out for?
I think he already addressed that.
Did he? I missed that. Could you say what you?
Let me clarify something. It's been like a really stressful couple of days, and I've just been very tired. So I mean, dealing with all these things at once today is kind of like an impossible task. It's been impossible for the past couple of days.
Well, okay, but then we have this other issue, not with you actually, but with Jack, because Jack seems to be now the only one who thinks that what Justin Bieber did.
Well, Jack is going to have a very different opinion than I did. So I'm just going to let you and Jack and guys hash that out. But yeah, I mean, obviously I've been doing a lot of thinking about this, so I'm going to have to consolidate it within myself over the next couple of days.
Yeah, I'm with Jack on this though.
Really, Paul? You think it's justified?
No, I'm not saying it's. I'm not even saying. I don't even think that Jack thinks it's justified.
Well, he said it. He defended outright. He said, Matt Slick is a piece of shit. He should be stopped by any means necessary.
I think a lot of us are like sort of playing devil's advocate. I think what me and Jack are especially frustrated with is everyone is ignoring that Matt Slick is a piece of shit.
No, we're not ignoring.
Seamus went unchallenged.
Bullshit.
Seamus went unchallenged when he called Matt Slick a gentleman. Like nobody said, "Hey, Seamus, that's actually not true."
Yes, they did.
It's like they said, "Hey, Hitler was a nice guy." Hey.
No, that's not.
He only killed a couple of Jews.
Matt Slick for months and months and months.
God, Godwin's
all the people that have been going into his hangouts to deal with him. That's what they've been doing. This idea that people support Matt Slick's view is bollocks.
People have been ripping into Matt Slick for months and months, calling him a moron, calling him an idiot.
On this issue, people have been ripping him.
He was in He was in one of Nadia's hangouts once. He's been on TST. People have been dealing with Slick and telling him what a piece of shit he is for 18 months. So shut the fuck up about people. No one cares about Matt. Yes, they do.
I need Jack in here.
I'm gonna pour some salt on Palm.
Yeah, fucking right. Burn him with fire, fucking slug.
God damn.
And pour some salt on you.
Yeah, take that sword out and just silence him.
Oh no, the cap came off accidentally.
So where's Jack? Damn it.
Yeah, his connection fucked up. I wish he was here.
So I'm surprised that CK actually disagrees with that. Or rather, politely surprised. Because we have this notion, I mean, right, Ocean calls you guys the pedantic Borg Hive, right? The Borg Hive part that you tend to agree on all that
stuff. Power Rangers, there's all kinds of names for it.
Right. So I was pleasantly surprised that CK thinks it's despicable. I think that's good. Your Chopicus also came out, even though he's not actually part of that sort of group anymore.
Darwin's is obviously gonna love this.
Oh fuck yeah, guys! Do you realize how much you helped Darwin? It's like he's gonna smear this and record this, and
No. Jack is gonna put a cork into this.
Yeah, I doubt that.
Oh, I'm sure of it. I'm just a poor communicator.
Well, no. Okay. Well, no. Even if Jack proves us all wrong, Darwin's gonna still use this. Darwin's gonna cut this out.
That's what I'm saying. Get the fuck in here, Jack. Where the hell are you?
Yeah, right. I can just hear his voice being like, I don't associate with known porn bombers.
Well, I think I know what Jack would say.
Okay. Tell us.
Why? Well, I think all he would point out is that most of us, if not all of us, are going to be okay with bad things happening to people that we consider distasteful. And it's just a question of threshold, and different people are bothered by different things.
Yeah. Like, for instance,
there are certainly people...
Some people find it justified to beat up Matt Slick.
But I would never find it justifiable for... I would not never find it justifiable for Hitler's daughter to be raped, for example.
See, I think this was worse than punching him in the face, but other people feel differently.
Yes. Right. Yeah, I agree. Actually, this is worse. This is worse than doxing.
Yeah, but there are other people who have said that they would be happy about beating up Matt Slick.
No, I mean, if Justin had appeared in a hangout where he went to and met Matt Slick somewhere in the town square somewhere and filmed himself punching him in the mouth once, and said that's because of, you know, I could understand that. Because
Well,
the only
point is,
getting
the
hurt
point
is
is that the point is that it depends on people's opinions.
Yeah, different people feel differently.
Yeah, I wouldn't support Justin filming himself beating the living shit out of Matt Slick until he was a bleeding mess on the ground or near death. No, no. But you know,
for me, this is worse though. For me personally,
yeah,
this
it is for
is
me.
worse.
Yeah, I find it worse because of the
me being
wider
a
harm.
father. Yeah, me being a father, and I feel like, you know, kids should be left out of things, you know, because the kids, it has nothing to do with whatever issues you got with Matt Slick. Like, she doesn't even share his worldviews. Like, so, like, I just feel like kids should be left out of it.
Absolutely, and there's also the violation of sort of these rules, right? It's not that, so we have different sort of values, right? But on certain issues, we sort of agree on something, which is not to bring up, you know, our family, no matter what we think of the other person in this great debate, right? And that has been violated, and I'm afraid of that actually, because this means open season on us as well.
All right. Well, I'm. It's past midnight for me, so it's past my bedtime. But I'm glad that Justin confessed, and I think that you guys received it really well as well. So.
Oh, fuck you and fuck Justin. Okay.
All right. Good night.
All right.
Okay.
That joke failed. Is Jack coming around, Pom?
I just sent him a text on Skype.
He's just, I don't know. Maybe he's scared because of the Hitler comments.
Well, Arcane is not here, so there's nothing to worry about. Besides, there are no gas chambers, we all know that.
It's funny that Anders Breivik writes that huge manifesto about the Jews and cultural Marxists, and then you get here and it's actually Jews and cultural Marxists.
Anyway, I'm out.
Okay,
see you later, guys. Cheers, Justin. Well done.
All right, Mark.
Bye, Mark.
All right, Mark.
Yeah, I wonder how Gus will take this. I didn't see the live chat. Pom, do you see the live chat?
No, I've stopped paying attention to it.
Oh.
Hey, really quick, since I'm one of the lone Christians, Justin, I think saying "yay, I did it" doesn't make it all better. Like, it's nice that you did that. That's great. After you lied and it was obvious that you were lying, but if you do something publicly, why not a public apology? I say this to Christians all the time. I said this to Pillbox. When you call someone a pedophile publicly, you should publicly retract that and publicly apologize. And he refused, and I blocked him. So tell me what the difference is. Why can't you publicly apologize and say, look, you know what? I overstepped a boundary. Like, can't we all agree that boundary should be don't call someone's work, don't mess with somebody's kid, don't mess with somebody's spouse. If you think someone did something like child molestation, you call the police. You don't make a YouTube video about it. Things like that.
So, here's the
Can
thing.
we all
I'm gonna
agree that there's some limits? Should we agree that there's some limits that we should maybe ethically, deal with?
Right, I agree with you. So I'm going to talk to him privately first, right? And then based on that, we'll decide. But my consideration for the public thing is that he doesn't want any more attention drawn to this. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
This is different than renouncing a claim. I now want to minimize how much reach this has. So if he wants to do that, like talk to me on a show about it, fine, sure. I'm willing to do that. But I'm going to guess that he does not want this to be an issue, just based on how he's conducted himself in the past. But I'll give him a chance, yeah. I'm not saying no when I said to Shamos that it's unlikely that will happen. I'm saying that it's unlikely that he will want that to happen.
Okay, fair enough. My qualm is usually if you do some harm publicly, public apologies, decent. If you do it private, private. But to me, it seemed very malicious of you, a very malicious act, and a lot of the Christians in this community, I'm in different communities, were rather appalled. And so if you want to continue to have discussion with Christians, part of the problem is when Christians like Thick Shades do nasty things or atheists do nasty things, it divides the lines even further, and people just stop communicating, and all you see is rhetoric going by. And I don't know, it just does a lot of damage. And so with that, that's just all I had to say. And I agree with Shamos, pretty much, which I don't always do, so I'll just leave it at that. And I also wanted to say, Palm Jam, I am so disappointed in you. I never want to hear you tell me how I should think. I should be more like Bob Greaves. I should be softer as a Christian. Blah 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 blah. I don't want to hear it from you anymore. You're defending the indefensible.
Behave how you ever want to behave. This feels sort of like the.
You can't defend the indefensible.
Do you know how this feels like? This is sort of like when a Palestinian and a Jew get in a room and they say, will you condemn Palestine? Will you condemn Israel? It sort of feels like that to me.
No. You don't seem to understand that there are grades of harm. I'm trying to take it out of the religious sense.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it in grades of actual
Yeah,
utility
you
and
don't
harms, and you don't seem to see where there's harm and where there's more harm.
Matt Slick is signing off on a lot of harmful views.
Oh, I know exactly what Matt Slick does. I've been on Mac's
Right.
show. I talked about the very things that you've talked about with Mac Slick. I know exactly. Trust me. And I'm trying to tell you it's still not equal.
I can at the same time disagree with Justin and also condemn Matt Slick.
And also, if you can high-five Justin and then condemn Matt Slick and then say, good thing I'm not responsible for that action, but I'll high-five it, wink, wink, nod, nod. No, not okay.
I will.
Let's kefir it. I got it.
I will fuck Matt Slick. Fuck him up the ass.
I don't
Right up the
condone
ass.
it. I don't condone it, but if you don't find it hilarious, there's something wrong with me. Hashtag
I
godless kefir.
I find it hilarious. I find it hilarious when people who deserve what's coming to them get what's coming to them.
Okay, so does Nadia deserve to get porn bombed? Does she get to deserve to have her channel taken down by some dastardly, cravenous person?
No, I wouldn't use that action. I would use other means to.
I'm trying to tell you, if you condone an action like that, it could be on. I'm not saying that I would do it. I'm just saying that somebody could do that.
I don't condone action. What I condone is him suffering a bit. That's what I condone. I would use other means to get at him, but I wouldn't use that particular method.
You don't show up at someone's house. You don't. I mean, there's just so many things that just are not okay. You don't sexually harass somebody when they say they're not interested, and then harass them. There's things that you just shouldn't do here.
And what you don't do is spread bigotry and hatred. That's also
It's
something.
not equal.
Well,
actually, it might be.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it's even worse.
The problem is that the example she brought up is that people could just say, look at how many people have been killed by communism, or look at how many families people like Nadia want to destroy by dissolving the nuclear family, and so that could justify all kinds of stuff. So that's not a good.
The other thing is too. I mean, you're sitting here with Iron, who sounds like a white supremacist. You don't have a problem with him. You guys tolerated R1 philosopher for how long? It didn't take. You guys didn't. You tolerated R1 philosopher till he broke terms of service so severely that Ermine had to press for him to get removed because it would shut Nadia's channel down. That's how bad you take it. And you're like, oh, hillbilly, bring them all in. Bring in the worst scumbaggy people in here just because it brings viewership. And now all of a sudden you're a moral crusader against Matt Slick. It doesn't add up, Palm. You don't match up.
You have no idea how I would deal with it. I wouldn't porn bomb them or block them. I have other means of dealing with people like that. And if I could, I would use those methods. I have other tools to dealing with these people.
You have ways of making them talk.
I'm not gonna tell you what, but I have other ways. Each person has their own ways to dealing with people like that.
Yeah. I'm just telling you, I'm a little bit disturbed by you, and I wanted to let you know because we talk and we're friendly usually, and I'm a little bit shocked with some of the stuff you've been saying.
I'm disturbed. I have here a bucket of salt if you want.
I'm disturbed that you can just say that the bigoted views of Matt Slick are not bad. He's condemning a whole group.
She didn't say that.
No, she said it's not equal. She says that what Justin did,
using your
targeting
family
an individual is worse than him condemning a whole group.
Well, there's a difference between somebody condemning a whole group There's a difference between somebody condemning a whole group and somebody acting on it. But what you could do is you could look at the consequence of Matt Slick's actions. So, for example, let's take his website, calm.org. What are the harmful effects of that? If you could come up with some sort of measure for that, I know it's not going to be a mathematical measure. But, you know, we do make these judgments of comparative harm. I would actually say that the harm that website does is actually more than what Justin did to individual Matt Slick and his daughter combined, frankly.
It depends on our values, I think.
Of course it does. Yeah, you have to have some standards to make that judgment. It is going to be a standard-based judgment on consequences. Two things going on there. You're working out the causal consequences, and you have standards to do it. By the way, I don't know, I shouldn't need to say this. I'm obviously not condoning what Justin did, but you know, I thought when I heard of it, there's some part of me that just automatically said he deserves it. And that was on the supposition that he did in fact physically abuse his daughter the way that she describes. But I'm not saying that the action itself was justified because of that. And then I'm starting to think, well, why did I think that, and I'm not saying it's a permanent judgment that he deserves it. And I thought, well, you know, it's kind of like payback for what he did to his daughter. But then I thought, well, what good will come from that? You know, what good consequence will come from it if he doesn't know that somebody else intends it as such? Because then it's just, you know, he just reframes it in his own way. Anyway, I mean, say, holy spackle, you know, whatever views you may have, you may agree with Matt Slick's theonomist, dominionist views or not, I don't know. It doesn't matter, and it's not to my point. You may have the same views regarding homosexuality, but unless you run a website that promotes all of that, I don't think it's comparable.
I have different views. I have different views than him. I've been on the show twice, and I've disagreed with him on different views very stickily. And I've taken some flack for that, but that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I believe versus what he believes as much as how far you're going to take these beliefs in this forum. In this forum, right, you might be a white supremacist, but if you knock on Psycho's door as a white supremacist, I'm going to have a big, huge problem with you, bigger than before. You know,
yeah, sure.
You know, like I'm trying to say, like there's some levels of differences. You might be Jason Burns. We might think everybody here might think Jason Burns is either dumb, stupid, or a psycho. One of the two. I don't know. One of the three. I don't know. But if you knock on Jason Burns' door and you say you want to punch him in the face, I have a problem with you.
Well, I'm not Jason Burns. I'm Jason Bourne. So there. But no, my point was, you know, you could, you know, whatever views you have, if people are judging by consequences, it depends on the consequences. Then obviously it's almost tautologous, and you know, Matt Slick's views don't not have consequences because he actively promotes them. So he reinforces such views through his media and through his website.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's different to somebody who just, you know, sits around and has a bunch of views.
Right, but you know from a Christian world viewpoint that some of the atheist views are considered harmful as well.
Sure, but if you're judging on consequences, it would be the same. You know, it would depend on what they're doing to, you know, act it out. So you might, in that sense, might condemn somebody like, who's that dude who's the head of American Atheists more than you might condemn your average atheist.
David Silverman? Silverman?
Did you say Sir David Silverman?
No, I
thought you said Sir.
I might have a problem with Silverman, and I might have a problem with Westboro Baptist and Stephen Anderson. Both are bad. I mean, what's the big deal? But the problem is if one of them takes things to actions, or even their rhetoric might be scarier. So, like, for instance, Stephen Anderson says, I think homosexuals should be put to death. Again, that to me is far more threatening than even Silverman, right? So like I do look at those kind of things in grades, right? So in the grading on in this community, since you are choosing we are all choosing to deal with people who have conflicting ideas, some very, very serious, grave conflicting ideas, and with that, there needs to be some sort of form of ethics that we can all agree on, not to say like, oh, because your worldview is considered so harmful and so detrimental, I'm going to come over to your house and punch you in the face. There's got to be some limits.
Sure. I'm not saying that. I'm saying if you're to judge on consequences, causal and we can agree, you know, more or less on what those are, and if we were to, you know, then on those consequences impose some sort of moral standards, then yeah, you could say that in the short term, this event this event that's happened doesn't have as much, you know, you're not looking at the long term. But then if you're looking at the long term consequences of what Slick does, then you might have a different opinion. That's what a judgment. That's all I'm saying. I'm not lumping you in with Slick, and I'm not lumping Iron Nation with I don't know, Anders Breivik or whatever.
Okay, I don't care who you're lumping me with this, because this isn't about me. It's about Justin. And Justin, here's what I hope for you.
No,
I hope
just
that if you
saying in
remain in
case you
this
think
community,
that.
Justin, I hope if you remain in this community that you are not a sociopath, that you do have empathy, and I hope that you are willing to apologize for causing harm and being hurtful past I think what should be ethically permissible here. And I hope that when I trespass or if I hurt people's feelings, that they're willing to forgive me the same. And if I mess up, which sometimes I would say that I actually have overstepped with Sugar Rhodes, and I apologize for when I overstep, not reacting to equal action, but when I have been a little bit too snarky, and I've tried to leave her alone as much as possible. But when we overstep, we should be willing to apologize publicly and try to reel back and try to say, you know, there should be some sort of ethical limits to how far we're willing to go, and that's just what I think. And I'm just going to dip out because I don't want a sermon, and you can think I'm an asshole or whatever you want to think, and that's it.
Yeah, I don't think you're a dick. I agree with most of what you've said.
Yeah, I don't either, no. I just think we have a difference of opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I think it just boils down to what I deemed appropriate as a tool in a conversation was just ultimately not the case.
Yeah. To me, it's like she was appalled that I signed off on you doing that, I guess, like actually condoning it, and to me, from my perspective, like they're signing off on you know, by not condemning I guess Matt Slick for his.
But we are, God damn it!
Not you. I'm talking
Everybody
about.
is.
I'm talking about the friggin', you know. For example, Deidre criticized me. She says it's not equally as bad, but to me it's the same thing. She's doing the same thing, and I feel like let's see, what is it called when you exaggerate a position you have in order to compensate for the opposition? Is that called? I may not even care that strongly about this, but
I see what you're saying, Tom.
Yeah.
What you do? Because he's the only slug who cares about you.
Yeah, I may not even really care about this much, but maybe I'm just pushing back harder because of what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys understand what I'm saying.
But I just was kidding with that. The only one who cares.
Yeah, I mean, I know this is old, but you know, Hitler didn't kill a single person in the concentration camps. No, I mean, saying Hitler didn't kill a single person in the concentration camps. He signed off on it. You know, it's the same thing for me with fucking. I don't say he's as bad as Hitler, but he's doing the same action. He's signing off on the freaking bigoted views against gays, and to me that's even worse than what. That's even worse than what Justin is doing. Signing off is just as bad as doing it yourself, to me.
No, it's not. You see, you're giving sort of implicit permission for the opposition. No, listen. Now, a extremist Christian is justified, according to your reasoning, to porn bomb Nadia's channel, to find sensitive footage and slap it in her face in his hangout.
No,
right? Because
I'm not agreeing with
they think
action.
what she's doing is horribly.
I'm not agreeing with action, Art. I'm not agreeing with action.
You're all over the place, dude.
I'm agreeing with making him feel a bit something, at least. I would choose other means, I guess.
And send him a sad song someday.
I'm not one of those people that likes to openly profess how I feel about things, but needless to say, this has been on my mind for a couple of days.
Everyone has other means of dealing with Matslik. I have my own way, and I would never use what Justin did.
Palm would use large weapons-grade ammunition.
You know, something like that. Who knows? Maybe salt.
Well, the thing is, here's the thing, Palm. Do you think that somebody who just says stuff, let's say has homophobic views, is the same as somebody who
signs off on
has more influence on people
in their churches, signing off on that shit when the parents come for guidance? He's a figurehead. He's a leader in these movements, and this guy he signs off on this shit. And real people are affected by this. You know, gay people, transgender people who are in these families who are helpless. This shit fucking bothers me. You know it.
But okay, so what are you exactly saying? Is it justified to attack him in such a matter because what he does causes harm?
I think he needs to feel something so that he knows that what he's doing is wrong. I think
right, but you do realize that you're opening the door for it to swing back the door swings both ways, right?
Before we get there, go on, Justin, go on.
Everyone has this.
There's a good point being made in the side chat, and here's my concern about this. There are going to be people that are going to ask me about this time and time again. Like, it's going to keep coming up now, but like about why I did it or whatever. So I'm going to go ahead and let you know that I'm horrible at repeating myself. I'm just not the kind of person that enjoys doing that. So, I mean, pretty much everything I have to say about the matter, I've said. It's on. I mean, I have ADD. I can't keep talking about the same thing over and over again. So I don't have any expectation that that will make a difference. But I mean, you know,
Here's what you do. When this thing is over and it goes up online and everything, find the timestamp for when you actually explain yourself, and just toss it to people. If they start asking you about it, just be like, all right, look, here's the timestamp. I explained myself. I admit that I did it. Here you go. Look at it. If you have any more questions, then fuck off.
Yeah, I think that's what I'll have to do.
That's pretty much what you're going to have to do.
Yeah, because
I think at this point you've explained things enough to the point where you don't really need to say anything else, and people can make whatever judgments they want to about how they will or will not approach you in the future.
Right. But one, I mean, this isn't at all an important aspect of this, but I will say that one thing that has annoyed me slightly is that, and I mean, it's my own fault, but I don't like that it's been all about this lately. Like, the reason I like Google Plus Hangouts is because I can destroy Joe about Elliot Sober's view on evolution or natural selection. And because this has stopped me from destroying Joe, you know, that's been a grievance. Not a big one, but there's more important things that have been addressed here that I'm focusing on, but that has certainly been a factor.
And he said that with a straight face.
Oh, I'm very serious, though. Like, I like these Hangouts for the discussions about actual issues, and I think multiple people do, and a lot of people have been pissed about that. I think that, like, this has overrode every other conversation topic. Like, there are people that won't talk to me now because I'm surrounded by this issue.
I wanted to mention
So that's my question for the whole group, and it's just a question for everyone watching, everyone in here. How do we as a community, I get a sense of how Justin's going to try and move forward, but how do we as a community start to move forward? Ocean responded a little bit that it may take some time and people may talk about it for a while, but how do we cut down that time, you know, everyone feel that they're heard, move on with healing or whatever it takes at this point to just move forward?
Well, I think
that sounds like
there is a problem that has to be addressed, which is the fact that the Paltalk people do kind of feel, or they have this air of exceptionalness about them where they think that they're above everything. So I don't think that just brushing this under the rug would help with that situation.
So is that the elephant in the room that we're not dealing with? Is that, you know, and it has been brought up a few times.
No, it is.
Okay.
It's Paltalk. It makes you like this. It's something about it. It's evil. Yes.
It may sound like you're joking, but
the elephant in the room that nobody's making reference to is essentially the idea that there's the Paltalk group that is, and I was talking to somebody else about this recently, but basically there's an air of elitism that is between you guys. So when one of you does something and the others defend you, there's a leap to say, oh, there's a conspiracy. And some of the comments that Godless Girl made before this conversation happened basically confirms that there was a conspiracy, and that if it wasn't a conspiracy for your action to be taken, it was a conspiracy to cover it up. So that if there's a line that's crossed, it's evident that you guys will back each other up. And
well, I think it's
and play the game. Hold on, and just play a game of chess against everybody else. You guys are all on the same side, and it's obvious. We all notice that, and that's something that is the thing that everybody will make the observation, and make our own conclusions from it. I don't think there's any explanation that needs to be made from that. It's just something that people notice.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with everything you're saying. Of course, we're closer than the rest of the people in the Google Plus community. We've known each other for 5 or almost 6 years.
Right. I mean, we've known each other for 4 to 5 years. Some of us, maybe some of us less. But the context of us knowing each other has been bashing each other in the face over numerous issues. A lot of us are more individualistic. You guys are kind of a hive, and as I've made that comment before several times.
So that's an interesting thing about the group, and here's the explanation for that. When we're opposed, when you have two groups that meet each other, a culture clash, then it's natural for the cultures to like coalesce, right? To more essentially become more uniform in the idea that you're fighting like a united front, sort of, right? But internally, we do bigger. I think that's one. It's just something you guys don't see. Like,
yeah,
for instance,
sure, we don't. But I've made, when you guys first showed up, I made the comparison to this is the settlers coming over the ocean. Yeah, we're not used to this, to people acting in a unit like this and being organized like you guys are, and taking your quibbles between each other and handling them privately and providing a united front on a public basis. We just don't do that. We're a group of individuals that have our own opinions and smack each other around for it, which was the reason why it was frustrating when there were 5 of you in the same room at the same time. But this is all going into the kind of a larger part of the issue that doesn't necessarily have to do with this specifically.
Right.
It's something that adds to the effect of what is going on and what people's opinion are going to be moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I can. I think that'll just go away with time, to be honest.
Maybe, maybe not. I'm not sure that will go away with time. I think that this particular topic will go away with time. But I think that the thing that I just mentioned is something that there is going to be a certain fear around, especially since we just saw an example of a cover-up that was basically exposed.
Yeah, I mean, Godless wants to have my back. That's true. There's no point in denying that. That's just the case.
Gate.
But the thing is, there are people from G Plus that have become very close.
I'll call it Hivegate.
With people.
Godless would kill you for $1, Justin. Like, I just want to say, she's just annoyed that she looks bad.
Especially if you're a dog, apparently.
Fucking hell, she abused an animal. God damn.
Yeah.
I want to hijack this because Ocean mentioned some people, but obviously I suspect he had in mind DD. He's not exactly a paragon of virtue. You know that, guys. I mean, it's, as I mentioned this in another hangout, like he's actually threatened.
I actually wasn't making reference to him. What do you think I was making reference to him?
Oh, well, I just suspected you might have had it in mind. I don't know.
No, I have negative views of him as well.
Right. Well, I just want to hijack this a little bit. He's actually threatened to dox people in PM, at least 3 people, to me included. And he's actually done some stuff in real life to harass people because of a page of unanswered questions that's been all about him that he hasn't answered. And it doesn't mention him, his name, address, or anything. Doesn't even mention his full name on Paltalk. It just says EF. So I just thought I'd throw that in. And surely it's not comparable to, the porn bombing, but it's worth mentioning.
Well, maybe Dharma's deity thought that you guys are a threat to society, and so he's justified.
I was mentioned. It was mentioned earlier that he will use this.
Oh yeah,
and I think that's true. And if he hasn't noticed it, someone's going to point it out to him within the next few days.
Well, he used it as soon as he was in another hangout. He used it. He said, "I'm not surprised. This is typical reprobate morality," or some words to that effect. Anyway.
Oh yeah, I was about to go to feel the backlash off this some way or another.
It's another issue. So that's why I actually do want a public apology or some confirmation, because then I can just say, look, guys, yeah, this is a thing, but he apologized, but here's the other.
I don't care about defending that or anything like that. It's I think it's people are going to make their own judgments regardless of whether or not he apologizes, and I don't think that making an apology is necessarily going to help him. As historically on the internet, making an apology just makes the issue worse. It doesn't make anything better. So I don't think that he's necessarily he can make an apology if he genuinely feels like he should. But whether or not he does is none of our business. And what the apology is none of our business. And if he wants people to know that he apologized, he can tell people that he apologized. But it should be as a matter of him and between him and anybody who wants to judge him, not as a matter of public discourse.
Yeah, but when it's the issue of trust, right? When the apology serves as a confirmation of trust, it's hard to take him at his word, right?
If he wants to say that he apologized and he did whatever, I don't give a shit. It's not going to affect my judgment.
Well, it is an issue
I think that it will affect others, but there's a number of ways that'll fly, and it's up to him what he wants to do.
Oh yeah, well that's a small issue, really.
I don't think that you need to be defending him in a private conversation. I think that it's just it'll be something that's talked about, but I don't think that him making an apology will enable you to defend him any more than him not making an apology.
Yeah, we have made a lot of progress here. I'm actually happy about that. A lot, so I'm willing to leave that whole public apology thing, at least for now. But it's getting late, so I might drop out soon. No, I'm gonna stick around just a little bit.
But Art, doesn't that feel like the apologized for Israel, apologized for Hamas situation? I feel like that's what I'm experiencing right now.
But no, we were trying to make him apologize for his own actions. That's a nationalistic group that.
They both have problems, right? And either one is not, in my view, not really looking at the other in the context of what's happening.
It's not the same problem though. I never heard Matt Slick using personal information against his opponents.
No, but even you say it's not as bad as what Matt Slick is doing. See, this is why it freaking bothers me.
Yeah, it's not. No, Matt Slick. The only thing Matt Slick is doing wrong is being an idiot, right? Having wrong beliefs and maybe trying to promote them. That's nothing compared to somebody in response using personal information in the form of a porn video of his daughter and smacking it in front of her. No fucking comparison.
So when honest people are looking for guidance in their churches and in their congregations, and this bigot tells them, "Hey, do this," and and the freaking gay guy or whatever is.
Oh, nobody's saying he's right. Nobody's saying he's right. I think when people try, like me for instance, I can't stand Tommy Sotomayor or whatever. I couldn't even tell you what I'll do to him if I ever met him in real life. You know what I'm saying? Like straight up. But I would never. I would never do anything to bring his daughter or something like that or somebody else in his family involved in how my personal feelings is with him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Me neither. That's what I'm saying. Everyone has their own way of dealing with something like this. I have my own way.
But you're saying it's comparable. It's the same.
No, I think no. What I'm saying is, this is something I wouldn't do. This is something that's just not in my toolbox that I would use.
It's not about what you do. It's about what you believe is equal.
No, I think signing off on bigotry against gay people and making their life a living hell is worse. I think it's worse.
I don't think it's really comparable because those people consent to go speak to Matt Slick
about children.
Various issues.
No, it's their children that are getting affected. These people are asking for guidance.
Parents have dominion over their children. That's just the way the world works.
I don't know. Outside of somebody causing physical harm, like raping or something, my daughter, I cannot imagine seeing her in a sexual act like that. I think that would cause such damage. Now, at the same time, I don't feel the same way that Slick does about GLBT communities. So I don't understand how that comes out of his mouth. But I got to tell you, being a parent, that may have been one of the worst things he'd ever seen.
Yeah, but look, there's several things that need to be distinguished. First of all, by the way, I'm not supporting Pom's statements at all. I'm not sure what he's actually saying, actually. So one of the things is how you judge, what you're judging, this on. So if Pom is judging it, let's say on the consequences of what Matt Slick does, say, he's a promoter of these views, he's not merely just somebody who sits there and talks to a few people on a hangout. That's rather different. But then there's the issue of, the standards that you apply. When let's say you realize that the consequences, the effect that Matt Slick has on promoting such views, is pretty big. And then there's the issue of, well, does that justify this particular action? On the same set of standards of consequences, right? Because I don't really think that what consequences this has. In fact, this will actually make things worse, actually. Because, Matt Slick will get mileage from it. That doesn't mean I'm piling on Justin some more. I'm just discussing what you're saying, because I'm not really sure what you're saying, Paul.
I'm not disagreeing, yes. So how can you disagree with something you don't understand?
Well, I don't know what you're saying, Paul, that's it.
I'm saying I don't feel bad for him that this happened, but at the same time I'm saying this is not something I would use, and you guys wouldn't use this either. I would use different methods to get through to him. But I want him to feel something. Is that so hard to understand?
Okay, you want him to feel something, right?
Yeah.
So, but now, why is that? This is not, I'm not questioning that it isn't, but why is that, any good or any useful good or whatever?
In my perception, a lot of times what happens in these religious circles is because everyone is sort of tap dancing around each other a lot of times. And I'm not saying I'm not saying all religious groups, because I'm not aware, but a lot of times this is what I see. I guess at least in my peripheral vision, this is what I see. They tap dance around each other, and they sort of never really face scrutiny or in any significant matter as to the degree I wanted, at least. I want someone like to shake him up and really, hit it home.
Right.
Like, just show him what his views are doing.
Right, I get that, but do you think that this particular event would have that consequence? Or in fact would actually backfire?
This will backfire, yes.
Right,
will backfire.
okay.
But
so wait, hang on, just one more question, and I'll just finish.
Mm-hmm.
Terribly sorry. I'll just go on. I'll just be another minute. So look, the point is, why would something? What sort of actions would make him feel that you think make him feel such that it would have some good effect on him? So this isn't one of them. What would it be?
I don't want to discuss them. I don't want to discuss them.
Oh, that doesn't sound. Yeah, I don't want to even discuss it with you.
Well, this is the thing. You guys don't view this as a big deal. What he's spouting off in his congregations, and I do, and I'm willing to go certain lengths, and you guys aren't.
What kind of lengths are you talking about in
general?
Well,
you can't infringe on his freedom of speech, right?
No.
I mean, I guess you could, but that's going to put you in a really dangerous position.
Listen, the thing is, everyone here has a limit has threshold of what they find acceptable or not, and varying degrees of actions they are willing to take depending on how severe they find certain actions.
Like what? Like
right?
what?
Everyone has different values. That's what I'm saying.
Like what?
Like Justin would go as far as he did, and
all of
you wouldn't.
All of you would likewise. In my opinion, would go equal your actions according to the offense, like to the degree of the offense.
So we're asking you, like what? What would you do?
I'm not gonna say. I'm not even gonna say that I would do it, but I'm not. I don't want to say.
Would you?
This is pretty obvious. It's irrelevant what I would.
Well, I'm interested. Because would you condone something that is illegal to do against him that most people would condemn morally?
Listen.
What are you talking about?
I've told you what bothers me. I've told you everything about like what how everyone else would deal with it, like, you know, to the degree they would find it offensive, and that's all you need to know.
Okay.
I'm sorry that you don't find this bigotry against gays and children being, you know, being traumatized and also sometimes committing suicide because of people like Matt Slick spreading this hateful shit. I'm sorry you don't find it as reprehensible, but I do.
Well, actually, I said I think it's more. So I think you're misrepresenting me.
I don't believe you. I don't believe anyone that says that.
Well, I don't believe what you're saying. Touche. How can we have this conversation?
No. If someone came after your child and they were hard, and they were coming after you in a vicious manner, I would bet you would do a lot of things to prevent that from happening. But that would just be your sets of values.
Right. But didn't you hear what I said about the consequence for Matt Slick promoting his views is overall, in my opinion, much, much worse than the negative effects of this particular action on Matt Slick or even his daughter? Didn't you hear that? So I don't know why you say I don't believe you, because I said that earlier.
I don't condone this action.
Oh, yeah, you're not listening to me then. Okay, all right. Go ahead, whoever.
Yeah, Bob, you're kind of all over this place. I mean, you're just trying to defend him somehow, and you just keep going to these minimal positions.
That's always been my
I don't know what the challenge is. At the end of the day, he's made it pretty clear where he stands. I just don't agree with him, right?
That's fine.
That's exactly it, and that's where it stands. I think he's crystal clear, and I don't know why we keep asking him a million and one questions.
I can relate to Palm's point
Palm
of view.
keeps bringing it up that he's irritated that we aren't raging against Matt Slick.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, it's hard to take you seriously, Paul. God damn it, do that.
Oh, everybody has raged about Matt Slick in the past. In this particular situation, Matt happens to be the victim. Regardless of what his opinions are, what his actions are in the past, in this particular situation, he wasn't actually doing anything abhorrent. Something was done to him. So taking this situation and then saying, well, we should be talking about what Matt Slick did in the past is off topic. It's just derailment.
It's kind of insensitive in a way. It's like, telling a rape victim, that, well, yeah, he raped you, but you had bigoted views, right?
This was done in a context.
Yeah,
Justin did it.
I'm not going to align that one.
Well, it's not exactly the same, but it's just kind of trying to find a minimal.
It's the same thought process. You can make it like somebody was robbed. It's like, oh well, you were robbed, but didn't you? Don't you have these horrid political views? Like, well,
hold on.
Well, fine.
No, Ocean, you can't take this out of what Matt Slick believes. If Matt Slick didn't condone some of these horrible shits, I don't think Justin
maybe the person who was robbed because of their shitty political views. It may be part of the reason why what happened. But it's not necessarily pertinent to the present conversation. Talking about what his views are that led to it may be pertinent. Getting outraged about those views quite separately is not.
Yeah, I just want to quickly say that the degree of outrage somebody feels for moral actions often depends on just contingent psychological factors like how close you are to things. So, for example, if you hear that, let's say, Pol Pot killed so many millions, you may morally condemn it, cognitively, but you're not going to necessarily express the same degree of outrage as if those that actually involved some of your family members. So they're somewhat independent. But having said that, there's also two issues that need to be distinguished. One is whether somebody is saying, let's say Pom is saying that some such actions were justified against Matt Slick in order to counter his negative overall effect, versus whether he would condemn the action itself.
Can I ask you guys a question?
No.
Fuck off.
No, get out of here.
When
do it a carrot or something.
Didn't we just fucking tell you no, you little shit?
And he still goes on. The arrogance.
That night afterwards.
You don't write, you don't call, and I just barge in when I talk. It's like, what the fuck, dude?
Fucking Tom, I swear to God. I'm going to get out the rabbit skin.
Okay.
When
Go ahead,
when
Tom.
Matt Slick was laying in bed, awake, thinking about that, reflecting, alone with his own thoughts, perhaps his wife, I feel personally that the thoughts in his head weren't along the lines of, I have regrets about how things went with my daughter. I have regrets that we're apart. I have regrets that she does this. I feel maybe I could have helped her with her issues, X, Y, or Z. I don't feel like those are the things that are going through his head. And those would be the thoughts in which I would agree with most people and say this is an abhorrent thing to do to him. I feel more like he is thinking inside of his head, my daughter made me look stupid to those atheists. How could she make me vulnerable like this? How could she do this to me? And now those guys got one up on me. That's what I think he's thinking. So I don't have sympathy for him in that regard.
Well, that's
How
really,
do you know
really
that?
tentative. Yeah, that's like really
I think
speculation.
you're oversimplifying his position. Seriously. Like, I think that might be something that's a side effect of what he's thinking. That might be, those thoughts might be part of what's going on in his head. But I think that there was a lot more going on there.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. I mean, there are, but...
Right. So I think that you
questions.
summarizing it in that way is oversimplifying what's going on.
Well, to be fair, yeah.
He knows. Because he's got like a neurological implant on Matt Slick, and he's reading his thoughts right
I
now.
don't even know what I would do if I was Matt Slick. Like, if I came home one day and my kids were gay and they're like loving like Muslims and all this stuff, I don't even know what I would say.
It's in the contract.
I do.
No, here, Iron. This would be the equivalent would be you come home and your kids are black. It's like,
Yeah,
oh,
we
shit.
we all know what he would do.
God, I can't even. No, I don't even want to go there.
Golly.
Yeah, what would happen, Iron? Come on, now you can tell us, because you've given you.
I can make more.
What?
God damn it! Son of a fucking bitch, and you know he's serious too. Oh wow! All right. There's a point when someone's views are so ridiculous that just funny to the point of being dismissed.
No, I think he's
irony is that.
Which brings me to what I was trying to discuss with Amin. So you're not feeling massive, or at least you're not expressing massive moral outrage, and neither of us are at Iron right now, right? But obviously it doesn't mean that we do have.
outrageous.
Yeah, exactly. Even though we do, disagree with them morally, right? So this is what I was saying, is that the relative independence of, the degree of feeling versus the morality. If some million people are killed out there, you could condemn it, and we do, and you might even think mentally, cognitively that it's worse than 1,000 people, but it doesn't mean that you'd have the same degree of outrage as if it was 5 people around you. That was my point, really.
I guess the only reason I don't feel the outrage with Iron is he's always been like a little racist prick, but he's consistent. You know what I mean? Like, and I appreciate that. I'm not going to have any questions around where he stands.
I think that Matt Slick has been pretty consistently a bigot too.
No, I think she's talking about Justin.
No, oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't even making a reference to Justin, or I was just making a reference specifically to Iron.
Yeah.
And the statement-
No, but I think the topic brought it up to compare it to the outrage that we had about Justin.
Oh yeah. Well,
I thought it was comparing him the outrage to Matt Slick.
Oh.
No,
I don't know. Moral outrage.
Oh, okay. I wasn't trying to make more of it. It's just I'm over it with Justin.
There's a mole here. Let's make a mountain.
If someone isn't overtly morally outraged, do you find that odd about this situation?
I find that morally outraging.
I admitted pretty early on in the discussion that I wasn't necessarily morally outraged about it. I just had a couple of issues.
Oh yeah, I reject that. I don't believe in real morals, like, per se. I just say it's values. It conflicts with my values. That's what I'm expressing.
You realize the title of this Hangout series is don't get wrapped up in this kind of bullshit.
I get 60
You
plus
don't want to
views.
get wrapped up in
Yeah,
60 plus viewers?
There's a lot of people watching this drama, so.
60 is lot big.
That is double your normal amount.
Well,
I don't even know who was there for the confession. It could have been like 100 or something.
it might be, but it's not big.
It was about 70 during the confession.
Regardless of what it is, relative to your normal viewer count, it is
Well,
very significant.
Young Turks get 38,000.
But no, that's not a fair comparison.
And
Come
Bill
on.
O'Reilly gets millions. So what's your point?
The Young Turks are perhaps getting a number of views they'll call large.
They also have really high production value, and they have a marketing team.
Yeah.
If having less views than Young Turks is what makes Hangouts shitty, then all your Hangouts are shitty.
If we all want to hang out in the same town and get really devoted to this, I'm totally down.
Here of you are on fucking video. No, I don't have any fucking studio or makeup or surgery to fix my face or anything else.
I mean, honestly.
And of course, the remainder of the audience is not really.
I'm not on video because the room is closed.
The remainder of the panelists are barely up to speed with anything besides just festering in drama. And, well, of course. I
mean, we're all very, very familiar with this Tempest in a Teapot.
About an issue that doesn't actually take it.
Nadia, do you know the TYT story?
Do I know the what?
Do you know the story of TYT and the founders and all that stuff?
No.
Oh, it actually started on a really small radio show. I think it's only like 1 or 2 people in a garage.
That's why their setup is so radio-like. Oh God. Okay. Because yeah, originally their show is just like, man, this is just somebody recording a radio show and putting it online.
But yeah, they got up to where they are now, so it's possible anybody could do it, I guess.
I mean, we had this awesome, bitching and talking shit session, and Nadia just destroyed it. Down here.
Yeah, talking shit is freaking idiotic. It's unproductive. Doesn't advance anything.
I would agree that it's talking shit if Justin wasn't here for the whole thing.
You want justice, it doesn't have any kind of even research, intellectual, or any other that kind of content. It's totally vapid. It's totally unproductive. It's totally unpersuasive. It has no potential for outreach. It's useless.
What's the problem here, Nadia? Gets you the views.
I'm here.
Hey, Pseudo.
Hey.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, I'll just tune out and let you guys have it.
Works for me.
Yeah, shut up, Nadia.
Let's talk about guns and shit.
Ocean, you can come back now, it's safe.
Hey, Chopic, you can come back too.
Alright.
Oh, Bob has the same software, FaceTrack. Oh, no, that's 404. Oh, that's wait, what is it? That's from the movie. What's it called? Zootopia. I think it is.
Do I sound okay?
Kind of far, but
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, I forgot my headset at home.
Oh. Yeah, we could tell. At least I can. But that's okay. We love you anyway. So what did you think of Holy Drama?
Well, I've been trying to get it in the last 2 days, and Jason's full of shit.
Jason.
Justin, I think.
Justin, okay.
Yeah, Justin's full of shit. I mean, I watched the video where he said, it's up. Everybody can watch it. Where Gus told him, no, that's the wrong thing to do. That's stepping way above, past the line. You shouldn't do anything like that. He didn't give a fuck. And he's supposed to be the logical, intelligent one, right? And he didn't give a fuck at all. He still went through it. He even said in that video, the first video, when Nadia's Hangout 84, whatever it was, that's how he was going to do it. He was going to talk to Matt, play this argument out, and then drop the porn on him. And that's exactly what he did. He premeditated. It wasn't like he wanted to go in there and have this argument and do some shit, this intellectual conversation. That's bullshit. He just wanted to go in there and destroy Matt, and that's what he said he was going to do.
So wait, there's a video of Justin saying that he's going to porn bomb Matt Slick's Hangout?
Yeah. Yeah, it was like a couple of days before, like 5 days before he did it, or a couple of days before he did it. It's up there. It's out there. I forget. I found it and timestamped it. I think it's number 84 at like the 7 hour and 36 minute mark. I'm on the phone, so I can't find it right now. But if you go to Google Plus, I'm sure somebody's got it up. Like Mark's probably got it up or something. So he said that's what he was going to do, and Gus gave a good argument, saying, "No, you don't do that. You don't step over the line. You don't bring the kids into it. That's just wrong."
I don't think we should make the situation worse than it already is. He's already agreed to apologize.
That's bullshit. No, it's bullshit. I've been listening today. He agreed to apologize after he realized he was just going to try and ignore it, let it blow over. Then when he realized it wasn't going to blow over, then he tried running some shit like, well, we shouldn't be talking about it. We should just let it go. Yeah, we should just let it go. You guys keep bringing it up. It's making it worse. He's trying to blow it off. Then when he realized he couldn't blow it off, then he goes, well, yeah, maybe I should apologize. It's a fucking bullshit lying cocksucker.
Well, I mean, I don't see what getting him fired from his job is going to help any.
Bullshit. He knew what he was doing. He fucking planned it out. He had a week to decide not to do it. He went and found the video. The whole conversation, he was in there, and he's supposed to be this logical, intelligent, philosophical guy who fucking knows more than everyone else about morals, and he can sit there and argue morals and all kinds of shit, and he's going to pull shit like that? If you guys want to believe that bullshit he's pulling over your eyes, you guys go ahead and believe it. I ain't believing one goddamn minute of what he's saying.
What bullshit? Yeah, are you advocating he should lose his job because of this? Is that what you're saying?
I think he's lying about his job. I think that's bullshit.
I don't know what he said about his job.
Trying to draw sympathy from people.
I mean, I've seen him screen share his work. I don't think he's lying.
Well, he is definitely a programmer. Like, he has a LinkedIn profile and all that stuff that's consistent with that area of work.
Wait, how did you know?
What?
How would you know?
Well, I collected enough stuff that if he decides to fuck with me, I think I could make his life unpleasant for him.
Goddamn, Iron. You're right about this kid, man. He is one fuck. We gotta keep an eye on him.
What are you gonna do, Iron? Call him a poo-poo head or something?
Well, like I said, before he sort of talked here, I would see that as a perfect reasonable response, because we had evidence of him doing pretty shady stuff, underhanded stuff. So being prepared for it, not a bad idea. But now there is some plausible, deniability, I guess, or something. But there is still issues. So I kind of agree with Bob. There's smells of bullshit, smells of damage control, kind of. And I know I'm gonna remain in the middle. I'm gonna see what happens. But yeah, I'm not totally convinced.
I don't know. I don't need to be totally convinced. I just don't give a F, you know what, anymore. That's it.
Bob, you are such a strong black woman.
Bob, are you gonna become a 9/11 truther? Is that where we're headed?
No, the Justin truther.
Was an inside job.
Justin Bieber did it.
Yeah, and Bob, I'm sorry. I don't give a shit what unless Matt Slick did something. Just talking about what he believes about the Bible and his views what the Bible should be, unless somebody carries it out, then you can hold them accountable for it. But for voicing an opinion like that, not actually doing anything to anybody, it's nowhere comparable to what Justin did.
Yeah.
Well,
I've
we'll have a lot of.
that.
Yeah, maybe you can.
We're not gonna see eye to eye.
No. I'm sleepy. I don't really.
So is somebody threatening his job somehow?
Oh yeah, I wanted to actually say, because he mentioned that somebody's trying to find his personal information. I actually want to say that's not cool. Who is doing this? Don't.
It might be Matt Slick.
Oh.
Probably is.
For sure, yeah, he's pursuing it. I guarantee it.
Isn't this the same thing as they're condemning, like going into their personal life?
Yeah, pretty much.
Right.
That's what I'm against now.
Yeah, of course, but that's the line that's been crossed, right? Like, that can of worms is open now. That's the playing field now.
See, but that's what I'm saying. See, so some people might agree with the retaliation. See, we have different values, and mine are. I guess my lines are differently drawn than yours. That's.
Yeah, but that doesn't make it right or wrong for that matter. It just says that yeah, we're different a little bit, but they are values that we all hold, right? We hold the value of having discussion, and we have value of not attacking each other personally, even though we disagree, right?
We have some values we share, but we don't all hold the same values. I mean, you're an atheist, Art. Like, you should know this. All we have in common is that we don't believe in a God. That's all we have in common, me and you.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I didn't say atheist on this. Say us, like here in the Google Plus community.
But no, I'm just saying, like in the context of being an atheist, like every atheist has their own morals, has their own individual sets, and they agree. They may agree on a lot of things, or they may not.
Yeah,
how does Justin know that someone's trying to get a hold of his personal information?
He's a hacker.
Question.
He's a hacker. He knows. He's probably being DOS attacked or whatever.
Someone was attacking actually using the DOS, so maybe it was Justin.
Yeah.
I know this now. I know.
Yeah.
I think people are welcome to make their own sort of opinion of this. For sure, block him, unblock him.
Joking like that starts rumors, guys. He's not. I don't think he's being DOS attacked or whatever the fuck.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not there. No, actually, I am being DOS attacked, but I don't think it's just. Maybe Godless. Or actually, no, maybe Dionysus. Or no, it's actually probably the website that Dionysus used to fish for my fucking IP back with the whole, him and his girlfriend.
I still can't believe she fucking tortured a dog. Like, I still like that shit just fucking upsets me.
Wait,
talking about that.
Dog?
Yes, she was using that as an argument for her telling the truth because she was like, "Look, I said something. I admitted to doing something really fucked up, more fucked up than this. So why should I be lying about this?" And that fucked up thing was that she tortured her ex-dog.
Ex's dog.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was some sick shit.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe you said that shit.
What?
Yeah, she did. So it's recorded. She actually said it right after the whole accusation. When you play that recording of her saying about Justin, right? A few minutes after that, just
when Justin was still denying it.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, loose lips sink ships. But damn, who the hell does that to it?
Is he not denying it anymore?
Denying what?
No, Justin came clean.
Yeah, Justin came clean. Godless is denying that she planned it along with him. CK seems to support that. I didn't see an issue there, so I just okay.
Yeah, I don't even care anymore. I was like, you just let the cat out of the bag anyway. I don't.
Right? Yeah, she's trying to focus it on that, right? I'm like, okay, I don't care about that. You just essentially admitted that Justin did it anyway.
When the time when she said that, it was when I poked her and I said, Godless will do anything if it can get her tickled, if it can get her funny bone tickled, I guess, so she will even go to the extent of lying, and that's what I said, and then she threw that as an offering, as when you throw when you throw the fat guy in front of the lion so that you can get away. That's sort of like what that was.
I don't know what lions you're around.
It's like saying you should believe me that I stole a cookie from the cookie jar because I once raped a baby, and that's way worse than I'll admit to
that. So messed up, goddamn. Godless.
Yeah, Aramine, though. Aramine, I did listen to you guys play that, the hangout where she said that, and I didn't get the impression that she meant she knew, what was going on. I understood it the way she kind of explained it, that she knew afterwards, and that's,
All I know is she didn't speak very well, let's say, because you.
Yeah, I kind of understand dumb, so I understand what you're.
By the way, if she's a compulsive liar, that actually may not be a true story. That may just be something she threw out there just to distract from from her lying about this.
I sure hope so.
All I know is I had her blocked at first for a reason.
Right. So I'm just saying, maybe we shouldn't take it too seriously. I mean, I mean, if she's a compulsive liar, I don't know, like.
Who would lie about that?
She would, I think.
I didn't see her as a compulsive liar, actually.
If it can if it can get her funny bone going, that's the only time she will lie, in my opinion.
Nah. Well.
Female version of Dionysus.
And yeah, she wants to fuck Dionysus.
I like Godless, but I just don't want to believe she was torturing animals. I can't deal with that.
Of course you're a slug, dude. Just like fucking.
Yeah, I think you need to wake the fuck up, Sluggy.
Yeah. Sluggy.
There's something I can
Palm
do.
Jam, it's hard to take you serious like that. God, fuck it. I'm talking to a slug about finer points of morality and ethics. Like, what the heck? I need to quit drinking.
Oh. See, I made this picture.
Anything's Justin Bieber did 9/11. My God.
I predicted Bob's reaction. See, I made this picture like, yesterday. I knew Bob would react this way. Now he's a trooper.
Yeah. So what do you think I'm gonna do? What's my next action then, Pop?
You're gonna make a movie called Loose Change. No, shit. I'm not clever enough to come up with a title. Fahrenheit Justin 11. Fahrenheit Justin 11. Yeah. It's gonna be your movie.
See, Palm, you could bomb a joke. It doesn't matter, but the slug is still hilarious.
Yeah. It's when I get put on the spot, like I fucking, I choke.
It's still fun because it's a slug saying it.
Is Tom Arnold?
Tom Arnold.
He's gone. He's gone.
All you can do is ask him what I'll do. He'll tell you what I'll do.
Silence.
I just put him on my block list, that's all.
Oh. Okay. I was worried about something else. It's like, I know you have a hunting rifle or something. Like,
yeah, Justin, yeah. I think he was just tired of it. I think that's it.
Tired of what?
Tired of dealing with this shit.
Yeah, I think he came clean because he was just tired and just wanted to just get it over with already.
Yeah, but Justin's just playing you guys. If you guys are gonna run with it, then you guys run with it. But I'm not following his bullshit.
This could be fun though, Bob. Admit it.
No, like he said, it should be done. It's done and over with. I'm blocking his ass. I ain't gonna talk about it no more. Fuck him.
I mean, I realize that if you run around with scissors, you're gonna lose something. But this could be fun, I think.
See, Palm, for quite a few people, this is much more of a problem because they have kids and daughters, right? Like Bob, like Mark.
See, I don't have children. I can't relate to them. I guess. Like I have to be honest about that. I can't relate to that.
Well, I can sort of put in the shoes, I guess, because I would never want anything like that to happen. Nowhere near close.
Mom, how close are you to your mom?
Very.
Would you like somebody doing that to you?
I wouldn't mind.
Your mom?
You wouldn't mind?
No, I wouldn't mind.
You wouldn't mind?
I'd be pissed.
Huh?
I'd be so pissed.
Palm, we need to talk here. Okay.
Showing a video of something like that,
is it because slugs having fuck, what is it called? Damn it, I screwed up the joke. No. Palm, really, you wouldn't have a problem with your mom being in porn and it being shoved in front of your face?
No, I wouldn't. I'm not
how
like
about your grandmother? Okay, how about your grandmother? How about your grandmother?
I don't want to see it, but I wouldn't have any objections to it.
I'm glad you didn't want to see it, at least.
Oh God.
No, I wouldn't want to see either one, but I wouldn't be like this. Oh my God! Now the world is ending. Like I wouldn't. Be like, I would just say, okay, whatever.
Well, no, don't you think this is some kind of trust? I think there's a misanalogy here. Because mother-son relationship be different than father-daughter.
Yes.
Father-daughter
I
is
mean-
being protective, right? It's sort of being away from the sexual part totally.
Alright, I would just
yeah.
I would just find porn of your brother and just show you that, I guess, like in
Well,
retaliation.
my
I would
brother
just see like I would just do it like in a good humor way. Like to me, it's not a big deal.
Right.
I don't know why this is such.
They got out and everybody's seen it.
It's to me, it's like everyone's Victorian sensibilities are suddenly like. It's like, oh my god,
And you know, if somebody porn bombed you with your brother, it'd be different, right? I wouldn't be as upset if somebody porn bombed me with my brother than if somebody porn bombed me with my mom.
Or sister, or sister. Yeah, I mean, this I don't know, this connection that.
Sister somewhere in between.
Misogynists.
It's strange.
Yeah, it's. Yeah.
Hey, Jack. We wanted you in here a while ago. Damn it. To represent your side. I was arguing your side, I guess, but I'm pretty horrible at it.
Yeah, he was doing a piss poor job at it.
Yeah, I admit that. Yeah, I was bad.
It's the slug brain.
I'm glad Mark brought it up too, or I don't know who brought it up because I kind of missed that because I was trying to join the hang. But yeah, you have the other family members besides, even Rachel not wanting her dad to know, and if she finds out about this, and then other family members find out about it who didn't know about Rachel, Now she's going to go to her cousin's or aunt's house, and they never knew, and all of a sudden they know. That's going to fuck up their whole family,
Yeah, especially a Christian fundamentalist,
They'd have to be hiding under a rock to not know.
Well, no, I wouldn't say.
People known about Rachel doing that for how long? A year now or so? I've heard. And I didn't find out until like a couple weeks ago, and I've been on here almost 2 years.
Well, I just learned who Matt Slick was 3 days ago.
It's because you're not a real Christian.
No, because I'm not one of those crazies.
Well, I know, I was kidding.
Yeah, he's very influential on a lot of people.
Nah, I like the popular, sort of the mainstream makes fun of him.
No, not the YouTube community. No, not the YouTube community. The people outside of it.
As if those are relevant.
They are. They're very relevant.
Yeah. Listen, The Daily Show made fun of him utterly, and his anti-homophobic views. Homophobic views. So the chance of him getting actually hurting somebody is just almost nil.
To me, what bothers me is like honest people who have this honest belief of like, hey, I believe in Jesus, and they're seeking for guidance. To me, this piece of shit comes along, and he hands out, this insane advice. Like that's what bothers me. Like I'm not bothered by Christians. I'm bothered by these types of Christians.
Sure, I understand, but that's no justification. Would you not say?
Yeah, you destroy his argument. You put up videos. You go on talk shows he's on, and you destroy him in his own argument. People see what he's talking out his ass and he's full of shit.
Sure, of course, Bob. I think I explained this many times. I would use other methods to deal with him. That would not be something I would use.
Oh, Bobby has some background noise.
Yeah, like I said, I forgot my headset, so I'm
just because Iron is not in here, I can't believe I can get along with such a racist.
Yeah, I mean, you said that it's okay. Well, that you're more okay with it because he's consistent with his racism. But I see that as worse than being inconsistent with his racism.
But what I mean by it is he won't ever say that he won't lie and be like, I'm not a racist or a segregationist. That's what I mean by consistent. He knows who he is.
He does say he's not a racist. He says that he's just for de facto segregation.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, he never cops out to being a racist.
Well, maybe you should ask
cops out to that.
Oh, okay, well maybe when he comes back in the room I will, but like he's just just you heard him. If his kids were black, he'd die. It'd be like the worst possible
Yeah.
thing ever. I don't know. He's just
Well, what he doesn't know is that mixed kids are the most beautiful kids ever. So.
Huh.
I think so.
Well, he said he would die. I heard him say they would get new ones.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like that would be the worst thing ever.
Oh.
Like if you're gonna disown your kids and get new ones, like that's as bad as it gets.
He's probably. I don't know. See, I never know to what extent he's trolling.
That's well, he's from fucking 4chan, right? So
exactly. I mean, for all we know, he could be trolling about all this.
Yeah, you might.
Oh,
he's
he's
an
bad.
embodiment.
What are you talking about?
Iron,
Talking
are
about
you
you.
a racist?
No, I don't think so.
What do you mean by racist, Aaron? In your view?
By racist, I typically assume that means treating people badly based off their race.
No, it just means one's better than the other.
Yeah, it's believing it's one is worse than the other.
I think you'd have to go through a checklist.
Okay. Fist in a avatar check. I'm kidding.
I don't even want to talk about this.
I think that I prefer white people. Like I prefer people that match my ethnicity, but I don't think that my ethnicity is better than anybody else's. I think they're better for me.
Well, okay, so you should know that actually Ermi didn't have a problem with you being racist, actually. Well, in the sense of, not banning you, right? So you have, I don't think, much to lose here. So, because the definition that we usually use to describe a racist is somebody who believes that a race is better or worse, right, on some standard, I don't know. Survivability,
some races, like statistics indicate that some races are better at certain things than others.
But his statistics and his numbers. I was listening to y'all earlier talking about y'all little race war, whatever the case may be, before all this whole justice thing jumped off. I was some of the things y'all said, man. Oh man, the whole Black Lives Matter thing and everything. I don't even remember what I wanted to address. It was so much things y'all was touching on. I wish I was in that room.
He's on that Tony Sotomayor level.
I heard you saying something like, no, it was Art. I heard Art saying something about
fuck Black Lives Matter.
Fuck Black Lives Matter because what? Because of a hashtag you saw on Twitter about.
I wasn't actually saying that. So I was pissed off of that movement being so insensitive to a huge tragedy, right? In such a way of trying to grab attention to them, right? So I was jokingly saying, well, yeah, I guess we should then make a hashtag when a terrorist act happens. Fuck Black Lives, hashtag fuck Black Lives Matter. Right? I'm not actually saying. I don't think actually Black Lives don't matter.
You're talking about the fuck Paris hashtag, huh?
Well,
yes.
I
fuck
didn't.
Paris, fuck
I'm not
Brussels.
going to say. I'm not going to sit up here and say I condone saying fuck Paris, but I know it was something that went on during that time that kind of got on my nerves amongst my own, because everybody was jumping up. Don't know, even because let me state this: that was a tragedy that happened out in France, and what happened out there was fucked up. Bunch of religious zealots going over the top. You know what I'm saying? And human lives got took. But my thing with that was I didn't like seeing that how my people was jumping up and down, changing their Facebook profiles to French flags. When we go through stuff, nobody changes their Facebook profiles to any RBG flags ever. I never see any nothing. We never get that same type of support when we're the ones that's victimized. So not that I had a problem. Not that I'm saying that like what happened in France was I'm not supporting any of that. But I'm just saying I had a problem. I just had a problem amongst my people how they just always jump to save the to jump whenever there's a white cause, they jump up and go and praise the white cause. But when it's our cause, we get backlash like today. Fuck Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter this. What the Black Lives? Whoa, they laying in the streets. What they laying in the streets for? They take. I got home 2 hours late. This is bullshit. Blah 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 and everything else. So what? You got home 2 hours late. Lives got took. That's more important. I mean, what are we talking about here? A little inconvenience for you getting home from work late, opposed to Black lives being took. Huh?
I mean, Ferguson,
and then when we sit up here and we do
protest over what's his name, Michael Brown, right? And that guy was just a thug. He was a waste of life.
Oh, he was a waste of life. So hold up. So you're saying you sitting up here saying it's cool that his life got took just because he stole a cigar out of the store? That's cool.
He assaulted a police officer.
That's
and he
cool.
got shot for it.
Whoa! Wait! Answer my question. Is it cool that his life got took?
It was appropriate use of force to execute him. I believe that is the case.
You believe? You said it was what? It was good or bad?
I said that I believe it was an appropriate use of force.
Yeah, Iron believes anybody that commits a crime in their life is a fucking pathetic, low-life scumbag criminal their whole country.
You're messing up.
Bob, you're broke up, but we heard most of that.
You're robotic right now, Bob.
I think there are cases that you can make a movement out of, like Tamir Rice or what was that lady's name? Sasha something. I don't remember. I don't know all the names, obviously. That's the one. So I think there are cases that you can use, but I think that BLM hinges on too many bad cases and that they portray themselves negatively.
Iron, could you please clarify on the Michael Brown thing? I didn't hear what you said about it.
Given that my understanding is that he assaulted a police officer and tried to take his gun, I believe it was justified force to execute him.
Okay. Now, let me say this. So, let me say this. Now, I'm just gonna give you a scenario. Man's in a fast food restaurant, right? Gets into an argument with a police officer. Starts punching on this police officer. His partner comes in and he starts punching on him too. Starts trying to take his nightstick, starts pounding on him and everything else. What are the police officers supposed to do in that situation?
Kill the person, obviously.
Okay, what if I told you the person was white?
That is irrelevant.
You still think he should die?
Absolutely.
Okay, what if I told you that this guy got tased, this white guy got tased and everything else and ran outside the store and was still swinging and then took off running and he didn't die? You think that's right?
No, I think that's misappropriation of force. They should have shot him.
They should have shot him? Well, guess what? I can show you a video. And Mike Brown didn't even do all that.
You kind of broke up there, Psycho, for a bit. You said Michael Brown didn't do all that, what?
I said Michael Brown didn't even do all that. And I can show you a video right now of a white guy doing this. The two police officers took off running and they didn't shoot one shot at him and he got away.
I think we would all agree that there's racism.
Everything.
I think we would all agree that there's racism in the American police force and pretty much in every other police force. Would you not, Aaron?
It just kills me the backlash Black Lives Matter gets. Like black people were running around here screaming, only black people lives matter. I don't never recall people running around here saying only black lives matter. Because if they was running around here saying only black lives matter, I wouldn't even be down with that. Black Lives Matter is to let people like Iron realize that our lives also matter.
Matter to who, though?
Matter to society. To us, more so than you, obviously.
Right, but I think that's kind of at the heart of the question.
What happened?
So, like, do black lives matter? Do all lives matter? Do white lives matter? Like, of course, all these lives matter to people, but it's a question of how many people they actually matter to in the end.
What do you mean? Explain yourself.
I mean that I doubt people care as much as they pretend that they do. I mean, we've been seeing starving African kids on our TVs since at least when I was a kid, and it hasn't stopped me from going on with my life. So I think it's ridiculous to pretend that we really care that much when we don't.
That's your ass. You know, I give $5 grand a year to those fucking starving kids. So yeah, people do care, asshole.
Well, that's great. That's good for you. I'm glad that you do something that fulfills you.
Just because you're a low-life piece of shit.
Well, guys, on that note, I think I'm gonna take off. It's really too late here, so take care. Take care, everybody.
Good night, Art.
Good night.
In my view, Aaron does have a lot of, I guess, racist views, but he's always calculated about them. He always measures this against that.
He gets his little statistics. He gets his little statistics. His fault. His his just trumped up numbers and everything else. Like but son, take it for somebody who's here. Fuck them statistics. I'm telling you what the hell's. I can tell you what the hell's going on up in here. And them statistics is jaded.
Right.
You all these look at all these numbers, all this going on in the hood. That's going. Everybody outside the hood looking at numbers and media that's motherfucking contrived to make black people look a certain type of way. They don't never film. They don't never tell you about the good stuff that happened here. Oh no, you let everybody else call it here. You it's a horrible. It's a war zone. You let everybody else call it. I mean, we might as well have tanks and everything rolling up through here. You let everybody else call it from the outside looking in. The way the media betrays it, the way these people sit up here and crucify us all online, everything else. Then you got these little cesspool websites like World Star Hip Hop. That is a horrible. That has a horrible reputation. Representation of black people. Horrible. Horrible, just a bunch of young kids doing stupid stuff and filming it just to try to get their little 15 minutes of fame. And people think all black people doing this stuff. It's ridiculous.
That's just like how Middle Eastern people here feel in Europe. Like it's the same exact case. When they take the terrorists and they say, "Look at how these animals behave." I understand how you feel. So they don't want to see the good things. They just want to focus on the bad things. I definitely agree.
No, they never show the good stuff.
Right.
They never show the good stuff.
Hey,
There's plenty of good stuff going on here.
Yeah, hey, Palm, I just thought of something. How come you ain't speaking up against Iron right now?
How do you mean?
Iron thinks that just because somebody screws up in her life, they made a bad choice because they maybe assault a police officer. They should just be murdered and slaughtered because they're a thug. He's advocating the killing of people just because they screw up.
Yeah, I've talked to him about this. I do find those views reprehensible, but like I can't really do much. Like I can't really rick his neck or anything. Like, what else?
Well, you were using the case against Matt Slick earlier.
Right.
Matt Slick stoning gays. Well, he thinks thugs are. Iron thinks shooting thugs are fine. You should speak up more against Iron. Right here, you talk about it.
This is what I'll say. Aaron has the right to defend himself, and I have the right to defend myself. That's all I'll say about that. If we were in a disagreement about an issue, we'd have to deal with that like men, I guess. That's all I'm gonna say on that. But he lives in Canada, and I live here. So I can't really do much about him, I guess.
You can speak up to him against it when he talks shit like that.
I have.
That's right, Iron. You'll ring the doorbell, you'll open up the door and see a little slug with some crayons. Your ass!
They're jewels, Gus, damn it. They're jewels, not crayons. Get it straight, goddammit.
He's got a lightning rod on his back.
Allahu Akbar. I'll just come in and then scream, Allahu Akbar.
Pissed off. He's all like, I'm gonna fuck you right up.
Yeah, just explode in front of his door, and he's like, "Oh, we let the Muslims in."
Yeah, but you're only a foot high. What fucking damage can you do?
Well, I just have to aim right. I have to jump. Just at the right time, I guess. I explode.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I mean, there's a trend down there in the South. Black people getting used for target practice by an awful lot of white cops. And it's not a good idea.
Oh, and by the way, if any officials are listening, I condemn Hamas. Yeah, go ahead.
Hezbollah. Sorry, did I say that out loud? Sorry.
Well, I think the difference between a racist and myself is that racists don't want blacks to have their own country. They think blacks are inferior or non-human and should be wiped off the face of the earth. Whereas I'm of the view that if black people want to make their own state and they want to celebrate the black experience and their culture and lifestyle, I think that's a great thing, and they should feel free to do that.
No, that is racist. If you want someone to be put away where you can't see them and you don't have to deal with them, that's racist. Yep.
I guess we have to agree to disagree then.
Give them their own city. Let them have their thing.
I think that's what he wants, Gus. He wants segregation.
Yeah, I don't want them killed. I just want them put somewhere where I can't see them.
Yeah.
But that's not racist.
Yeah, no, he has no problem with them whatsoever. God help any of them try to marry his sister, though.
No.
It's time to see how many of them can climb trees.
I mean, in the end, this is, for me, I guess, for me and Aaron, this is probably not emotional. It's not an emotional issue. It's just something we would clash violently, I guess.
Right, so like my question is, are things like the BET Awards, are those racist?
No, because white people could win those awards. White people have won those awards. So no, they're not racist. Do you even know why BET exists?
No, enlighten me.
Well, back in the 80s when music videos first started coming out,
right.
You know, all you had was MTV, and you had a couple of little hour-long joints that would come on national TV like NBC, ABC, or whatever, like late night on Fridays or whatever. They was called like Friday night videos or whatever, this, that, and the third. And they would never show black videos. It took the longest time just for Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson, of all people, it took the longest time just for him to get airplay on MTV. And he would be the only one.
When was Michael Jackson black?
And he would be the only one that would get airplay on MTV. So all these other music artists, all this huge genre, I'll call you back, son. All this huge genre of black entertainment, R&B, hip hop was just starting to blow, was just starting to get some notoriety, even though they thought it was niche back then. They ain't think it would be what it is today, but still.
Psycho, his Michael Jackson's reach was even going as far as into Iraq. Like, I remember when I was a kid, freaking Michael Jackson, like everyone wanted to Michael Jackson.
Oh yeah, but I'm talking about even before it got to you. I'm saying, I mean, like this, like they would never play these music videos on MTV, so we had to create our own platform to play out music videos.
The closest,
and that's how BET got formed.
The closest they ever got was in the '70s. They had Solid Gold. Or was it, no, it was Soul Train.
That was 80s. That was 80s. Soul Train, yeah, we did have Soul Train, but they didn't play videos on Soul Train. They just had people come on and perform.
They danced.
Every now and then.
Biggest afros in the planet.
And Don Cornelius.
And Soul Train.
It was a great show.
Would you?
Why would that not be
Soul
the same
Train
case
got
on
invented
stage?
because American
BET was brought up in
Bandstand.
the first place. Hold on. To bring up the reason why BET was brought up in the first place.
Yeah, why was BET brought up?
Yeah, it was
because
about
if you had a WET, because the Oscars. Oh, okay. Right. You want to bring up the? Let me sit up here and say this about the Oscars. I could care less if Will Smith got nominated for an Oscar or whatever. I don't care. Like, I had no problem with the message. I had a problem with the messenger, so to speak. I had a bigger problem with Straight Outta Compton not getting nominated, to be honest with you. Than I did him not getting nominated. Like, I can really care less, like, about him not getting nominated, even though I do agree with the message. The message was correct. I just didn't like the messenger.
Well, it just stands to reason to me that if black people in general feel as though white people in general aren't doing a very good job running things, then they could run their own place, and then they have nobody else.
How can you say that right after you asked me a question about why is there BET? Ain't that what we did with BET? And here we is years later, and y'all complaining about it?
I'm not complaining about it. I'm asking you, like, isn't that a good example of what the black community can do when it is left to its own devices?
No, that's.
You do not build one nation by creating enclaves. That's not how you do that. Especially not in a country like Canada. This, and I've talked to you before. You want to have the fucking province of White Canada, where people can go and live if they want to.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with that.
Encouraging enclaves is not how you build a country.
I think it's how you build a country, maybe not the one that you'd like.
Well, let's discuss that. What part? If you're going to build a white-only province of Canada, where should it be located?
Who are you asking?
I'm asking Iron. What portion of land is good enough for only white people, but bad enough that you can justify excluding black people from?
I think if we follow the way the politics have been going, it would have to be centered somewhere around Alberta. That's the only way that could possibly happen.
Why is that?
Alberta is kind of like our Texas, so to speak.
Yeah, for now.
What do you mean,
Western separation for Canada has been a big deal. A big part of the CP railway was all about uniting the country east and west because there was all these feelings about the West succeeding and being its own country. So I mean, it's not something that we haven't talked about before. Quebec wanted to break off and be its own country. The actual lines of Canada on the map are pretty arbitrary, really.
Well, the difference between Quebec separatism and Western separatism is that Western separatism was done after a giant fucking pout, and Quebec separatism, these people actually have a bit of a point in that they were traditionally a conquered people who were absorbed into the rest of the rest of the body politic.
Yes, and I think that within the next, I don't know, maybe like 50 to 100 years, I think many white people will feel the same way in a country of their own birth. So I think there's an opportunity to do something new.
What is it do you think that these non-white people are going to do in Canada that's so fucking bad? Keep in mind before you answer that, by the way, that we have had populations here we've had refugees and large scale immigration from Vietnam, Cambodia, fucking Laos. We've had both Eritrea and Somalia, the Lebanon, and that's just off the top of my head. So what if these people terribly, horribly, horrifically changed? And Haiti, don't forget Haiti too. What if these people terribly, horrifically changed in our country that makes it not Canada anymore?
You want a list, or what? What are you asking here?
I ask the question. I ask the questions. You answer the questions. I don't tell you how.
I think the cultural landscape has changed, but I think that's more of something that Trudeau did, like Trudeau Sr. And then I think obviously the ethnic landscape has changed.
Okay, so let me ask you something. You go to a hospital anywhere in Canada, can you still get treated?
Yes.
Okay. You go to a government department anywhere in Canada, do they still at the very least have a mission statement that says you're supposed to be treated properly and identically to anybody else?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Do you believe your military would protect you as much now in the event of an invasion of the homeland as at any other time, or at least attempt to?
No, not necessarily.
Now, do you attribute that failure to a lack of material and staffing, or to a lack of capacity?
I think it's more a lack of moral capacity by the politicians or the leaders.
Keep in mind, by the way, that Canadian troops currently hold the record for the longest sharpshooting, and that's just under 3 miles.
Yeah, I don't doubt the capabilities of the actual military. It's more who's in charge of the military.
Okay. So we're 2 out of 3 so far. I don't know, man. I don't know exactly what it is you're worried about.
It's not necessarily that I'm worried. It's just that it's kind of hard to articulate. It's just some people are averse to changes, and it's just part of their nature that they don't like it, and they like being with people that are like themselves. And I'm one of those kinds of people.
He's just racist. You can't explain
So I've got a question. If we're going to be going into this with as far as race, I think that Canada is a bad place to do this because it's in the continent that is not originally white. If you're going to create a white Pure Land, it should be in the white homeland. So this should be established somewhere in Europe, Northern Europe. Because putting it in Canada just doesn't make any sense, because that's not a white homeland.
Oh, we got plenty of space. I mean, we slaughtered most of
I understand that you have plenty of space, but it's not due to white culture. Or it's not something that anybody can rightfully claim. Once you make a white homeland, it needs to be something that can be seen as justifiably given to white people. Otherwise, you're going to be it's colonial.
Well, we already grappled with that. We've already claimed this country. I mean, there's a small holdout of people who try and claim that the First Nations are their own countries, but that's ridiculous.
Why is that?
Well, I hate to break it to you, but many of those First Nations have treaties that were signed, and some of them all the way back signed with Her Majesty Queen Victoria and King George.
Yeah, but that's all garbage. We all know that white people or the colonial people, powers, whatever, are the ones that run the country and have run the country for a long time.
Well, we know white people up until now have ignored treaties. But it's a little different now because there have been numerous occasions where Aboriginal people have taken the case all the way to the United Nations, and the United Nations is essentially fucking stepped in. And you may not think the United Nations is good for much, but Canada gives a shit what people think about it on the world stage.
I'm not sure how much longer that's going to be the case.
Well, I think that's convenient.
And I think that actually the immigrants that are here would play against the natives rather easily, because what interest is it to an immigrant to be treated differently by natives just because they're new here?
Well, I think that from the Aboriginal point of view, we're all new here. From the Aboriginal point of view, this is their land. You're standing
right, and I think the majority of people would disagree with them, and that nobody really cares. I think we're ready to bury the hatchet on that one.
You know, I mean, if they don't have a right to have their land claims respected, why should you be allowed to have your white Canada?
Because one can be backed up by force and the other can't.
Oh, I see. You don't remember Oka. That's okay. You were
come on, don't give me that. You know that if we actually wanted to solve that problem, we could solve it.
Yeah, cocksure. Do you know what started Oka?
All we have to do is turn off the government checks for 2 or 3 months, and the entire thing falls apart.
Talking to you. Do you know what started Oka?
Do you know what? Over a highway or something? It was a highway or bridge.
No, they tried to put a fucking golf course on a sacred Indian burial ground, but that's not actually what I'm talking about. The actual incident that started Oka was when the heavily armed Sûreté de Quebec, which for those of you that don't speak French, the word Sûreté basically means safety or surety, which is a fucking joke. The heavily armed Sûreté de Quebec, which is basically a Quebec provincial police force, decided to descend on Oka and teach those uppity Indians a fucking lesson. Well, lo and behold, the fucking Mohawks who'd been trading guns back and forth across the border between Canada and the United States at a place called Akwesasne and another place called Ganasatake, okay? All of a sudden the fucking place was armed to the fucking tits and upside down and backwards, and it was the second battle of the Somme out there. This is the thing, you know, Indians are not to be fucked with.
I think they could have been suppressed rather easily if they set their mind to it.
Hey. Oh, sure. They could have bombed them all the way back to the fucking Stone Age, and wouldn't we have looked good on the world stage?
Hey, excuse me. I have something rather important to say. So I've heard you guys talking a lot about whether or not, you know, what we have is really still Canada anymore after, you know, the ethnics. However, in my opinion, it may not still be Canada, but why would you want it to be? It's basically just little wimpy America.
Well, hey, you know I'm half Canadian.
Are you?
I'll kick your ass.
That explains your height. So, you know, good luck scrambling desperately to find some reason to have something resembling national pride. But your country is stupid.
Mic drop, bitch.
Oh man. Yep, that's it. That's all I had to say.
Given the
I don't even know what this conversation is about. I just heard race.
Specifically, United States history, which is factual.
Sorry, let me go ahead and be clear here. I'm not saying the United States is the greatest nation on earth.
Can you hear me?
I understand what you're saying, and I'm not saying that the United States is the greatest nation.
Hold on, Nadia is trying to say something.
Oh, I'm sorry, Nadia.
All right, so given the United States' reputation and factual history of rather, I suppose, strident anti-intellectualism, I wouldn't actually hold that someone calling a country stupid is certainly going to be directed at Canada.
Well, here's what I have to say about that. I'm not an American. I'm actually a Texan, which is the greatest nation on earth, although we are very close to our allies to the north, the Americans. And you say that we're anti-intellectual, and my answer to that is, what is intellectualism really? Because to me, a more intellectual country is one which aligns more with the values of the mighty nation of Texas. And with that in mind, Texas is the most international country, and intellectual rather, and America is a close second.
Well, you can hijack the word, but you'll actually get very far. Actually, being able to communicate very successfully with, the vast majority.
No, I went ahead. I still colonized that word.
I'm sorry. You were trying to say?
The word, it wasn't so much that I hijacked. I actually took it and colonized it, and now it's my word, and it means what I say.
Okay.
Yeah.
You are very right-wing.
And if you don't want to speak my word the way that I say, you can go back to Mexico, Canada.
Yeah, you are. This is actually not sincere.
This is interesting. I don't normally see idiots this well equipped. That's pretty good. I wonder how many moronic Texans it takes to make 5 IQ points. 10, 12, 16. I'm not really sure. No, not a fucking chance. Not a fucking chance. No, ma'am. No. These two are mine.
Nadia,
I'm not stopping until I get blood around. Hey, I got a question. Is there something special you have to do to keep the longhorn cow from hearing you coming just before you fuck it? Or do you just put on a pair of normal running shoes and just go get her? Do you have to grab the horns? When they run around in circles and they try to gore you, is there a special move that you have to do to keep from getting killed? Or is that special move only confined to when you try to pork your fucking sister? Talk some good shit about Canada, okay? The first one's into the First World War. The first one's into the Second World War. The first one's into fucking Korea. And we also sent some extra fucking troops for you idiots in fucking Vietnam. So anytime you want a peace, come on north, Texas. And if you can find your way across the border without a crayon-colored fucking map, I guarantee you that if the terrain doesn't fucking kill you, the fucking wildlife will. And if the wildlife doesn't get you, we got a whole province full of lunatics who are half as smart and twice as tough as you, called Quebecois, and they'll finish the job.
Everything I said was totally.
I will not stop, Nadia. You can sit there and say stop all you want. It's not going to fucking happen. Not going to happen. Well, not with two ballless fucking Texans stepping to me. No, sir.
Nadia, the solution to this is you're going to let us go and just take these guys.
The participants in the hangout will also have your audio garbled.
That was a little aggressive.
Shut off the music, please. Shut off the music now.
Is a Texan complaining about how things are...
Stop the music now. Okay, so
a Texan is complaining about somebody being a little too aggressive? Am I seriously hearing this? Go on, cowboy.
You're being talked over. So,
where are your 10 gallon?
The important part is that this is a rather apparent parody of some kind of right-wing person.
I don't give a shit.
I don't give a shit either.
These two couldn't spell parody if you pointed them at it with fucking blocks.
P-A-R-O-D-Y.
I know there's a Q in it.
It's silent.
Much like I wish you two would be. But they say hope springs eternal.
That unfunny one.
I see what you did there. It was like a pun.
I'm glad I didn't have to draw you a picture, Texas.
He's just a poorly drawn transformer talking.
Is that supposed to be a transformer?
Oh, it's stabbing a log, but the log is bleeding.
Actually, it's a Blood Angel Space Marine.
Oh my gosh.
And that's an orc head, but hey, I know you scored high on art interpretation. I understand if it's not a barbecue, you haven't got much use for it, but we'll talk you through it.
Orc with a K.
That's fair. I'd much rather have a barbecue than to appreciate art. It's not a close race.
Oh, why are we bringing race into this?
Be a better parody. Come on now.
Come on, stop, JD.
Really?
Oh, he's turned his hat on sideways. Wiggida, 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 whack!
Hey, Gus.
I haven't seen anybody fucking do that since high school.
Canada actually gets to launch the nukes if it ever goes nuclear.
This is not the wiggity wiggity. This is me tickling your balls.
Yes, it's like rocket power. Have you seen?
Your intellectual
I love
balls,
rocket
just
power.
tickling them.
Everyone knows.
Actually, you wouldn't know where to find a healthy man's balls.
I know
with
one of
fucking
them isn't even a
roadmap.
Texan.
Hey, for the record, he's from Georgia.
No, I know exactly where
I'm
he's from.
sorry. Everyone has their problems. It's all right. You'll grow out of it.
Didn't want to have to say that.
Take the gloves off, Johnny. Come on.
One of these assholes is gone.
Did we really? Which one was the one that lost it?
You couldn't
You
handle
think,
it.
you think that was,
Gus is still here.
you think that was over you two fucking microcephalics? Get over yourselves.
Huh?
Yeah, I know. Moron says what?
We were setting up for another thing, and then we just thought this would be.
We were way ahead of you already. We're still waiting for you to catch up.
Yeah. Oh, ooh, that's good. Okay. I was.
On time, bro!
I was actually still behind.
Your mom's still the hand slap on earth.
You guys want to hear a story?
These guys
Tell me, fellas, eat any good books lately?
I have a pretty good story.
I guess not.
So once upon a time, there was a guy. His name was
dropped another one.
Beverly. His name was Beverly. And Beverly, he was walking through a forest, and he came across this.
Are there any of those left in Texas? You haven't burnt them all down?
This bubbling brook, and in the bubbling brook,
The story is really boring.
he leaned over, to have a drink. You know what I mean?
You're a really
Thank
bad
you,
storyteller, dude. I'm
whoever
sorry.
provided the sound effects. He leaned over to have a drink, and he looked down and he saw.
Who believes in Jesus?
Just unmute yourself when you have something interesting to say.
What's that? What?
Yeah, for real.
Mommy, just another 5 minutes. I don't want to go to school yet. Oh, look, he's playing with his chords and boxes. It's great.
So what were we talking about before? The ethnic landscape changing as well as cultural landscape, I guess?
Oh, fuck that.
All right, so apparently, since you're unfamiliar with, I guess, what dramaturgical communication occurs, or in particular, realigning action, I used, I suppose, much, I guess, more common terms. So, next one will be that sanctimonious prudish purism is trite, inane, vapid, and gauche.
Right.
Raise your hand if you're a Christian.
I don't think there's any in the room, dude. Oh, there's Ramin.
She just got here.
No, not Johnny. I'm Johnny.
Are you being sanctimonious about communism almost all the time?
Do you guys want to like?
What makes you think I was being sanctimonious?
Do you guys want to like sing a song or something?
We should have a debate on why you believe.
Well, you routinely make a big deal about how communism is a more morally consistent and beneficial economic system. So I'm not sure how that flies with you criticizing sanctimonious people.
Communism is shit for economics.
Okay, you can say that.
Canada's stupid.
Well,
All right, so what were you saying, Johnny?
I'm Johnny.
I know
Texas
you're
is
Johnny,
so
but your display name is Johnny. Therefore, I will call you Johnny.
Aren't you
No,
both
that's
Johnny?
right. Johnny is underneath my body.
I'm Johnny.
I know.
This is Max. Max is a Christian. He believes in the death and resurrection of the only Jivas.
Oh.
I didn't come in here to have a serious debate.
Well, given
show us your brands. That'll let us distinguish between the two of you.
It is that,
your brands, like cattle, but only on your head.
Never a resurrection of said person and such, but
charming.
Given that the rather high likelihood of the story not being actually based on anything besides the Old Testament, there is a bit of trouble with I guess credibility and I guess proper formation of your belief. Now,
well, how do you know that? You
dare say, Godless Kafir here has a perhaps different way of phrasing it. Godless, what do you say when, or what do you ask people when they tell you that they believe in God?
Why do you believe in God? Are you stupid or something?
So let me tell you guys something that I've noticed a lot. So when I came into this chat, I barged in. I had no idea who you guys were, what you were talking about, or why you believed the way you did. And I started saying inflammatory things. And this is how I feel like a lot of internet atheists behave. They say, "Oh, you're a Christian?" And they don't say, "Oh, that's interesting. Why are you a Christian?" They don't say, "Hey, can you tell me a little bit about your specific brand of Christianity?" They say, "Well, let me tell you why you're wrong and why you believe." And
I don't know how many people in here are actually
just like what I did, but the difference is that when I did what I did, I was doing it intentionally to be funny. And this is actually how you guys process.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how many people in here are atheists.
4.
Let me take a look.
4.
Well, I'm probably actually
not an atheist.
Godless Kafir and Amon. I guess.
No, I'm not an
Seven.
Are probably the only ones who would actually.
We're on Nadia's channel.
Confidently and with justification assert that there are no such things as gods. Go ahead.
It's called the Nadia channel.
The Nadia channel?
And it's on every day.
Is that what it's called?
It's just my name.
Just her name, yeah. Nadia Vet Chambers. And it's
yeah. Is that what the channel is?
It's called the Nadia channel.
Huh?
And yes, I hope to one day actually get this.
NadiaChannel.com.
The NadiaChannel.com. Okay.
Nadia, you had 60 viewers earlier.
She had 70 at one point.
She's got 40 now.
Ocean, did you take your clothes off again?
I did. I did.
Pissing in the wind.
When I think about why I believe I do,
10,000
the fact that none of my religious figures are Canadian plays a very large role. That's why I could never be Muslim. Because Muhammad is actually
Canadian.
He's not really a.
Go ahead.
I mean, he's a religious man, but he's not like a religious. He's like a prophet.
He's a prophet of God. William
Really?
Lane Craig.
Wow.
Oh, who's a prophet?
William Lane Craig.
Is he Canadian?
This one is basically has some kind of ridiculous idea that what is it? Is it that B theory is false because what is it? You would have to.
His views on B theory
have to traverse.
B theory. It's a theory of consciousness. You know
over
we can debate this ad nauseum?
while actually
ad nauseum.
Definition construction of time. Also, his argument against an actual infinite is Hilbert's Hotel, which is
retarded.
Widely
That's
acknowledged
an offensive word. Let me come up with a better word.
refers to a little more than that. It's counterintuitive and fully consistent. It's a demonstration of its consistency despite its counterintuitivity. So, like Craig is someone I have a difficult time taking as such an example of steadiness. Go ahead. You were saying.
Bringing in that camera close to you, buddy.
Don't swing that
I'm
camera
not
too.
in charge of what the camera does.
Don't swing that camera too close. I just ate.
Yeah,
So,
I'm eating now. I don't really.
The last thing I said to Johnny was, "I'm bored. Let's go," and now he's moving the camera closer. So I'm a little confused.
Oh, there's the genius. Hey, buddy.
Yeah.
Try not to hurt yourself with anything sharp, okay? You know what happened the last time.
I know that some of you are sensitive when Canada's lameness is brought up so bluntly. And I know that some of you would like us to tiptoe around the issue so you don't have to confront it. quite so honestly.
Well, since you don't have any shoes and you tiptoe most of the time anyway.
Just move south. Move to East Dakota or whatever.
Hey, all right. So we're starting a new podcast called Reason Galore.
That is what it's going to be called.
Oh, okay.
Reason galore.
Galore.
Like
a
lot
bunch
of
of
it.
reason. Like, oh my god.
Galore.
What do we do with this?
So much.
It's like the kind of reason you find at the end of a rainbow.
Reason.
Hey, shut the fuck up for a second.
Oh yeah. Waylon Craig got anything better. He brought out Michael Murray and denied that animals suffer.
Hey, you accidentally muted us. I'm sure it was a mistake. Hey, it's fine. We fixed it. There's a button right there at the top.
Right.
Yeah, we can easily fix that too.
Hey.
I know. It's so hard, isn't it?
Hey, we don't need to have this conversation. Just...
I know. I'm just fucking with you.
I know you guys picked that one that's like add a friend or whatever it is, the human and the plus, but you keep accidentally pressing the mute button.
Oh, no,
well,
try it again. Hold on a second. Oh, shit.
The problem is because we're lame. Maybe if we weren't so fucking lame, we wouldn't spend so much time muting.
Actually, a good point.
Johnny.
Yeah.
Johnny.
Canadians don't understand technology and
I can
buttons.
try this again. Hold on, I think I got the right button this time.
You're absolutely right. And here we are.
I want to ask you a question. And also note that we are rapidly approaching the 8-hour mark in about somewhere between 5 and 6 minutes. So link for that and all that. I would also.
Nadia, this is really kind of our show, so if we could just kind of.
Are you?
Shut up, knob feature. Nobody's talking to you.
Disclaiming having knowledge, or are you in fact aware, beyond being aware of the fact, also able to show why and justify that fact that there are no such things as gods? Go ahead.
That's it. Now you can talk. Attaboy. Well
no,
done,
I believe there are gods, or one anyway. Not like a bunch of them. Not like a ball pit of gods, but like one though.
A ball pit of gods. I like that.
Do you have that Christian coloring book? What do they call it? The Bible? The Holy Bible?
Mine.
They call it a Bible, Gus. They call it a Bible.
If a Bible is supposed to have coloring, then I got cheated.
You did? Yeah, it did. It's supposed to have Jesus in the put-up job. I mean, the miracles.
Rats.
That's one I can think of off the top of my head.
There's a couple of rats in there, yeah.
Listen, excuse me. Now, we could talk about all of our disagreements. We could talk about the different religions and things that we can't really prove and don't really know. But let's all focus on the one thing that we do know and can prove, which is that Canada is a terrible country.
Well, I'll accept your proof for that while your friend's trying to turn your room into a Deep Purple concert.
Are you in Canada right now, sir?
I am in Canada right now.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to prove to you that Canada is the worst. Are you ready?
Canada has.
All right, now I want you to go over to.
Just let him.
Are you at a window?
Yes, I'm at a window as we speak.
All right, I want you to look outside of it.
Oh, excellent, excellent.
Lame, right? Oh man.
No, we have these trees in our. We have these trees. You may not be familiar with them, coming from Texas and all, but we have trees and we have wildlife. We also have grass. I don't know if you've ever heard of that, apart from the stuff you smoke.
Right. Grass is an East Texas thing. They may not know that.
These are grass.
Well, also, you need to research your stereotypes more, because I am a Texan, not a Coloradoan.
Also, when we turn on our kitchen taps, we actually get something called clean water. It doesn't have to come from a bottle. It's fantastic. You should try it sometime.
He actually has never been to America.
And hey, can I ask you something? Can I ask you something? When you go to the doctor, do they really check your wallet before they check your pulse?
Change over very soon.
Copy that.
When I go to the doctor, they see that I'm a Texan to the front of the line, so that all the Canadians don't keep me from getting the attention.
Well, you may or may not have noticed, but Canadians tend to get their health care in Canada, whereas you get your health care in America. You'll notice there's two different countries there, actually.
Oh, yeah. No, I actually get mine.
There's a big line in the middle.
Canadians get their health care in Canada. Americans
I
get mine in Texas.
Yes.
Yeah, we agree with it. There's a changeover. We feel you.
So,
yes, the biggest fucking rumors ever.
Yes, there's a changeover, Nadia. We know.
This has become kind of a hullabaloo. And I'm about.
Okay.
Your new person on how to do the changeover.
We'll inform him when it's necessary, but right now we're having.
No, it's happening in minutes.
I understand that.
All I have to do is click the link. It's not hard.
Link up.
No. Hey, Nadia, I'd appreciate it if you'd stop interrupting our show.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm broadcasting you just for that shit.
All right, guys. There's a link in the side chat if you want to click it.
Yeah, please don't, but go ahead.
Right.
I was trying to actually coach them on how to carry out the process.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Well, it doesn't matter what I say. No one will ever let me.
There now. See how easy that was? Look at it. It's two dudes, and they only take up one spot. We're like,
that's because they share one.
It is nice.
And someone is spamming with
I
notifications.
particularly like the one without the glasses. He just looks like he's just happy all the time. Pharmaceuticals are a wonderful thing, aren't they, kid?
Oh, let me be honest with you.
Sometimes
California boys.
From
time to time, I'll admit I'm feeling pretty down, and then I think about it. I reflect in my mental mind. I got a question. You say what? So you know what? At least I'm not a Canadian, and then I just feel good. Not for little things, right?
The camera's focusing on the Rhodes Scholar here. Oh, where did he go? Oh, I love that jacket. Oh,
that is a nice jacket.
Oh, that'll just bring down planes at 100 fucking yards. That will.
I would advise. I would advise.
You know those orange movie trucks that they're called? What are those called that you can pack your stuff in and haul them around the country?
Can you hear me?
I know you're all wondering why. How do you say that? Those trucks. I know you're all wondering. U-Haul, or is it a y'all haul? I know you're all wondering why I brought you here today, and I actually wanted to talk to an issue of great import to our nation, by which I mean Texas. Not.
Please don't get any closer. When did you guys graduate from clown school, anyway?
Well, no, I'm still.
Was it Magna Cum Honk or what?
Than you would think.
Okay. Well, maybe one of these days you'll show